LA police can And today we don't forget to unmute for once. How are we doing? Okay, I was doing other stuff. What's going on? Which segment from Uncensored did Anna and Piers disagree on? It looks like he did a segment. It's a debate over Greta Thunberg and if she's annoying, which is obviously very important to debate in the midst of a genocide. Then on Twitch, thank you SQAF Squaff Mita for the tier 1 subscription. And if anybody else is watching and they want an ad-free experience, you can join this lovely subscriber in subscribing, and you would get access to fun emotes like this dancing cat emote that I added that I think is behind a paywall. I'm not sure. Is Male Rights USA gonna drop again? That dude, lol. A lot of people tell me that he is like, he goes around pretty much to every single like lefty content creator and is like the token right-wing person. So until he gets banned. And I have not banned him yet because he has not acted too egregiously. I did tell him if he didn't stop simping for Eric Adams that I would do something. But he cut it out. So I had no pretext to ban him. And I try not to rule with an iron fist. Give me 1 second. Fucking with things on Twitch. Hassan's still live this late? It's obviously because he's going to raid me after he's done. He knew I was going to stream super late. We worked it out so that he'd be going this late and then he'll raid me after, obviously, with his tens of thousands of viewers. Okay, let's get into this shit. Lots to go over. So Anna Kasparian, Piers Morgan, and then right before that he was talking, I think in the thumbnail, I saw Francesca Albanese, who is like she works at the UN, she's based. What is this? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at this first though. This is RFK Jr. shenanigans. So this is really cool, not scary at all. So RFK Jr. has gone ahead and removed all CDC vaccine panel experts. The U.S. Health Secretary chose to quote-unquote retire members of a committee that makes significant decisions about who receives immunizations, including the vaccines for children. So this was super gracious of him to try to bring about, the early phases of biological warfare in this country, because we're going to be bringing back, we're making America great again, and we're doing that by bringing back measles, mumps, a ton of preventable diseases that we'd pretty much eradicated until people stopped getting vaccinated. So RFK Jr., the health secretary, on Monday, I will never get over the fact that he is actually in charge of HHS in this country. Has he ever rated you? Hassan has never rated me. That was a joke, you guys. I don't even know if he rates anybody after. I was kidding. I have been rated by Majority Report, though, and that was special. And if I streamed earlier, I could probably get Majority Report raids every single day, but my sleep schedule is always so bad that I end up streaming this late. Where were we? So he fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, aka CDC, saying that the move would restore the public's trust in vaccines. About 2/3 of the panel had been appointed in the last year, the Biden admin. Mr. Kennedy pointed out in announcing his decision in an opinion column for the Wall Street Journal. The CDC's vaccine advisors wield enormous influence. They carefully review data on vaccines, debate the evidence, and vote on who should get the shots and when. Insurance companies and government programs like Medicaid are required to cover the vaccines recommended by the panel. The committee was supposed to meet June 25th to 27th. It's unclear when the new members will be announced, but the meeting will proceed as planned, according to a statement posted by the Department of Health and Human Services. This is the latest in a series of moves that Mr. Kennedy, a vaccine skeptic, dude, he is not skeptical. He is a liar. He is an anti-vaxxer. He's not a skeptic. There are people, there's like 3 camps. No, I guess 2. Let's collapse it into 2. There's people that are vaccine skeptical/hesitant, and these are people that have fallen for misinformation, disinformation, but they're not necessarily totally anti-vax. They can be brought back from the edge. They can be reasoned with. They just have concerns, and you can reach them. Then you have people like RFK Jr. that are the progenitors of that disinformation, that intentionally lie and mislead people about the efficacy of vaccines, and are the reason why so many fucking people do not think that vaccines work, do not think that vaccines save lives and actually think that it gives you autism or some shit. And he is doing this intentionally. It's not an accident. He's not skeptical. There is no science that he is referencing or basing his opinion off of. He doesn't like vaccines, so he has found information that is outside of the medical consensus with respect to vaccines, and he prioritizes that and ignores the entire corpus of evidence and work that epidemiologists and other physicians have done into developing effective vaccines. So he's not a vaccine skeptic, and honestly, kind of shame on the New York Times for even framing it that way, but whatever. Add that to the list of a million things I hate about the New York Times and its reporting. Has made to dismantle decades of policy standards for immunizations. An advisory panel more closely aligned with Mr. Kennedy's views has the potential to significantly alter or even drop the recommendations for immunizations to Americans, including childhood vaccines. Awesome. The decision directly contradicts a promise Mr. Kennedy made to Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican of Louisiana, during his confirmation hearings. No way. Republican liar? A Republican going back on his word? No way. During his confirmation hearings, when he said he would not alter the panel, calling the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Called the Advisory Committee. I thought this was going to be an RFK quote. I was going to try to do it in his voice, but I'll save that. I won't do it. Of course, now the fear is that the ACIP will be filled up with people who know nothing about vaccines except suspicion, Senator Cassidy wrote on X. Public health experts reacted strongly to Mr. Kennedy's announcement, calling it an extreme and reckless decision. I don't think there's any other way to put this other than saying that this is an unmitigated public health disaster, said Dr. Sean O'Leary, chair of the Infectious Diseases Committee for the American Academy of Pediatrics. Far from restoring trust, the move will exacerbate mistrust in vaccines, Dr. O'Leary said. Both parents and pediatricians are really confused by the actions right now, and this is only going to make things worse. He said the Pediatric Academy would continue to provide advice and recommendations for an immunization schedule. Dr. Richard Besser, who served as acting director of the CDC in 2009, said Mr. Kennedy's decision was shocking and unsurprising at the same time. I mean, I feel that. Senator Kennedy has not hidden his anti-vaccine agenda, Dr. Besser said. He, more than anyone in our country, has worked to undermine people's trust and confidence in vaccines. The refigured committee of like-minded individuals to the secretary, doctors, nurses, pharmacists who provide advice are going to be in big trouble. He added, in the column, Mr. Kennedy said he was retiring the members and repeated his frequent criticism of the panel that the panel has, quote, been plagued with persistent conflicts of interest. See, should I do it then? Should I do the voice then? Has been plagued with persistent conflicts of interest, or however he talks. That was like number one reason why he can't be president is because his voice is unbearable, even if it's through no fault of his own. Sorry, RFK. The public must know that unbiased science guides the recommendations from our health agencies, he said. This will, how do I get these bots in my chat, man? How? Be gone. It had been a minute since one had come around. The public must know that unbiased science guides, the recommendations, he said, this will ensure the American people receive the safest vaccines possible. He wrongly said that most members of the committee had received substantial funding from pharmaceutical companies. Even if they had, you would still have to prove that that was somehow influencing their decisions, but whatever. In fact, ACIP members are screened for major conflicts of interest, and they cannot hold stocks or serve on advisory boards or bureaus affiliated with vaccine manufacturers. Secretary Kennedy's allegations about the integrity of CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices are completely unfounded and will have a significant impact on Americans of all ages. Dr. Tina Tan, president of the Infectious Diseases Society of America, she said in the statement. Unilaterally removing an entire panel of experts is reckless, short-sighted, and severely harmful, she said. If ACIP members do have a conflict of interest, for example, if an institution at which they work receives money from a drug manufacturer, they disclose it and recuse themselves from related votes. So in his column, Mr. Kennedy claimed that 97% of financial disclosure forms from ACIP members had omissions, but the stat came from an Inspector General's report in 2009, which found that 97% of the forms had errors, such as missing dates or information in the wrong section, not significant financial conflicts. See, they print this in the same article that they'll just say, oh, he's just a skeptic. He's a liar. He's not a skeptic. I think RFK Jr. is a conspiracy theorist, and that's what this document is about, said Dr. Paul Offit, who serves as an advisor to the FDA. It's about the undue influence from Big Pharma, Dr. Offit said. This is a message he's been pushing out there for the last 20 years. Mr. Kennedy also claimed that the panel worked in secret. Clandestine vaccine evildoers, you guys. To make matters worse, the group that informed ACIP meet behind closed doors, violating the legal and ethical principle of transparency crucial to maintaining public trust, he wrote in the journal's opinion article. While individual work groups may meet in private, the meetings of the committees, as well as materials presented to the members, are public. Members meet over several days, reviewing safety and effectiveness data on vaccines, debating policy and listening to experts, as well as members of the public. Didn't this agency recently got caught not authoring, because he didn't author it. They generated something through ChatGPT and they said that they had authored it. You think that, how is it that you're using ChatGPT for consequential shit like this, but your stupid op-ed for the journal is not making it through an AI machine, which maybe would have caught some of this bullshit? But who am I kidding? Even if it had, he would have ignored it. Unlike Mr. Kennedy's leadership, the FDA has narrowed availability of COVID vaccines to adults 65 and older and Americans with certain underlying conditions. Mr. Kennedy announced that the CDC would no longer recommend the vaccines for healthy children or pregnant women, a decision that normally would have come from the agency's ACIP. The CDC then changed its recommendation for healthy children requiring consultations with providers, but dropped it for pregnant women. These changes have thrown future insurance coverage for the slots into confusion, with scattered reports of pregnant women being turned away from pharmacies. Some experts were hoping that the ACIP meeting scheduled for late this month would clarify eligibility. If this leads to vaccines not being recommended, millions of people could lose access, pay for more vaccines, and for preventable illnesses, and children will be at greater risks of diseases we haven't faced in decades. Dr. Thomas R. Frieden, who's the CDC director under Obama, and he said this in a statement. Kennedy's already cut billions as head of HHS. Jesus Christ. This shit drives me crazy. In a just world, he would be locked in jail for this shit. Oh, what else? And Greta Thunberg being deported. This came across my feed earlier today. Trump reacting to this shit.
Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger...
You think he knows that she has autism?
Anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Oh my God, he admitted it.
What we're doing there with the federal...
Shut up, Mike Johnson. So this is Trump reacting to Greta Thunberg's claim that she was kidnapped by Israel. So he responded on Monday to Swedish activists claiming she was kidnapped. This is because she posted a video after the flotilla that she was on was intercepted. Yeah. Context. After the Israeli military intercepted the civilian vessel in international waters, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, or FFC, which operated the boat, released a pre-recorded video from Thunberg. If you see this video, we've been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel, the climate activist said in the clip. Trump was asked Monday whether he and Bibi discussed her during a phone call they had earlier the day, and that's when he said that. It's so funny that the media is totally unequipped to handle stories of actual consequence, because she said that she was kidnapped, and the most that they can say is oh, she says she was kidnapped. I don't know about that word. Mr. President, do you think she was kidnapped? Do you agree? If Greta Thunberg was a tree, what tree would she be? Gotta get him on the record. Ay. Then the rest of this, everyone here probably knows. And I think this is her arriving at... Where is she? In Paris after Israeli deportation. I mean, I think the term kidnapping is apt. Swedish campaigner Greta Thunberg arrived in Paris after being deported by Israel. That's what it says.
This is yet another international a violation of international rights, adding to the list of countless of such, especially towards Palestinians, that Israel are committing by blocking and preventing humanitarian aid from entering Gaza, that is illegal. They did an illegal act by kidnapping us on international waters and against our will, bringing us to Israel, keeping us in the bottom of the boat, not letting us getting out and so on. But that is not the real story here. The real story is that there is a genocide going on in Gaza and a systematic starvation following the siege and blockade now, which is leading to food, medicine, water that are desperately needed to get into Gaza is prevented from doing so. But of course there are many attempts like this mission, both by sea and land, to break that siege and open up a humanitarian corridor. Yeah, I'm very worried about them. We heard many different messages pointing towards that they would not make it easy. And there were troubles with being able to see lawyers. So I am very much calling for their immediate release and calling for everyone who can to mobilize to their governments and other ways to demand their immediate release. As you can see, I'm desperately in need of a shower and sleep. But what is certain...
I can't believe I hadn't even thought about that. Like, of course, they're on this like tiny ass flotilla or whatever for days on end.
Is that we will not stop. We are going to continue to try to do everything we can, because that is the promise that we have given to Palestinians, that we are going to try every single day in every way that we can, keep trying to demand an end to the atrocities that Israel is doing. Well, I think the world needs a lot of more young, angry women, to be honest, especially with everything going on right now. That's the thing we need most of.
I respect the hell out of her for this. Like, it's not exaggeration to say that she's actually risking her life by doing this. You seen the group that's going via land through some North African countries trying to break the siege? No, I hadn't. Did it start its mission before or after this? It's depressing that there isn't more efforts like this. Sir Davos. I know, right? Hold on. Flotilla. Where's the other link? So this is Ynet or Ynet. I never know how to say it. I don't know how it's pronounced. This is one of the top publications in Israel. So this is the way that, to the extent that Israelis consume this story, this is how they would see it. We were kidnapped in international waters, Greta says in Paris after deportation from Israel. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg responded Tuesday afternoon for the first time to her detention and deportation from Israel. We were kidnapped in international waters, she told reporters at her arrival in Paris, adding, "This is a violation of international rights." Speaking in the arrival section of Paris's Charles de Gaulle airport after being deported from Israel, the Swedish activist said she and her team had broken no laws and called for the immediate release of the activist still in Israel after refusing to sign deportation documents. Did not recognize I entered Israel illegally, she also said. Thunberg described the circumstances of the arrest as, quote, quite chaotic and uncertain, but emphasized that the conditions, quote, were nothing compared to what people are going through in Palestine, especially in Gaza right now. I was very clear in my testimony that we were kidnapped on international waters and brought against our own will into Israel, she said. She reiterated that the activists were fully aware of the risks involved in their mission, which aimed to, quote, reach Gaza and successfully deliver aid, and she said that they would continue efforts to bring humanitarian assistance to Gaza. She denied that the flotilla was a publicity stunt. The intention was to provide direct aid, not generate media attention. I mean, even if it's fine if it generates media attention, so what? She also noted that, I mean, that's the proper way to answer that, or you could say, like, even if it did, like, why would that be bad? We're trying to bring awareness to a genocide, dude. She also noted that a previous attempt to send aid via a larger vessel ended after the ship was bombed. She admitted it was unclear where she would be heading next, telling reporters it could be Sweden. She laughed off criticism from U.S. President Donald Trump, who had described her as an angry person, saying, honestly, the world needs more angry young women, especially with everything that's happening right now. Trump had commented the previous day from the White House saying, well, she's a strange person. She's young and angry. I don't know if the anger is real. Hard to believe, but she's definitely different. I think she needs anger management training. That's my main recommendation for her. Regarding her claim of being kidnapped, he added, I think Israel has enough problems without having to kidnap Greta Thunberg. Early Tuesday morning, just hours after the flotilla to Gaza was diverted to Ashdod port, the activists were taken to Ben Gurion Airport. 4 of them, including Thunberg, signed voluntary departure agreements. Thunberg, who has long opposed air travel due to its environmental impact, boarded an... Thanks for adding that in. An El Al flight to Paris, her first flight in years. 8 others, including European Parliament member Rima Hassan, previously deported from Israel, refused to sign and were sent to the given detention facility for legal deportation proceedings. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which organized the mission, stated that all 12 activists were kidnapped from international waters and forcibly taken to Israel, calling the treatment of them as illegal entrants absurd. The group added that the flight for free the detained activists... not for free, sorry. The group added that the flight to free the detained activists, quote, must take place alongside the struggle to free more than 10,400 Palestinians imprisoned in Israel, including over 400 children and more than 3,500 held under administrative detention. Early Tuesday morning, just hours after the flotilla to Gaza was diverted to Ashdod port, the activists were taken to Ben Gurion Airport. 4 of them... I'm sorry. I accidentally went up. I'm so sorry. It's late, you guys. It's late. Give me a break. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said at a joint press conference with his Zambian counterpart, said that Greta was treated well and fed. Israel acted peacefully. Okay. This was a ridiculous gimmick. A persona non grata will not be allowed to return to Israel. He emphasized that the activists brought a, quote, negligible amount of aid that contributes nothing to Gaza, and stated that Israel intends to deliver the aid directly. I mean, he intentionally has to miss the point entirely. It's kind of what he's paid to do. Passengers on Thunberg's flight to Paris described tense moments on board. At first, they were shouting. Some didn't want her to board. One passenger told Yannette, but it eventually calmed down. The crew was very professional, and upon landing, she was quietly handed over to border police. Police and dozens of journalists awaited the flight's arrival at the airport. Maya, another passenger, told Yannette, before takeoff, 3 police officers and someone from the immigration authority boarded the plane. Some passengers stood up and began filming, and then the officers told everyone to sit down and stop recording. A few were angry and walked around the plane, and some cursed Greta. Thunberg's decision to fly was particularly notable given her years-long campaign against air travel pollution. In 2019, Sweden reported a 4% drop in air travel demand and a rise in train usage due to her activism. Last year, the Swedish government distanced itself from her flight-shaming campaign and announced tens of millions of dollars in support for the aviation industry as it recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. Interior Minister Moshe Arbel said Tuesday morning, the state of Israel will not allow its sovereignty to be undermined through protests, flotilla, provocations. I thank the staff of the Population Immigration Authority for their swift, professional, and responsible response in protecting the country's security and public order. Yeah, if you give food to starving children, you're literally threatening Israel's security. Did you know that? I have instructed that all 12 flotilla participants be denied entry into Israel in accordance with the law and return to their countries of origin. The foreign minister... So they're fine with these people going back to their country of origin. Palestinians, no. The foreign ministry confirmed the anti-Israel activists transferred to Ben Gurion Airport said that they had arrived, quote, to depart from Israel and return to their homes. The ministry noted that some would leave within hours, while those refusing to sign deportation papers will undergo legal proceedings under Israeli law to authorize their removal. Israeli officials hope that consular representatives who met with the detainees at the airport will persuade them to comply. Very, very cool. Not dystopian at all. What is this? What is this? Yeah, this is the thing. This is what I wanted to show. Probably not right away because I want to get into the Piers Morgan thing pretty soon, but I need to read these op-eds. Greta Thunberg should thank Israel for intercepting her Gaza selfie ship. Very cool. Greta Thunberg's pathetic Gaza voyage. Few countries have joined currently, and they think they're going through Tunisia. See journalist Gaia Ben Mbark for coverage. Okay. I put Gaia Ben Mbark. I'll look into this. Thank you. What's this one? Fuck, it's paywalled. Okay. All right, let's get into this Piers Morgan shit. You won't silence me. Gaza war plus Greta Thunberg stunt. Piers Morgan debate.
All the pictures
So this was a day ago. And do not be fooled by anything that Piers Morgan says. It's subject to change, not just from day to day or like not just week to week, not just day to day, but literally hour to hour, segment to segment, minute to minute. He is one of these people that, depending on what clip you see on your timeline or on your social media feed, you'll be like, what a smug fucking asshole, and he's so fucking annoying and I hate him. Or he's kind of making, you know, good points. Why am I agreeing with Piers Morgan? When Piers Morgan is saying something, you know that X faction has lost normal people or whatever, so he exists to be that centrist grifter. And every now and then, he's like a broken clock. So let's see. Watch him take the wrong position on this to talk shit about Greta Thunberg, even though he said to Mehdi Hassan, like, oh yeah, you get like, I'm not gonna quibble with people calling it a genocide.
I saw this today when I woke up, where Greta Thunberg grinning her head off, being given a sandwich by the IDF.
She's taking it upon herself to get on a boat and ship food there. That is what people do in a protest.
Filming a video before they were even intercepted, claiming they were kidnapped, is absolutely reprehensible. I mean, it's just shameful. You're vile. You're a liar and you're vile.
Well, there are two distracting sideshows overshadowing the current horrors unfolding in Gaza. The first is Greta Thunberg's selfie yacht, which has inevitably been intercepted by Israeli forces en route to the Gaza Strip.
My name is Greta Thunberg and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
No, Greta, you've not been kidnapped, and your choice of words is frankly an insult to the many Israelis who were kidnapped and held hostage by Hamas. 56 of them shamefully remain in Gaza, many of those presumed dead.
Okay, so what would you call when you are on a flotilla in international waters and a country that does not have sole jurisdiction or control over the said waters intercepts your flotilla and takes you into their custody and detains you? What would you call that? If you're not calling it kidnapping, you should at least be calling it piracy.
And no, you're not raising awareness about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Many of us have been talking about it daily because we see the horrific scenes of desperation and starvation unfolding before our eyes. The only thing you, Greta, are raising awareness about, as always, is yourself. And on that note, the second big distraction at the moment,
It's not mutually exclusive, but whatever,
is this. Answer me that one question. Do you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed and how many children you've killed?
Greta Thunberg is attention seeking. Anyway, cut to the clip of me seeking attention.
You know there's two numbers.
I know the numbers that came from the IDF. I know the numbers that came from a very, very established
Give me the two numbers.
Wait a second.
How come you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you have no idea how many children you've killed?
Cares about human life.
I just asked you a simple
and
question.
At the same time, Hamas is deliberately using the children as human shields.
Answer my question. Why is it you know one number but not the other?
I'll give you the answer. Because in the end of the day, we never target civilians. We only target the terrorists.
Why don't you know the statistics?
And look, you can ask this question.
Are you saying no children have been killed in Gaza?
I didn't say that.
Are you saying that?
I didn't say that. I said...
Well, I make zero apologies for taking a tough line with the Israeli ambassador, who is the Israeli government's former representative in the UK. I asked her 17 times how she could be so certain about how many Hamas terrorists Israel has eliminated, but apparently doesn't have a clue how many innocent children have died in the process. 17 times. She just failed to give me an answer. Well, National Jewish Assembly released a statement which condemns the interview in the strongest possible terms, but it's so far not condemned.
It's not piracy when a government does it. Oh yeah, I forgot. And when a non-state actor kills civilians, it's terrorism, but when a country does it, it's counterterrorism.
The deaths of so many civilians and children by an Israeli government, which two former Israeli prime ministers have now accused of senseless killing and war crimes. Laughably, their statement says when pro-Hamas apologists appear on his show, they are met with nods and softball questions. Anyone who's watched this show at all in the past 18 months will know how ridiculous a claim that is. What's currently happening is a sustained campaign of abuse and intimidation.
I mean, it is ridiculous because he just takes whatever contrarian position he thinks will get him the most views at any given point. So
by people who don't like that I'm calling out what I now see as a war of pointless destruction. At exactly the same thing.
Oh, so when you're in front of Mehdi Hassan, you're agreeing that it's a genocide, and when you're not in front of him, I guess it's back to being a war.
of course, on the other side, when I repeatedly defended Israel's right to respond to the heinous attacks on October the 7th. Back then, they said I was in the pocket of mysterious Israeli paymasters. Now I'm apparently funded by Qatar because I went to a state dinner in Doha to meet the President of the United States. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but nobody pays me to have any opinions about anything, least of all a war. My opinions change as facts change, as everybody should. And no one's going to abuse and hector me.
Yeah, the facts he's talking about is public opinion polls. And as those shift around, so do his opinions magically.
Into saying anything other than what I actually believe. In a couple of minutes, I'll talk about all this with my panel. But first, I'm joined by the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese. Welcome back to Uncensored, Francesca.
Thank you, Piers.
I just wanted to ask you, first of all, your reaction to what's been going on with Greta Thunberg. I've got to say, I have not been impressed by this. I think this was a very distracting piece of narcissistic attention-seeking by somebody with a track record for doing this, who then compared herself by using the words like kidnapped
She's loading up.
to the people who've actually been kidnapped in this war, which I thought was extremely distasteful. I know you've been talking to...
Wait, what? Hold on.
...this, who then compared herself by using the words like kidnapped to the people who've actually been...
So anyone that uses the term kidnapped is necessarily comparing themselves to Israeli hostages.
...kidnapped in this war, which I thought was extremely distasteful. I know you've been talking to her or some of the crew, certainly.
Now if you've been kidnapped and you draw attention to that, you're anti-Semitic, according to Piers Morgan.
What did we gain by this?
So first of all, thank you for having me, Piers. I hope we will have a peaceful conversation because I've been up almost all night following what was happening to the
narrator, but they will not have a peaceful conversation, will they? This lovely woman is about to talk to him completely in good faith and listen to him and hear him out, not realize that he exists to just batter her around in this conversation, I'm sure.
flotilla and responding to journalists interested in knowing what was happening. I would like to reframe the whole discussion, if you allow me. So, because the flotilla mission was a lawful humanitarian effort, not a stunt. And because of this, we need to look at why they were there and not who was there. As you know, Gaza has been starving. As you know, it's incredible, it's abominable that a country whose leaders are indicted or investigated by the ICC for atrocity crimes and who's been investigated as a state.
This is a publicity stunt. It worked extremely well. Last time, my whole D&D group, who were pretty apolitical, were talking about how fucked up Israel is. Yeah, and I mean, this shit works. I mean, if he genuinely thinks it's a genocide, which now he's back to saying it's a war, and that's not just the title, that's what he was saying in his opening statement, then he should be praising any and all efforts to get attention to it, even if it means share like that Greta Thunberg gets some attention as well.
Aid for genocide, get to control the flows of aid. This is absolutely ludicrous. Aid should be given according to principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. Instead, Israel has turned this into a sadistic abattoir, as Chris Ganis recently put it. So the flotilla has substituted the inept reaction of the international community, which has expressed words of condemnation at best. So what I think is that the flotilla, with all the people who were on board, is all but performative. And let me tell you why I think that people like Greta Thunberg or Rima Hassan came on board. Yesterday, I was not in touch with her. I've been in touch with the captain because together with other Special Rapporteur Piers, we have called for the support of the flotilla since the very beginning, because we think that the flotilla is doing, even if symbolically, what member states should be doing. But just a few weeks ago, another flotilla with anonymous activist was hit in international waters. It was probably a crime, and no one has uttered a word. And in 2010,
which one was this?
10 people, 10 activists were killed, and no one has been held accountable despite a UN investigation.
She's talking about the Mavi Marmara
investigation. So people like Greta Thunberg and others came on board using their visibility, putting everything in the line.
What have they achieved? Honestly, listen, I hear you, but what have they achieved, honestly, other than Greta Thunberg getting her face on a lot of newspapers, right? With a big beaming...
International recognition and attention to the genocide, and drawing attention to the fact that they're waging a campaign of starvation against a captive population of Palestinians.
Grin, receiving food. Let me finish. All I've seen are big pictures of her grinning her head off, receiving food at the end of her ordeal, which lasted a few hours. She knew exactly what was going to happen. She knew the IDF would not let her anywhere near Gaza. The whole thing is, I think you said, is performative. And I'm not seeing people running around going, good on Greta Thunberg. She's really changed my mind about what's happening there. They've all gone, hang on a sec, you're calling yourself a kidnap victim, and your kidnappers are giving you food and then taking you to a safe place afterwards. Why would you use that kind of analogy when actually...
Did you know that if your kidnapper gives you food, you're not actually kidnapped? Piers has some bad news for the hostages that are currently in Gaza that he says he cares about. Sorry, if Hamas ever gave you a sandwich, a piece of pita, you aren't actually kidnapped anymore, apparently.
Actually, the war is raging, as you know, because Israel is determined to kill all the Hamas terrorists and get their hostages.
Or if your kidnappers are nice to you. Apparently, if they're kind to you while you're in captivity, that also means that you weren't actually kidnapped.
Who actually were kidnapped.
I think you are the only one left who still believes the killing all Hamas terrorists. Piers, frankly, Israel has such a
I said that's what Israel is. I said that's what Israel has said it is trying to do. I've actually been. No, hang on.
I'm just repeating what Israel states their objective is, even though I was saying it's a genocide in front of Mehdi Hassan just a couple of weeks ago.
Just to be clear, Francesca, I've been very critical of the Israeli government in the last
but you're
week.
still mentioning that Israel is killing terrorists.
I'm repeating their mission statement, which they said was to eradicate Hamas and get their terrorists and get their hostages back.
All I'm doing is repeating Israeli propaganda. Would you eat the Hamas sandwich? Who wouldn't eat the Hamas sandwich? Only if the crusts are cut off.
Dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and crepiness.
Give me a fucking break.
Are speaking of that
with no M, oneskin.co.
I didn't say that this is performative at all, rather the contrary. And the fact that you and I are speaking of this boat is while you have not been interviewing me about the other flotilla who was hit in the middle of international waters, and it was deflagged, which is an incredible violation of people's safe sailing and security. When it happened a couple of weeks ago, it's people like, I'm not saying people like you, but the media is quite sensationalist, and it has been salivating around the fact that there was Greta Thunberg on the boat. I've never talked to Greta in the context of this mission. I've been talking to the captain and to the communication room on the ground.
It's like a lose-lose for Greta, because if she doesn't do these types of actions and take by all means necessary attempt to get aid and food into Gaza, she would be criticized for being a slacktivist, preaching from her Twitter platforms and whatnot, but not being willing to do the on-the-ground work like other people have been. And then she does this, and it's called the selfie flotilla.
Because
there's no winning.
Interested. Piers, people in Gaza are seriously starving as they are bombed every day.
We need to get straight right on Piers. He seems to let anybody on. He let the fucking crazy woman from Baby Reindeer that Netflix show was based on. So apparently, I guess I need to send an email or something.
Without respite, 400 people are killed every day, and I've seen a glimpse of hope on the face of many because they were waiting for the flotilla. There should be more flotilla.
Come on, you don't believe that for a moment.
You
don't believe that. I'm sorry, Francesca. It's simply ridiculous to think that anyone in Gaza would thought that this flotilla was actually going to get anywhere near them and give them any of the relatively meager supplies they had. The only person who ended up being fed was Greta Thunberg by the IDF. How is that anything?
Which he said that if you get fed, you're not a hostage anymore. It's very cool.
But a painful embarrassment.
Do you really believe Israeli propaganda throwing sandwiches at them? Of course, the answer was given to the people in Gaza. Okay. Come on, Piers. Come on. You're better than this, Piers. That sandwich was for propaganda.
I think you're better than this. The idea you think that anyone in Gaza... No, hang on, Francesca. Francesca, you do not believe for a moment, if you're honest, that anybody in Gaza genuinely thought Greta Thunberg was going to rock up on the beach with supplies. You knew that was never going to...
No, but that wasn't the mission of it, and I don't think that Greta Thunberg went to get favorability of people in Gaza who are currently facing aerial bombardments and being genocided. I think she just did it to help.
Happen. Nobody in Gaza said to you, did they? We think that's going to happen. Nobody did.
You clearly seem not to read my mind, Piers, thankfully. No, it's that you're wrong, because you keep on focusing on Greta Thunberg, while people like me and people I've been speaking with in Gaza didn't even pay attention. For them, what matters is that humanity has not forgotten them, is that there is someone who tries to break that awful siege that has turned their ghetto into an extermination camp, Piers. Again, I say, let's move away from the flotilla, because the flotilla, one thing is sure, has raised two important points. First is that member states are not doing enough. And if there is something that is performative, is Western condemnation, including that of the UK, because this boat was sailing with a UK flag, and the fact that Israel says in international water intercepted it.
Aaron Brown is here. It's kind of a big deal. I'm kind of famous, you guys. Kind of a big deal. I got 17 viewers on Twitch, and then 16 on YouTube. But hey, one of them's Aaron Brown, so.
International water, a UK flag sailing boat means that this is can qualify as an act of aggression against the UK. Have you heard the voice of any UK politician on that? Maybe they spoke. I didn't hear that. And again, this is the usual politics dynamic. The rest is that today there is a lot of attention, a lot of focus on this. And in 30 minutes, 1 hour, there were millions of people who had seen my alarm and that of others I was on the phone with them as they were encircled by vessels and then by quadcopters. Quadcopters are the drones who are there to shoot, Piers. And I asked these people, guys, put on the helmets, can you? And they say,
nobody shot them. Nobody shot them.
I'm waiting for him to be like, but why do you keep talking about Greta Thunberg even though she's already moved off the topic?
Yeah, but in 2010 they did.
Also, if you're watching on Twitch, ad's about to happen. You can avoid an ad by subscribing to me, and then you can have an ad-free experience the whole time.
Can you predict what Israel will be doing? It's not bad. I was sure that Israel will not give order to shoot at these people because of their visibility. But it takes one person to be in the wrong state of mind for things to go incredibly wrong. 10 people lost their life in 2010, Piers, and we would dishonor their memory if we continue to ignore them and talk about Greta
2010 is a very different story at a very different time. And
for you, Piers, but not for the people in Gaza. Hello, because you woke up in 2023.
Hello.
I was covering it in 2010. Sorry, just to be clear, I was covering
They had already suffered.
I was covering it then. I worked at CNN. I was covering it all then. I've covered.
Yeah, I'm sure Piers was like, he was always such a peacenik. I'm sure he was talking about the plight of the Palestinian people 10 years ago. That was definitely happening. He was definitely bringing awareness to the blockade and to the illegal Israeli occupation. And he was doing this on CNN. Yes, in mainstream outlets. He was definitely not taking the pro-Israel position and remaining and keeping his job.
This conflict for decades. So don't insult, don't be patronizing about when I've covered this and what I've said. If you go back and check, you'll know. But the reality is that despite your heroic attempt to build this as some great, fantastic protest that grabbed the world's attention, actually most people thought it was a puerile, pathetic stunt by an attention seeker.
Where are the statistics, Piers? I really would like to see the statistics because I don't think so at all. Piers, this is so disingenuous because it really, look at what's going on around the world. There is support expressed toward the flotilla all over.
The flotilla's a joke.
Today,
I'm sorry. The flotilla was a joke, a publicity. It was an attention-seeking publicity stunt that was designed to raise attention for Greta Thunberg. Nobody else. No one in Gaza's benefited.
She should just fucking leave. He is like so not worth her time, man.
From this ridiculous stunt. It got nowhere near Gaza. It was never going to get anywhere near Gaza. Obviously, she knew that. We knew that. And if she's that concerned, why is she grinning like a Cheshire cat in all the pictures? What's so funny?
You should not be insulting. You should not be insulting the facial expression of anyone.
She's insulting my intelligence with her facial expression. Well, don't grin.
I feel like his heart's not even in this. He's like so lazily repeating all of this and just playing dumb.
Serious, don't grin. I feel desperately concerned. I feel desperately concerned for the plight of the innocent. Let me finish.
I'm so desperately concerned that I've spent the past 16 minutes whining about Greta Thunberg instead of praising her, or at least the efforts to bring awareness and attention to the genocide that I thought was happening 2 weeks ago. But I guess I've changed my mind on that.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Who's been sailing for 8 days.
Fine, let me finish.
Today you talk about.
I also feel like if Mehdi Hassan were here, he would not be putting up this type of fight.
Fine.
Because he knows he'd get bitch slapped.
I feel very concerned, as I've been saying loudly in the last week, about the ongoing appalling plight of innocent civilians in Gaza. All I can say for sure is that this stunt has done absolutely zero to help any of the people in Gaza. Zero.
This is your opinion, Piers, and I respect it very much, and it counts 0.
Okay. Well, in that case, we will agree to disagree. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
You don't want to talk with me about Gaza and the awful situation there and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So you just wanted to talk about what you think it's a stunt. Yeah. You called me for that. Yes. So I'm an international law expert, and you called me on your program to talk about Greta Thunberg?
Well, you've had nearly 20 minutes to talk about whatever you wanted to talk about.
I answered your question, Piers.
We're at 17 minutes, and there was an ad read halfway through this, and this literally says introduction and monologue. So what, she gets like 8 minutes?
Yeah, you had 20 minutes if you wanted to talk about.
Well, he's like talking over half the time.
talk about something else.
However, I won't bother you further. Thank you very much. Till the next one. Bye-bye, Piers.
Bye-bye. Well, joining me now, the American-Israeli commentator, Emily
She fucking owns.
Schrader, Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, PragerU's Shabbos Kestenbaum, who's suing Harvard University over anti-Semitism, and Omar Badr.
You guys, PragerU making an appearance. It's been a minute since Jubilee now has hit up other grifter organizations like the Atlantic Council to populate their shows. So it's hard out here if you're a PragerU ambassador. It does not get you a guaranteed spot on Jubilee like it used to.
American journalists. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start with you, if I may, Emily Schrader. The interview I just conducted there with Francesca Albanese
interview
from the UN. I just find it extraordinary that anyone would think that Greta Thunberg, with her silly flotilla stunt, was doing anything other than promoting Greta Thunberg. But have I got this wrong?
I mean, that was a pretty painful interview to listen to. I actually happen to agree with you very much when it comes to Greta. It was very clear that this selfie yacht was a production for Greta.
Nightmare blunt rotation. Yeah, but I'm probably going to end up agreeing with Anna because she's been outspoken about this. And actually, I like Omar Badr, I think is his name.
By Greta and for Greta. It did very, very little, if anything, to even raise awareness for the situation. And of course, how they framed it, filming a video before they were even intercepted, claiming they were kidnapped, is absolutely reprehensible. I mean, it's just shameful to even use this language at a time when there are dozens of hostages who are still in Hamas captivity, 612.
Oh, she hasn't heard that if you get food while you're kidnapped or being kept hostage, you're not actually a hostage anymore, according to Piers Morgan.
12 days today, utterly shameful. And beyond that, the humanitarian aid that they were allegedly taking into the Gaza Strip, which was 100 kilograms of flour, just one truck of humanitarian aid that's being transferred by Israel into Gaza right now contains 25 tons of flour alone. That's 250 times what Greta was bringing in.
Oh, those selfie aid trucks, you mean?
On the entire flotilla. And that's only one truck. So if we say that Israel brings in 100 trucks of humanitarian aid that is then distributed by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that they're working with now, assuming that Hamas isn't shooting them, then that means that 25,000 tons of aid, 25,000 more tons of aid are being distributed to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip by the state of Israel with the production, with the assistance of local Palestinians on the ground, than what Greta was bringing in the first place. So the idea that this had anything to do with helping Palestinians on the ground is absurd. Okay. And I actually agree with you completely that there was nobody in the Gaza Strip that believed Greta was going to roll up on the shores of Gaza and provide humanitarian aid.
No, I'm going to come to...
Oh, I'm sure he just feels awesome that this person that's perpetuating a genocide and spreading Israeli propaganda is on his side.
To respond to that, but just before we move on, I also want to talk about the two interviews I've done, one with the Israeli ambassador to the UK and one with Natasha Hausdorff, the lawyer, in which both of them,
He fucking embarrassed her.
Kept asking the same question. I mean, I'm going to ask it to you. Why is it that everyone on the pro-Israeli side of this can always tell me exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed, but they can never tell me how many innocent children have been killed in the process of killing the terrorists? Why are they only counting the terrorists being killed, not the children? This month's tax network.
Are you fucking serious?
USA.com/P.
Well, first of all, I'm not an Israeli government spokesperson. I never have been. I've never worked for the Israeli government. But I don't think that we know exactly how many Hamas terrorists have been killed. I think that they have an estimate. And I also think that they have an estimate of civilians. They have not been releasing those numbers consistently throughout this war because it varies a lot. And in addition to that, we have a lot of the lists that have been released by Hamas, at least initially by the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is, of course, Hamas controlled, that they have changed the data after the fact. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's a lot of information from the dust that has not settled. This is an ongoing war. And I think that's part of the reason we don't know all the answers to that. Nonetheless, any civilian death is a tragedy. It's an awful, awful thing. I wish that it wasn't happening, but unfortunately, it is Hamas that has...
Don't you just love to hear a condemnation of civilian casualties and death and destruction followed by a but?
Rejected repeated ceasefires, including the most recent one that would have seen at least 2 months of ceasefire, as well as the release of 10 hostages, as well as the bodies of dozens more.
All right, Omar, first of all...
A pause in fighting is not a ceasefire. A pause in fighting is not a ceasefire. I'm so sick of the rebranding of a ceasefire. A 2-month pause in war is not a ceasefire, period. End of story. Go ahead, Omar.
Then Hamas...
Okay, I found this. Here it is. So this woman that he talked to, that he was talking about, I don't know if she's affiliated with the UN in any capacity, but she's a UK international law expert, apparently, for Israel or something like that. I'll have to look it up. Natasha something. Yeah, Natasha Hausdorff. And the argument that she makes here is so stupid. It's actually astounding.
There is a critical rule of customary international law that determines the borders of newly emerging states at their moment of independence. It is called uti possidetis juris. It's applied universally wherever there is no agreement to the contrary. So it's the default rule. And in Israel's case, in 1948, it determined that the pre-existing administrative lines of the British mandate that preceded the State of Israel became Israel's international borders when it declared independence. This is the rule that the pre-existing administrative lines become the new lines, the new borders of the state. And the reason that it was introduced was to promote stability and certainty and to prevent fratricidal struggles. The International Court of Justice outlined these justifications for it when it recognized that it had become established. It was introduced in the 19th century, applied in South America with the withdrawal of the Spanish. It's applied in Asia and Africa, also to the dissolution of the former communist federations. Ukraine's borders followed uti possidetis juris. And that's quite a critical comparison, because I think the three of us would agree that Russia has been in occupation of Crimea from Ukraine. Why is that? Because Crimea was part of Ukraine according to the rule of uti possidetis juris at Ukraine's formation. Well, in the same way, when Israel came into existence, the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza fell within that territory of the administrative lines of the pre-existing British mandate. Now, that's critical, because immediately in this war of annihilation that I've described, Jordan occupies the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Israel, and Egypt occupies Gaza. And that occupation ended in 1967 when Israel recovered that territory. That's when this allegation of occupation for many people is dated from. The problem with that is you cannot occupy what is already your own sovereign territory.
I.e., if Ukraine was to retake Crimea and hold it, no one would say that was occupation of Crimea.
From Russia, yes. Indeed.
Right, okay.
And that is a stark parallel comparison. Now, what Israel did in 1967 is it applied its law, administration and jurisdiction in full over East Jerusalem. It reunited the city, but it didn't do so in the West Bank. Instead, it applied a temporary framework. Why? Because under the Land for Peace formula, it expected that it would give up some of the West Bank, or Judea and Samaria, to Jordan in pursuit of peace. But when the 1994 peace agreement with Jordan finally came about, Jordan didn't want anything to do with the West Bank. So this temporary administrative framework that Israel established in 1967 held until the Oslo Accords and the creation of areas A, B, and C that we've described. But the application of this term occupation it's another blood libel, because it has no basis in international law. It is used as a political term. And the preface to it, this illegal occupation, which is so often referred to.
That's like her favorite thing. Anything, any characterization that she disagrees with respect to Israel, you're doing a blood libel.
Is also only ever applied to Israel. There is no concept of a broader concept of illegal occupation in international law. And in all the instances, situations of real occupation, in the context of which is envisaged by the Geneva Conventions, and the context of the real transfer of populations in Cambodia, Vietnam, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in northern Cyprus, none of these cases has this allegation of illegal occupation or illegal settlements even been advanced. So this is another example of a modern blood libel being deployed against Israel in order to shape the discussion, in order to shape the international politics and diplomacy, in order then to put pressure on Israel. And we've seen the consequences of that, I'm afraid, in so many respects. This is what led to the 7th of October.
Okay, so if this is going to be your argument, then stop trying to say it's a democracy. And stop saying it's the only democracy in the Middle East. If you're just going to argue that Israel's legal borders just include everything, include the entire territory of Palestine under the British mandate. If that's going to be the claim, then quit saying it's a democracy. Quit denying that there is an illegal occupation, or there's an occupation to begin with. And stop trying to say that Israel's not an apartheid state. Just own up to it then, because that is the natural conclusion of this logic. She works for UKIF organization. UKIF organization, I think. This is what British barrister, international law expert, member of pro-Israel lobbying groups, UK Lawyers for Israel. Oh, that's what you mean. UK LFI Charitable Trust. She grew up in London, England. Fathers were in Tel Aviv. Lawfare. Oh, she's one of these people. Okay.
Hamas is welcome. Hamas is welcome to release all of the hostages.
I said what I said.
Release all of the
that
hostages,
is not a
then we can talk
ceasefire.
about it.
This idea that you release the hostages and as soon as the hostages are released, Israel will continue their genocide is unacceptable. Unacceptable. But
there's literally Israel is not incentivizing Hamas or any militant faction that is currently holding any hostages in Gaza to release them unless they are going to say it's going to be a permanent ceasefire of the hostilities. There's literally no incentive.
Anyway, continue.
You know what else is unacceptable? The fact that there are more than 50 hostages being held by
You're
Hamas
unacceptable.
for more
You're
than
a vile
600 days.
individual. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Emily. You were on this show. You were on this very show a year ago debating Abby Martin. And you said, you fancy yourself a journalist. During that debate, you said that Israel has no interest in occupying Gaza. Israel is now very obviously and overtly claiming they intend to occupy Gaza indefinitely. And they announced...
I mean, they were claiming that back in 2023 as well. It was just being discouraged more openly by Biden's administration. But now there's absolutely no cover for it.
The construction of 22 illegal settlements in the West Bank, which they also intend to annex. Can you now admit to the world that you are incorrect?
No, the situation on the ground changes.
No.
And beyond that, this could have been avoided in the first place if the hostages had been released and if Hamas had surrendered their weapons, which is something that Israel has stated repeatedly.
You're a liar and you're vile.
Continue with the ad hominem
You're a propagandist for the Israeli government and you disgust me.
I'm actually not. I've never worked for the Israeli government.
All right.
Do you have any more actual arguments, or are you just going to hurl ad hominem attacks?
Ministry of Strategic Affairs, you've never worked with them?
Last time I checked, neither of you are identifying as Omar Badr. So let me come to Omar. Omar, first of all, well, I'll talk to you about a few things here. But first of all, your response to the Greta Thunberg Freedom Flotilla. I thought the whole thing was a fatuous waste of everyone's time. Something that was designed deliberately as a publicity stunt, achieved absolutely nothing, and actually made a bit of a mockery of the real plight of people there.
No. I think we disagree on that, but let me just say, Emily claims that she is not a spokesperson for the Israeli government, but if you just listen to the avalanche of propaganda she just spewed on television, the question is, would it sound any different if she were officially hired by the Israeli government? And the answer is no. She has no qualms, no intellectual honesty, no moral consistency, and is simply just here to say whatever she needs to say in order to make the Israeli government looks good. So that is pro-Israeli government propaganda, whether you're officially employed by them or not, is entirely secondary. Now, on the question of
I
Greta,
condemn the Israeli government,
I think that there is something attention-seeking about protests by definition, because you're trying...
I condemn Bibi Netanyahu. I support all of their actions, though.
To draw attention to an injustice. And in the case of Greta, she is drawing attention to the fact that Gaza is under siege, that Israel is blocking food from going in, that people are starving inside of Gaza because of the policy that Israel has imposed on them. And world governments are displaying an unspeakable moral failure in refusing to stand up to the Israeli government and insist that food get to the people of Gaza. And so she's taking it upon herself to get on a boat and ship food there. That is what people do in a protest. Yes, she may have known that it's unlikely that the Israeli government and the military are going to allow her to get through, but that doesn't mean that you don't try and challenge unjust systems. That is just basics. I mean, when you think about Rosa Parks refusing to get up and go to the back of the bus, you can say, well, that's symbolic. Well, yes, it is symbolic, but it means something.
You can't seriously, sorry,
you refuse to just accept it.
You can't seriously.
You refuse to accept it.
Omar,
and let by.
Oh my God, are you comparing Greta Thunberg to Rosa Parks?
Omar, with the best will in the world, you cannot seriously, with a straight face, compare Rosa Parks to Greta Thunberg. Come on.
I'm not comparing them.
You just did.
The point I'm drawing attention to, Piers.
You literally
no,
just
I'm
did.
Saying
comparing and contrasting in this type of media format is pretty much illegal, because the second that you try to use any incendiary figure, anything that resembles the current situation, they will not engage with the underlying logic of the comparison. They're just going to say, oh, so you're equating them. There's no point.
What's similar about those situations? No, the point of an analogy is to draw on a similarity. The similarity between the situations...
Also, just own up to it. It's a publicity stunt. So what? Why is that bad? There's a genocide going on. She and everybody else in every nation should be doing everything to draw attention to it. And I wish they fucking knew that he was saying a week or two ago, oh, it's a genocide. I agree with you, Mehdi Hassan. So if he thinks that, then why is he wasting time scolding Greta Thunberg instead of praising anybody who's doing anything that they can?
Is not that Greta is like Rosa Parks. What's similar about them is that people in the face of injustice refuse to comply with that injustice. When somebody sees that a captive population is being refused food, we don't just accept that we are not going to go there. Just because you individually do not have the power to force the issue yourself doesn't mean that you try to lead by example so that hopefully other people can force the issue. And collectively, if everybody acted the way Greta did, then we would actually break that blockade and help the people of Gaza.
All the pictures I saw today when I woke up were of Greta Thunberg grinning her head off, being given a sandwich by the IDF. How that helps anybody on the Gaza Strip is completely beyond me. Let me bring in Shabbos. Welcome to Uncensored. I think it's the first time we've had you on. Look, I've had a lot of heat in the last week from the two quite feisty interviews I did, although the idea that me and feisty interviews are somehow a new brand development seems a bit ridiculous. But anyway, I have. And what's been very interesting has been the reaction I've had on social media. A very sustained campaign to abuse me, shame me, threaten me, silence me. All from, it seems, people who just...
Dude, it's beyond parody. It is like it's like satire.
Object intensely.
How much he will in one breath complain about people trying to talk about this or do publicity stunts and then just go back to talking about himself.
To me, criticizing Israeli government policy, when in fact most people in the world right now are criticizing the current Israeli government strategy. And the reason for that is that the original mission was supposedly to go after Hamas and get the hostages back. Well, Hamas is still alive and well, and clearly the numbers have been depleted, but it hasn't reduced their ability to run things in Gaza, or the hostages would have been released, and they haven't been.
And I don't even think that's true. I think there's more members of the Al-Qassam brigades now than October 7th.
But secondly, if you look at the reality of what they're doing with their blockade, for example, only recently lifted in any capacity at all. For 3 months, they waged a systematic starvation program against an impoverished people, largely women and children, in smashed down.
This guy will invite anyone. Maybe I should try to get on then.
Areas that have already been obliterated by airstrikes. And that, as even former Israeli prime ministers have said, it's war crimes. Just open and shut war crimes. So the idea that somehow, if I raise a critical eye at this, I then automatically, according to X and people on there, I'm a Jew hater, I'm an anti-Zionist, and all these things, right, all these terrible things, I'm committing blood libels. It's all complete nonsense, isn't it?
Sure, I certainly pity the level of political discourse, not just in our country, but also across the world. This is increasingly why young Americans are being dissuaded from joining the electoral process. We have to stop with the straw man argument. We have to stop with the ad hominem attacks. The reality is very, very simple. On October 7th, Hamas and Gazan civilians went into a sovereign country. They raped Jewish women. They kidnapped Jewish babies. They mutilated communities. If you truly want the war crimes that you just described, which I...
This guy's doing the talking point speed run.
Certainly disagree with that characterization. It's very simple. Release the hostages, surrender. The war ends tomorrow. Israel has said that repeatedly. I encourage Omar, I encourage Anna, I encourage Mahmoud.
They repeatedly said that them releasing the hostages will not bring about the end of the death and destruction, but okay.
If you truly care about the plight of the Palestinians...
And that's since like 2024 of March last year.
We don't
but hang on. Hang on.
Just return the hostages and surrender.
Yeah, if only it was that simple. But what is now clear from the rhetoric of people like the foreign minister, Smotrich, who was on camera last week outlining what the new mission appears to be, which many suspected may have been the mission from the start, although I don't see hard evidence to prove that. But he was crystal clear. We're going to clear all the Palestinians out. And then you see 22 new illegal settlements planned for the West Bank. The mission creep has been extraordinary and is now out in the open and brazen. We want to get rid of the Palestinians, says government senior minister. I mean, it's crystal clear. It's coming out of his own mouth.
The problem with that assertion is Bezalel Smotrich is not part of the war cabinet. Wait, hang on. The problem is Bezalel Smotrich is not part of the war cabinet. Bezalel Smotrich
come off it. You can't believe this nonsense.
Why does everybody resort to this? It makes no sense. Do you think that any statement made by somebody in the Trump administration, if they were the ones, actually, in any other circumstance, you could just say, oh, that was just the HHS secretary. That was just the Secretary of State. That was just the head of the Department of HUD.
I heard this from the ambassador. I heard it from Natasha Hausdorff.
This is what we're doing instead of her taking live. Are they live right now?
Lawyer in the history of lawyers. It couldn't take a better challenging. But this idea that Smotrich is some unimportant, irrelevant person in the Israeli government is for the birds. He's one of the loudest, strongest, most influential people there. He's the only reason Netanyahu is actually prime minister. And if he yanked his support for Netanyahu, bang, Netanyahu goes. So please do not try and treat me like an idiot by saying that Smotrich is somehow irrelevant. He's obviously not.
So if you want to disagree with the answer, you first have to hear the whole answer. It'd sort of be the equivalent of you going on national television saying, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene said X, Y, Z, and therefore that's reflective of the federal government. But Bezalel Smotrich is someone who I proudly protested against.
No, it would be like if you picked somebody else in Trump's administration or cabinet and said, and they had made an equally ghastly statement, and you pointed to that and asked, is this indicative of does this reflect the viewpoints of your administration?
He's not making decisions.
She's not in the cabinet. What's the analogy? I don't get it. She's not. No, it would be like Marco. It would be like Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
And then it would be highly significant. There's no comparison between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Smotrich. He's the foreign minister of Israel. She's nothing.
Hang on. First of all, Bezalel Smotrich is not the foreign minister. That's Gidon Sa'ar. Second of all, Bezalel Smotrich is not making decisions pertaining to the war.
What is his? What's his job title? The finance minister. I'm sorry. He's the finance minister. Let me correct that. I've said that twice. It's wrong. He's the finance minister, the equivalent of the chancellor of the exchequer, which in my country is the second most important member of the cabinet. Right. So it would be the equivalent of that in the United States. Right. And the idea that that's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
This was published yesterday, and so was there live. Oh, you said Anna. I thought you said this is what you're doing. I was like, oh wait, I covered that. Yeah, her take did like an emergency episode or whatever because of the the LA riots, you guys, and Anna wasn't there. And I guess, yeah, this is what she was doing.
Is nonsense.
Sure. So the broader point is this. There are currently 0 Jews living in Jenin, 0 Jews living in Nablus, 0 Jews living in Gaza. If you truly believe that Gaza is trying to be repopulated by Jews, then why is it that every single last Jew was kicked out of Gaza in 2005, including dead Jewish
They were not kicked out. They were evacuated unilaterally by Israel. There's no way he doesn't know this.
bodies that were dug from the graves in order to be expelled from Gaza? The reality
is... was also a choice by the Israeli government. Why would you bury people and then leave them there once you've evacuated the area?
Is as follows. The overwhelming majority of the Israeli people believe in a two-state solution. Increasingly, though, the problem is not the Israeli people.
Not true.
Well, the problem is the Palestinian people who are increasingly...
Yeah, I guess that's still the position of PragerU, I guess.
As all public data supports. They do not believe in a two-state solution. They believe in Judenreich land from the river.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're just inventing stuff right now.
Country. And that is the issue at hand. Of course, innocent civilians are being...
There is one state right now. There is one state from the river to the sea. It's an apartheid state where Palestinians have no rights and Israelis rule everything.
In Gaza, that unfortunately is a consequence of war, which is why it was a really bad strategic decision for for Hamas to invade Israel on October 7th, which is why if you truly want to end the conflict, it's not rocket science. Just call on Hamas right now, release the hostages and surrender. Why is it that there was a Thai national who was not Jewish, who was not Israeli, who was released from captivity 2 days ago? What was he doing as a hostage in the terror tunnels of Gaza for more than 600 days? The reality is Hamas is a dictatorial, tyrannical regime that...
I'm not looked into this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's saying they're not actually a citizen of Israel, then... there's probably another nation that negotiated with Hamas for their release, no?
That obliterates any emancipation that the Palestinian people have to self-expression and the freedom of movement. And I call on all peoples, whether it's on college campuses, whether it's in the media, those in Western civilization. If you truly care about the Palestinian people, then you do everything in your power to amplify the work of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which just yesterday gave 1 million boxes of aid and is doing the exact same thing today and will do the exact same thing tomorrow.
Okay, let me shot at people.
I've given you a good chance to speak there.
Palestinians have died as they... I have to get this out. Okay? You want to talk about how Greta Thunberg got involved in some sort of, political theater, whatever. I don't care what anyone thinks about Greta Thunberg. I see that as a distraction. What it's distracting from is the fact that IDF soldiers are intentionally shooting at and killing desperate Palestinians as they're trying to get humanitarian aid from this Israeli...
He's going to be like, no, it's Hamas looting and stealing from them. And he will not mention that Bibi is currently funding ISIS-affiliated criminal gangs in Gaza to cause this division.
Backed organization, which of course is able to even exist because they defamed UNRWA. They starved Palestinians for months. Shut up. They starved Palestinians for months. And then as the Palestinians are desperate for food, they lure them in with this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and shoot at them. Upward of 200 people since late May have been shot at and killed by Israeli soldiers. Do not forget that. That's the heart of this story.
Right.
Let's not forget about the 232 journalists in Gaza that have been slaughtered by the IDF.
Oh, those selfie journalists, you mean? That just wanted attention? They wanted the approval of individual people in Gaza, obviously, that Israel slaughtered?
Foundation even confirmed it was
you people
Hamas.
disgust me.
They confirmed
There's
it was
no
Hamas.
humanity with people like you, Emily. No humanity.
Intentionally lying and blaming the IDF.
I can't even handle your voice.
The IDF is the one who is assuring that there's humanitarian aid.
I'm an Armenian.
There are 11 million meals that have been
you
distributed
are a
already.
defender of genocide. You are a genocider and a defender of genocide. Disgusting.
I know you don't like facts, Anna, but this is the reality. The only person who is threatening, the only group that is threatening the distribution of aid is Hamas. That is who has been shooting at innocent Palestinians.
No military
Palestinians themselves have
Israeli
forces
are back.
I don't all talk over each other. Don't talk over each other.
Like the Israelis are the victims.
All right, here's what I would say.
Emily,
here's what I would say.
Hamas shot at them.
Here's what I would say. We don't actually know for a fact.
Hamas shot at them.
Okay, we don't actually know. We don't actually know for a fact who has done all this shooting, or how much of it was done by the IDF, or how much by Hamas. I'm sure Hamas wouldn't hesitate to shoot their own. They've done it many times. But we don't know, and there's a reason we don't know, Emily, for a fact, is that the Israeli government continues to ban...
Who's to say?
...international journalists from going into Gaza. And there's only one reason, as Jeremy Bowen, the BBC's Middle East editor, said in a very interesting and thoughtful, lengthy piece about all this. There can only be one conclusion, because at the start of this, the IDF took international journalists to the kibbutzes where this horror had unfurled and showed them everything. But ever since then, they banned international journalists from going to see what's happening in Gaza. And the only conclusion of these two positions, one, showing what happened to Israelis, but not allowing anyone to see what's happening to Palestinians, the only logical conclusion is that the IDF is doing things they don't want people to see.
So, Piers, I'm actually really glad you brought that up.
Hang on, I want Emily to respond to that.
I actually agree with your position. I think that the state of Israel should do much more to ensure that international journalists are able to freely enter Gaza. I think that there are other concerns on the ground, like security concerns, because it has been that Hamas has taken international journalists hostage. You know as well as me, Alan Johnston is a great example of this. In 2021, as well as 2014, we saw that Hamas was pressuring international journalists on the ground, not allowing reports to be sent out unless they were approved by Hamas. So there is an actual threat in addition.
But the risk assessment should be made by the journalists.
Do more, they're doing nothing. That's what. No, apparently it's just Hamas.
It's not for the IDF.
I agree with you.
Or the Israeli government to determine a risk assessment for independent.
So what's this woman's deal? Okay, so Emily Schrader, an Israeli-American journalist, author, and social activist. So she's 34. She was born in Seattle, Washington, the United States. News anchor of ILTV. Is this like not a national TV or like a public network? Co-host of The Quad on JNS, Jewish News Syndicate. Journalist, pro-Israel activist, and Zionist. Weird.
I agree
International
with you.
journalists. They will decide.
I agree with you. I think that Israel should ensure and do everything they can. I agree with you. I think that Israel should do everything they can in order to ensure their security as much as humanly possible. But there are a lot of factors at play here, including the use of human shields by Hamas, including the pressure on international journalists, including the threat of hostage taking. And so there are a lot of factors that play into this decision. Now, I'm with you on the end result. I think that this is something that Israel really...
Damn, all of that stuff sounds super, super bad. Maybe you should let some journalists in and report on it, no?
Needs to do, and it's critically important because I believe that the information that they find in the materials that they are able to go through, in the materials that even the IDF has released about some of these people, some of the claims that they have made, are things that should be scrutinized by the international community on the ground.
All right, Omar.
We have to be clear first about who is killing the people who are going to these distribution centers. There's always a pattern that repeats itself over and over again of the Israeli government claiming they had nothing to do with an incident until there's an independent investigation. In this case, in the most recent shooting, CNN did an analysis of the recordings and concluded that the gunfire was consistent with something that would come out of the Israeli military, and that's why they pointed the finger at the Israeli military. And this is a pattern that repeats itself over and over again. You had the killing of 15 paramedics by the Israeli military that initially the Israeli military pretended they had nothing to do with until the facts were uncovered, until they dug up the ground and saw where the ambulance was buried, until they got the recordings of the incident.
Is she going to butt in and say, oh, it was actually Hamas that they were taking advantage of the fact that they could just like run red lights in Gaza and be going around in an ambulance for funsies?
And once they're caught red-handed, it's always like, oops, that must have been an accident. But at what point are we going to stop listening to a government that has produced a record of lying over and over again? I mean, they pointed at a calendar on a wall in a hospital that simply has the days of the week on it written in Arabic, and just assuming that this is for a Western audience that doesn't read Arabic. And so they point at it and say, these are the names of terrorists on this calendar. I mean...
Dude, where is that clip? I need that clip of them. They were like going through a hospital, no, and trying to say that like all this stuff that was, it was clearly, they just placed it there for propaganda purposes and filmed themselves going, like touring this like area of a hospital.
We just have to get to the point to where we can't give this government the benefit of the doubt anymore. They and everybody who does apologetics for them, like Emily does, are simply full of shit. There's just no other way to put it. I mean, we have to hold bare minimal level of standard for the information that comes. And I'm sorry, at some point, when you produce a record of lying over and over and over and over and over again, we have to stop taking anything that...
Okay, what was this?
There is a list. This list, in Arabic, this list says we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October. This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here. There is a list.
Like, sir, this is a calendar. This is a Wendy's, sir.
That you say seriously. And we have to look at the fact and to look at a government that is carrying out genocidal atrocities in Gaza, as defined by virtually every expert on the genocide and every major human rights organization. All of them at this point line up and say, these are genocidal policies. We know who's responsible for atrocities being committed against the civilian population that is being deliberately destroyed in Gaza to pursue what Smotrich said, to empty Gaza out of Palestinians. That is the plan. And just for the record, Hamas had offered to give up governance of Gaza and release all the hostages, but that was not good enough for Israel because right now Netanyahu is saying that...
Is she going to be foaming at the mouth to be like, but they didn't say they'd disarm?
goal is to pursue Trump's plan of emptying Gaza out. Dropsite has done incredible reporting on the details of these negotiations back and forth. And to see Hamas willing to give up governing Gaza and release all the hostages, and Israel still find a reason to say no to that deal, tells you what Israel's real intentions are. And their intentions are about destroying Palestinian existence. And they're doing it in the West Bank as well, except at a slower pace.
All right, Shabbos, here's my question for you. It's a genuine question. I expected blowback when I got more aggressive in my questioning of an Israeli ambassador and a pro-Israeli lawyer. I expected it. The scale of it and the venom and viciousness of it and the deliberately disingenuous twisting of my criticism of an Israeli government policy right now as somehow equating, as many of them did, to Jew-hating and so on, and being anti-Semitic. Appalling allegations for which there's no evidence I've ever been anti-Semitic or ever hated Jewish people. And there wouldn't be, because I don't. But this idea that that's the only default position to anyone who criticizes the government right now, when vast swathes of the international community are criticizing Israel's government for what it's doing. I don't understand that. I mean, I remember when I was editor of the Daily Mirror over here in 2003, I opposed the Iraq War. It didn't mean that I hated English people. So I don't understand why this has to be the default position. And I had it all, by the way, from the pro-Palestinian side.
I can't stand Piers Morgan anymore. I mean, he's always going to be insufferable.
At the start of the war.
What I said at the beginning of this is that he's the guy who comes across your feed and you're either like, what a smug son of a bitch, or you're like, he sounds kind of reasonable here for once.
Thought I was in the tank for the Israelis. I just thought Israel had a right to defend itself, but I kept asking, what is proportionate? I don't know, I kept saying. What is proportionate? And then I reached the conclusion several weeks ago, having been increasingly critical all year, by the way, and people can go back and check if they can be bothered, but I've been increasingly critical. And then when this blockade started, I thought they're actually starving people now. That is a war crime. You can't starve people. It's actually a war crime. And to not call out what you see would be a dereliction of duty as a journalist. But I just don't understand why criticizing a government means you hate a people. Can you explain that?
Sure, I would definitely agree with you. Whether it's anti-Semitic or not sort of misses the point. It's just bad politics and it's bad policies. I'm not in the interest or in the business of dictating whether Israeli policy or the Israeli government is orchestrating the war well or not. What I will say is this, and Omar mentioned this earlier, if you truly believe that the innocent civilian population of Gaza are being forced to have this mass starvation efforts, if you truly believe that that is the case, well, okay, Gaza shares a border with Egypt. Why don't you allow, in the exact same way that has been fought in modern warfare of the last 100 years, anytime an innocent civilian population is facing war in their own home front, that you would safely evacuate them to a neighboring country? I remember when Amnesty International, when the Human Rights Watch, when Kenneth Ross said, hang on, when they said that it is Bangladesh's
why doesn't Egypt help us? Why doesn't Egypt help us with ethnic cleansing when they're dealing with overpopulation issues?
Great. So as I was saying, I remember when the Human Rights Campaign said that it was incumbent upon Bangladesh to welcome in Rohingya refugees. I remember when Kenneth Ross said that it was Uzbekistan's responsibility and Pakistan's refugee to welcome in Afghani refugees, when it was Turkey's responsibility to welcome in Syrian refugees. We want innocent civilians to be protected, which is why the Trump plan is a plan.
Okay, you should take them into Israel. Why doesn't Israel accept them?
And why do you interrupt? These are all very good questions. We have seen for the last year and a half that the only way we can safely evacuate 1.5 million people who are innocent civilians, I agree with you, is by opening humanitarian corridors into Egypt. The problem is every time we suggest that, it's ethnic cleansing. Okay, well then inadvertently when human civilians are...
Why Egypt? Why not Tel Aviv?
1 second, because Hamas builds terror...
They should try to get him to guarantee, will you guarantee that Israel will allow them to return?
Not Tel Aviv.
Underneath hospitals, and they build terror infrastructures underneath schools, then Israel is targeting innocent civilians deliberately, and it's genocide. Okay, if you truly believe that that's the case, let's safely evacuate them. Oh, we can't because that's ethnic cleansing.
Shabbos, all right, Shabbos, hang on.
The most offensive part about this entire conversation is how people insult our intelligence as if we're morons and we don't see clearly what is happening on the ground right now.
Mass ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that's a humanitarian gesture from Israel.
See it clearly. The international community sees it clearly. The only reason why our politicians here in the United States back Israel, regardless of what it does, whether we're dealing with Democrats or Republicans, is because they're all bought. But the international community sees what's going on for what it is. And it is a genocide. There's an attempted ethnic cleansing. And I'm sorry, but Egypt's not interested in aiding and abetting the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza on behalf of the Israeli government. Not interested.
No, actually, Egypt is not interested in welcoming the Palestinian people, which is why they bombed Rafah 20 years ago. But the mainstream media never spoke about it because it really didn't ruin the narrative. And the second point I want to say is if that argument, Anna, that you are using was used in the 1930s and 40s, that Jews should not be safely evacuated to the United States.
Right, I know. One trick pony.
They need to stay in Germany. They need to stay in Poland. Otherwise, it's ethnic cleansing.
You're not going to silence my ass. You're not going to...
Oh my God. Does he realize that the comparison that he just made, Israel is Nazi Germany?
Silence my ass by invoking the Holocaust or calling me an anti-Semite. I don't give a shit. Okay, I see what's happening clearly. I'm going to speak up about it, and no one's going to shut me up. Period. End of story. We see what's going on. The entire international community sees what's happening. The Israeli government wants to genocide and ethnically cleanse Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but the West Bank too. Look at the terror they're dealing with.
What I find amazing, hang on, Shabbos, please. Hang on. I want to go to Emily. What I find extraordinary, I genuinely mean this, is there seems to be either a lack of awareness of what the rest of the world is now beginning to feel about this, or a deliberate putting head in sand and saying it's not happening, we don't want to hear it. Because if I was an Israeli, if I was Jewish right now, it would be impossible not to be aware of how the world is beginning.
Who's here? So it's ethnic cleansing, even though most Palestinians are in West Bank. And according to them, most ethnic Palestinians are not even in Israel. Toastmaster, are you okay? Toastmaster 7727, are you okay? Who is them? Who is according to them?
Beginning to feel about this, and that this has got out of hand. It's disproportionate. Too many children are being killed. There seems to be no end game for this whatsoever, other than, as Shabbos has just said, getting all the Palestinians out, right? Which is clearly what Smotrich, the finance minister, wants to do, and clearly what other members of that cabinet agree with him about. I just don't get why there's no.
Did someone raid me on YouTube? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're watching Piers Morgan and a nightmare blunt rotation debate.
No awareness or deliberately willful blindness towards the growing international opprobrium from people like me, right, who've been very supportive of Israel's right to defend themselves. But there's just no apparent, all there is a digging in and a sort of blind refusal to admit that anything the Israeli government is doing is wrong, when most people, including 2 Israeli former prime ministers, have said it's not only wrong, but criminal.
Well, I think the fact that former prime ministers or former officials express their opinion about something doesn't necessarily mean that it is or it isn't. Whether they agree or they don't agree, Israel is a democratic country. We have a lot of division and debate about this issue even now. And I also think that there is a tremendous amount of awareness.
Take me, for example. I say that I hate Likud and Bibi Netanyahu, yet I support all of their actions. This is ideological diversity at work.
Awareness of the hostility that Israelis and the Jewish community are facing. Some of that is legitimate criticism of the handling and the conduct of the Israeli government. I myself have a lot of criticism of the current Israeli government, including, of course, Smotrich, but not limited to him. And I think that across the world, you see a lot of criticism from the Jewish community as well. Unfortunately, at the same time...
What she dislikes about Smotrich is that he says the quiet part out loud, and she prefers the other parties that, keep it under wraps and more subtle.
We also see astronomical levels of skyrocketing anti-Semitism, of the conflation between criticism of Israel or even legitimate criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, or anti-Semitism in the name of
Can she give it? Do you think? God, I would love to hear. So, what is the legitimate criticism of Israel that non-Israelis are able to make that won't get them labeled anti-Semitic by you?
Zionism. We see attacks against Jewish communities across the world in the name of this cause. And that makes it very, very difficult, even internally. I'm speaking to you as an Israeli, even internally, to deal with problems that Israel has on the ground when there is so much illegitimate criticism and so much unfair criticism that is used to target Israel and exclusively Israel, even while there are all manner of conflicts all over the world happening right now.
They're slaughtering kids.
Hang on, Emily, I do hear you. Hang on a second, Anna. I do hear you, Emily, on that, right? Some of the anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jewish people, it's utterly appalling. Like all of that, I wouldn't qualify it. All of it is appalling. But I think the 2 things can be wrong at the same time. These attacks on Jewish people are outrageous, shameful, should not be happening. The rising tide of anti-Semitism is appalling and shouldn't be happening. And Jewish people should not be afraid to go out of their front.
Would you stream on Kick and Twitch and YouTube at the same time once and dual stream in the future? Yeah, I keep meaning to add Kick. I just always forget to every time I'm about to go live, but I'll set a reminder so I do it tomorrow.
Which many I know are. I accept all of that. And I'm completely with Jewish people in wanting that.
But do you really prefer to watch me on Kick instead of on YouTube or Twitch? It's like Kick is like the worst platform.
Fear to not exist and for the attacks to stop. But
as far as like being user-friendly and the UI and whatnot, that's what I mean.
I can park, and I think everyone should be able to park. What is happening there with the separate issue of whether what the Netanyahu government is currently doing in Gaza is acceptable or not. And I think that is very unacceptable, what they're doing. That's nothing to do with my views of attacks on Jewish people or rising tide of anti-Semitism. To me, they can be 2 different things. They can both be wrong.
I agree with you that both can be wrong. I'm simply answering your question as to whether or not there's awareness both within Israel and within the global Jewish community about this issue, about the fact that there is so much criticism and so much hostility when it comes to dealing with the state of Israel and how they're handling the conflict in Gaza.
Isn't Kick where Aiden Ross streams? Yep, and like Asmongold now, apparently. And like Amaranth and a bunch of random people.
Okay, fair enough. Omar?
You know, when Israel was coddled before, that did not change anything about Israeli policy. During the so-called peace process, all Israel ever did is build more and more and more illegal settlements throughout the West Bank and at the time even Gaza. So you almost want to feel bad for the people who are defending the Israeli position because their position is indefensible until you remember how monstrous the content of that defense is. Because on the one hand, you hear all this nonsense about how Israel is only trying to target the terrorists and they're killing civilians by accident, but 80%, more than 80% of the Israeli public in a recent poll came out in support of ethnically cleansing Gaza completely. You can't turn on Israeli media without listening to genocidal language 24/7 about how it's time to get rid of Palestinians entirely. And in one case, you have a former member of the Likud party in Israel who recently said that even babies in Gaza, every last one of them, is an enemy. So in the face of an Israeli society...
Or in the West, apparently Miss Rachel saying that killing children is wrong means that she needs to be investigated for her potential ties to Hamas funding.
An Israeli government that speaks like that, to now come along and say, no, we're trying to do our best and it's only about defeating the terrorists. I mean, again, you're just fighting a losing battle, and that's why the world is fed up with it, because they see Israel speaking for itself directly, and then you have that filter that Israel's apologists, who are trained about how to speak about Israel in a way that is supposed to be more palatable, in direct contrast to what Israeli policies actually are, and that jig is up.
I know, and I heard Kik has the 95-5 money split, and I heard that the CEO of Kik care about streamers and small streamers. Are you paid by Kik or something to recruit people to Kik?
That game doesn't
Maybe
work
I won't go live on Kik tomorrow.
Anymore.
Okay.
When doctors, Western doctors, go to visit Gaza and see that there is a record number of bullets to the heads of toddlers in Gaza, and they see that there's no other conclusion except to say that toddlers are being targeted, you can't defend that as targeting terrorists anymore.
All right. Shabos, final words from you, and then last word to...
It was an accident. They mistook that 3-year-old for a Hamas militant.
No.
Anyone would make this mistake.
Sure, I would say two things. Number one, if we want to play the game of what individuals are saying about the war in Gaza, Hassan Nasrallah has repeated for years, it would be great for all the Jews to live in Israel because it would be so much more convenient to kill you in one location than having to hunt you down country.
Why are we talking about Hezbollah now? And their now deceased head?
Country. Thank God the Israel Defense Forces killed him. Yahweh Sinwar repeatedly said that there would be millions and millions of more October 7th, and we would have to fight to the very last child. Thank God the Israel Defense Forces killed him. I will say this. If you truly care about the Palestinian population, if you truly care about innocent civilians, then all I would suggest is that we would do what we have done in every single war fought in modern warfare when there is a refugee population. You would safely evacuate them into humanitarian corridors so you can take out the enemy combatants, and when the war is over, you will bring them back into Gaza, and you can rebuild Gaza, not into the dictatorial, tyrannical regime it currently is, but rather the Singapore of the West, which was...
Damn, it's on 1.25 speed, but this guy clearly speaks very, very quickly.
Which is what it was meant to be when Israel pulled out every last Jew, living and dead, in 2005. They wanted
so now they pulled them out. Earlier he said they were kicked out.
To build up Gaza so that could be an economic and cultural powerhouse. But instead, the Palestinian people elected Hamas, and we all know what that brought about. So if you care about the Palestinian people, then all I would suggest is do not have the Palestinian exception. Rather, follow the foreign policy of the last 100 years and safely evacuate the innocent civilians. You can take out the enemy. When the enemy is finally killed, you can bring it back. And if you don't like that option, I have another option. Tell Hamas to surrender immediately and return the hostages. But apparently that's not conducive to Western civilization anymore.
All right.
That's a lovely fantasy.
Final word to Anna. Final word to Anna.
I just want to mention quickly that Emily is one of these Israelis who's going around doing propaganda tours on manufacturing consent for the United States to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel. We can't make the same mistake that we did in Iraq. We should not go to war in Iran on behalf of Israel. If Israel wants to go to war with Iran, they should do it themselves without our military support, and that includes...
What is that? Why did she just say Iran is an Arab country and then laughed at the, like, what does that mean?
Taxpayer dollars. Go do it on your own. Go ahead and enlist, baby girl. Go do your thing. But leave America out of it. Our men and women in our armed forces shouldn't die on behalf of your country, period.
Okay.
She had a lot of talking points in response to everything else that Anna was hurling at her, but as soon as Iran was mentioned, she kind of like gave up.
I'm going to leave it there. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proud.
Nightmare fuel. To those that are watching on YouTube, if you haven't liked my stream already, you should go ahead and do that. And if you're not subscribed, you should click subscribe. And that way you can be notified every single time I go live, especially if you hit the bell. And I go live practically every day. It's a different time practically every day, but I am live every day for several hours, reacting to politics and whatever else I want. And if you're watching on Twitch, you should subscribe to me there. And then you can have an ad-free experience and get access to fun emotes that I recently added. Or follow me, so you can know when I go live on Twitch, if that's your preferred platform. And to Wellness Blanc, maybe I will go live on Kick still, and then I'll have Kick viewers to shill to as well. And if you want to donate and support my stream, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my description. Would you go on Hassan stream and collab if you had the chance to? Yeah, of course. but I don't think it really does collapse. Okay, so I want to look into this. What did I want to see? Okay, Ryan Beard. This like Ryan Beard Bada Banana feud. Ryan Beard versus Furious George. So I've compiled some links of where this all started. She did say Iran was Arab. So this was May 29th, 2025. Brian Beard tweeted, because I defended Ethan after he had CPS called on him, and because I have been critical of Bada Banata's history of harassing and doxing people and saying that Jews aren't oppressed, I've been labeled a liberal Zionist by Bada Banata and people on Reddit. Let me be clear for the millionth time. I am 100% unequivocally anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a harmful ethno-nationalist ideology that has been used to justify the oppression of countless Palestinians. If you want to criticize me, go right ahead, but please don't do it by attaching me to an ideology I have always completely disagreed with and think is actively being used to justify committing a genocide. He also said, I have a ton of criticisms of Ethan just because I think some of the harassment he has received is ridiculous, and that does not mean I agree with all of his actions towards other creators or his takes on Israel and Palestine. I will be diving deeper into my criticisms of him in a video I'm working on. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, and then Mike from PA and him started beefing over this. Did you go to the LA protest that's been happening? No, I live in Florida. How am I supposed to go to the LA protests? He put, who called CPS on Ethan? This is Mike from PA. I have no idea. Possibly someone from Reddit, possibly someone who knows Ethan personally, which is what the CPS agent who showed up to his house said. He said it was somebody that knows him, but I guess maybe that could be fabricated. However, I do know that Bada Banata has repeatedly justified that he thinks it was good that CPS was called, which I think is ridiculous given the fact that Giardia is 6 times less dangerous for children than the common flu. So why did you defend Ethan when he libeled all of us? Okay, so we're just pivoting now, I guess, especially Denims, and claimed that we were responsible for this CPS call. He even said Denims did it. What motivated you to defend defamation? So he's just saying this. We don't actually have any proof that this is happening. Huh? You think me defending that it was ridiculous that CPS was called means I defend that Ethan said Denims did CPS. You're smarter than this, Mike. Is he? Is he though? Please actually engage with what I'm saying. You admit that CPS may have been called by someone in his personal life. He has admitted he doesn't know who did it. Why are you defending him? Oh my god, this is so bad faith and annoying from Mike from PA. How does anybody watch this guy? I do not get it. Do you know the condition of his home? Why are you speaking out at all? Again, he defamed multiple people saying we did it. Oh my god, this is so stupid. He's literally saying I can be critical of CPS being called and also condemn and criticize him for blaming people when he didn't actually know who did it deliberately. If you're going to do the politics bimbo thing like Denims, you need to fix your camera. Not enough cleavage in the shot. Wow, you're super cool, and you can be banned instantly if you weren't already for that. Am I Cuban? No. How cringe. Do you just love being a woman on the internet? So you admit CPS may have been called by someone in his personal life. He has admitted he doesn't know who did it. Why are you defending him? Do you know the condition of his home? Why are you speaking out at all? Again, he defamed multiple people saying we did it. Because nobody actually gives a shit about that. People that are doing it obviously are just harassing him. Sent that minutes ago. You need actual mods. I have mods, but I will send you away right now. Don't worry. See ya. I'm defending him because I think it was insane that anyone called CPS, and it was ridiculous that Denims uncritically watched that Bada Banata video in the first place, and it's ridiculous that Bada Banata has continued to defend it ever since. Does not mean I justify Ethan saying Denims did CPS or casting blame on any individual person for the call. Why do you think it's insane? You don't have firsthand knowledge of the physical treatment of his children. Okay, but that goes both ways. Neither do you. Don't think Mike presents his arguments well. Others have done better covering the Ethan topic. Yeah, I mean, he's just like freaking out. Infections by parasites could be a justified reason for a wellness check. He's the one who made this public for the purpose of defamation. Are you okay? Infection by a like, oh my god, Ryan, like, fucking block this fucking moron. Infection by a parasite that is 6 times less deadly than the common flu is not a justified reason for a wellness check. Okay, like, dude, come on. Be so for real. Oversharing. I don't care if people make fun of him for that clip. I don't care if people mock him for that clip. I don't care about any of that shit. Okay? The only thing that's stupid was the incitement to CPS. Infection by a parasite that is 6 times less deadly than the common flu is not a justified reason for a wellness check. I mean, like, you could have his kids could have the flu and it wouldn't be enough. I had a cat growing up that would shit all over my house no matter how much my parents tried to get it to use the litter box. That does not mean I was in danger of being neglected by my parents. You are literally justifying the CPS call now. To anyone outside of your bubble, this makes you look totally insane. Like, he gives a shit. Are you a trained CPS agent? Thank you for subscribing. Sarticomos. Or mouse, maybe? Are you a trained CPS agent? Ringworm is very common, but that can be a reason to suspect neglect. You know, this like line of thinking is actually used to justify taking kids away from impoverished families because if you're impoverished or you don't have much money, that can end up being looking sometimes like neglect, even though it's just about a lack of resources. It's not intentional infliction of abuse. Just because something is common doesn't mean it's not something to be concerned about. I think you have debate pervert brain. You don't have expertise on this subject. Stop. Jesus Christ. I've done more research into the topic than you have, which is why I know the stats around the danger of Giardia. I guess if you ever have a kid someday and they catch the flu, that you think it's totally justified for people online to call CPS on you. Glad you've made that clear. You didn't respond to my post. You are not a child welfare expert. You have no firsthand knowledge of the condition of the home. You have no idea of the identity of the CPS call. You are simply wrong in every relevant detail. Mike is deranged, man. I hadn't actually seen any like creator defending it like this. I saw random comments, obviously, which is expected, but Jesus Christ. Neither are you, dumbass. Which is why it's good to have an expert, in this case CPS, mediate and analyze on our behalf. It's like, I don't expect like average viewers or whatever. I expect average viewers to come to the sorts of conclusions that Mike has. I don't expect creators like Mike, who I thought had a brainstem, to actually think like this. All right, let me know if your kids ever get sick with a minor illness so I can make sure to tell the internet to call CPS on you. This guy over here dying on the cross for a multimillionaire with servants in his home that somehow still let their baby get an infection only acquired by eating dog shit. Embarrassing. Oy, oy, oy. Debate pervert brain sounds like that guy that got banned in chat. Okay, so I think this was in response to this video. From Furious George over here. Ryan Beard, Zionist in denial.
Anyway, so
we will not be watching this video, but I will be reading the summary. Ryan Beard is a Zionist who is unfortunately convinced that they are an anti-Zionist. I first encountered my evidence of this. Source, I made it the fuck up, or source, he disagreed with me on the finer points of the Ethan Klein feud or whatever. I first encountered Ryan when they attempted to sabotage my fundraiser for the UNRWA. I have no idea what they're talking about. And they have been following me around and branding me an anti-Semite ever since. In this video, I look into them and there's supposed anti-Zionist credentials to see how exactly they think they're qualified to come at me and others with such ferocity and assuredness. I found that them claiming to be an anti-Zionist is also weird, given that they have clearly been sucking up to Ethan Klein. a Nazi Zionist for months, spread generic liberal Zionist propaganda, and has content that makes clear that they are totally indoctrinated by Zionism. In reality, Ryan has a severe case of Dunning-Kruger and centrism syndrome, and the video to criticize Ethan Klein is 100% just going to be sweeping for Ethan as much as possible, trying to play both sides of a genocide like a disgusting freak. Okay. The video that has not, and is not going to be made is being characterized this way because we're only looking at this because Ryan says he's not going to be doing it after all. And I mean, it doesn't mean anything. He like uses Zionist the way that like a Fox News host uses the word like communist, or the way like a liberal on Twitter calls every leftist who disagrees with them a fucking tanky. It doesn't mean anything. Like he calls Hassan a Zionist or like a liberal Zionist or whatever, and it's like, dude, Hassan is not a Zionist. Okay, and then there was Hassan's reaction. So he put this: if you're a YouTube content creator who hasn't said dick about Israel-Palestine, and you're only now starting to let your critical position on Israel be known after 19 months of genocide, since it's no longer going to cause you severe career penalties, and you spend any moment finger-wagging at people who have been correct the entire time, I will absolutely come after you if you come out with a critical position without trying to both sides it. Then welcome to the fold. Is this a threat? Maybe, maybe not, but he's obviously aiming this at Ryan Beard because it coincided right after he had announced that he was doing this. F stream. Did my thing stop working, you guys? It might just be you. You good on my end, at least. I'll mix up. I think it's just you. But he was not going to do this. I mean, like, I know Ryan. I didn't think he was going to do this. But lol. And this was May 31st. The post is made May 31st, but the message was sent May 29th. I mean, it's possible, like, Hassan genuinely doesn't know who he is, but I can't think of any who else it would be aimed towards. So then Ryan had a follow-up response. Chat is dead as fuck. Yeah, it always is. I always have more lurkers than chatters. So then he said this: to respond to confusion I've seen, my upcoming video is not just going to be criticizing Ethan, it's going to be deconstructing the entire situation between him and Hassan from October 7th onward. That's why, like, it's not going to be about Israel-Palestine, really. It was going to be like a timeline of the drama and the feud from start to finish. Thank you for subscribing, Super Slade 13. I'll also be criticizing Hassan, Idos, Bad Empanada, Destiny, and many more, lol. My intention is just to give as much honest analysis and good faith criticism I can from my perspective, while making sure not to lose sight that what really matters at the end of the day right now is standing up for Palestine. I'm just a dude who has opinions, and you can feel free to disagree with them. All right, no more posting until I release the video, haha. This was May 31st. This info saying, just know that if you put any liberal Zionist crap in your video, I will be tracking it. Don't get into politics if what you care about is drama. Okay. And then today he announced that he would be canceling the video. This is a chat of quiet contemplation. Very true. So today, June 10th, like 2 weeks later. Hey everyone, so I've decided to pussy out of making a video about Ethan and Hassan, lol. When I announced that I was working on a video trying to give a level-headed perspective on the situation, critiquing everyone involved, I didn't expect that I would be threatened by Hassan and attacked by the H3 Snark subreddit for weeks and get a bunch of threats in my DMs. I've kind of realized that everyone on the internet is super entrenched in their opinions on this stupid drama war, and no one is really interested in hearing me try to give nuanced takes on it, and I kind of just want to swear off talking about leftist/liberal infighting in general. So it'd probably be good for his mental health if he did this. Anyway, free Palestine. If you all want to think I'm a liberal Zionist because I think Bad Empanada is a disgusting psychopath for its history of doxing and brigading and threatening to kill people and harassing people and saying the left should care less about anti-Semitism, you can feel free to see me that way, shrug emoji. And if you want to call me pussy for backing out, you would probably be right. I just think the online left is an absolute shit show right now, and I just want to move on and do my own thing. Where is it? So Bada Banana replied to this the same day, and he made a video. But he didn't just make a video. He also released a bunch of their DMs, so I want to go over them. It says debate, but it's a debate in DMs. It's not actually a debate that took place like in a recorded call or anything.
So Ryan
Beard has been defaming me unprovoked for years in the name of defending Zionism. Hell of a claim, but okay. Well, always refuse it. It's like anyone who disagrees with me is defending Zionism. Anyone who criticizes me is defending Zionism. Are you now, or have you ever been a Zionist? While always refusing to talk to me on stream to give myself a chance to defend myself. Now he has the gall to play victim. I mean, yeah, I can see like why he sees it this way, but Ryan doesn't think he's a good debater, doesn't like debating. He does video essays primarily, so every single time he has tried to do that, he says he embarrasses himself. So he just doesn't do it. It's not his format. This is the way that the video essays are how he prefers to get his rebuttals out. Now he has the gall to play victim again, claiming he's canceling his video defending Ethan Klein due to harassment and reiterating the very same false allegations he made against me in DMs, which he now knows for sure are false given I refuted them in the conversation. In response, I'm leaking the logs of the debate I had in DMs with Ryan Beard. In this conversation, I also had to educate him on some of the very basics regarding Israel, Palestine, and anti-Semitism, which shows how ridiculous it is that this guy thinks himself fit to accuse anyone else of being anti-Semitic or knowing what Zionism/anti-Zionism are. Okay. So let's see if that's the case. The Ryan Beard and Bada Banana files. Politics is just drama and gossip. Once you studied the issue, people's positions are already set. No, I don't think that's true. I think the people that participate that are the loudest are kind of dug in on their opinion, but I mean, advertising works, propaganda works, people can have their mind changed. So this started May 29th at 12:16 p.m. Bada Banana links his Instagram. Ryan Beard says, and it's a story, so I can't even see what it was, I don't think. I'm going to open this in another tab, though. I think it's gone. Wow, great take. I'm sure most normal people would totally agree that if anybody has a cat that they struggle to get to use the litter box, you should call CPS on their children. You don't come across as unhinged at all. So I'm guessing it's him like joking around that like he's gonna call CPS or whatever on Ethan Klein or something. Did I talk to you in the politics Discord? No. Do you mean Doobies? I'm not even in that server. Wow, great take. I'm sure most normal people would totally agree. Oh, wait about that. And then he put ha 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 ha. CPS clearly thought that kids crawling around in dog shit warrants a visit. You're a homeschooled kid who only knows shit-covered floors. I trust them more. Go make your video so you can get torn apart on your Zionism and this sort of insane shit. Ryan Beard, will do. You'll cry harassment after, as always. World's first YouTuber to be so desperate to suck up to a genocidal Zionist that he defends children eating feces, says Bad Empanada. Ryan Beard, I don't give a fuck about sucking up to anyone. Any normal person understands that sometimes people have pets that go to the bathroom where they don't want them to. CPS defines that it's only neglect if there is a pattern of behavior and a child catching a common illness that is 6 times less deadly than the flu one time is not a pattern of neglect. I have a bunch of things I think Ethan Klein deserves criticism for, but all of this shit with CPS is so clearly concern trolling harassment bullshit, which it is. Bada Banana, you are desperate to stay in the good graces of everyone all the time, which is why you insist on pretending to be anti-Zionist, even when a cursory look at your opinions and how you conduct yourself shows the opposite. You want to be the best friend of genocidal Zionist Ethan Klein, who openly talks on his stream about his kids eating shit, who doxes people live every 3rd episode, who loves to bring up random commenters and tell his audience to go harass them, and who literally accuses a new random person of being a pedo or sex criminal. The guy is literally in a Discord server dedicated to stalking me with people who are about to be arrested for their involvement in it. LMFAO. No one is about to get arrested for this. I have no clue what he's talking about, and it's silly that he is like listing all of these sins and crimes of Ethan Klein, which I agree are obviously valid criticisms, but The video hasn't come out yet. The video is going to cover this shit. This was what the video was going to cover. But at the same time, you don't want to look bad for doing something that's obviously bad. Hence the fake anti-Zionism, contradicted by everything you actually do and say. Just own what you are instead of doing this dumb act of, I'm a dedicated anti-Zionist, but that big-time Zionist guy and his terrorist wife, they get a bad rap. Ryan Beard, I mean, you can go see the many times I've criticized Zionism and the actions of Israel, like in my video calling Asmongold a terrible person. And I don't care if I'm friends with Ethan Klein. And I don't think that they are currently. I do think he has upheld Zionism through saying things like that if Jews become a minority in Israel, they'll be genocided. That is absolutely a Zionist belief and it's not okay. And I will be calling him out for that. You haven't, though. An anti-Zionist would absolutely not be friends with the Zionists. LMAO. They are the Nazis of today. Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with them that Zionism is a fascist ideology, but this whole, like, you're not truly an anti-Zionist unless if you're friends with any people that consider themselves or whatever, like, this is the way that he goes about it, then that's silly. You punch Nazis? Well, no, you don't. You actually defend them. Good job. Ryan Beard, I am not friends with Ethan Klein. Bad empanada, you seek his approval constantly. Okay. So when he's like, yeah, I'm not actually friends with him, he's like, well, you get you seek his opinion. You seek his approval, or his approval. Your video is going to be you taking his victim narrative at face value, probably accepting the skull hoax wholesale too. Then you will say maybe like 2-3 mildly negative things to seem balanced. Ryan Beard, what evidence do you have that the skull thing was a hoax? Bada Panada, I have a journalist in contact with the FBI. Okay. With the serial numbers. I also have original photos of the boxes with this. I also have original photos of the boxes with the serial numbers. Ryan Beard, if there's evidence it was a hoax, then I will absolutely call him out for that. Bada Banada, the box was marked Skeleton Museum with stickers saying real human skulls. It was Skeleton Museum, meaning it was rented from the museum, probably for a promo they did. Ethan said that on his podcast, he thought it was computer parts and brought it to the studio and they opened it and found it was a skull. LMFAO, be critical for 2 seconds. Okay, but he's like asking you for details and you're saying, I'm talking to the FBI, I'm talking to journalists. How the fuck is he supposed to, how can anyone confirm any of this shit unless he's talking about it? I thought you were saying it was from skulls.com. Now you're saying it was from a museum. Skulls, Bada Panada, Skulls Unlimited. Skulls Unlimited also runs a museum called Skeleton Museum. From the museum, you can rent the stock they have on Skulls Unlimited. Skulls Unlimited Museum. Skulls Unlimited Museum. Skeleton Skulls, like, so redundant. Okay. Ryan Beard, could someone not have used that website to send the skulls? Bad empanada. No, because one, Ethan said they didn't know they were skulls until they got to the studio and opened the package. The box was marked real human skull, and their cover story was that it was brought on a buy order via a trusted institutional account, so the buyer never gets paid. But one, it's from the museum, aka rental, not the site they use for selling skulls outright. I am so lost. I never looked into the skulls claim. So I don't know like what their story was for. I thought it was like, my understanding was that they have an open, here's what I assumed. Okay. It wasn't an understanding. I didn't look into anything related to the skulls claim. I just knew that part was getting repeated a lot. And so what I figured is they have a PO box. Somebody mailed them like prop skulls to freak them out. That was what I got. Okay, so but one, it's from the museum, aka rental, not the site they use for selling skulls outright. And two, a company like this that handles human remains and only sells to trusted institutions is not going to be conned by a random person with a fake company they've never heard of. Anyway, there's no evidence the CPS call happened. Either it's all their word, that's a pattern. I mean, yeah, that's true. It does, like, if you believe the CPS call happened, you have to take them at their word because they can't actually prove it, I guess. It is just a thing that they reported happened. But, sure. Wait, but Ethan isn't a trusted institution either, right? I agree with you that if he actually did send skulls to himself, that would completely destroy all credibility in my eyes. Banapanada, Ethan runs Teddy Fresh Inc. They are a fairly large company with company accounts that are accepted in places like this. They were doing a promo with the guy whose specialty is skull art exactly at this time. Put 2 and 2 together. Connect the dots. I have actually seen the boxes, haven't seen the FBI messages. Ryan Beard, is it not possible that someone could have fabricated some sort of institution in the purchase order? Bennett Banata, it would take an ungodly amount of effort to do that to an experienced company that mostly deals with museums and universities and stuff. Just to send them 2 boxes that are obviously skulls marked real human skulls. And the boxes, again, were from the museum, not the site they used for sales. And the museum only rents for stuff like promos, exhibits, etc. Anyway, the story doesn't add up at all. I mean, I don't watch him, so maybe he covered it. Maybe he did like a skull exposure, like exposing this already, but I don't know. Maybe he just talked about it. I don't know how he knows this. I have no way to confirm it. I'm not going to go look now. Ryan Beard, does anyone reach out to the organization for comment? Bannett Banata, yes, they don't respond. And the CPS thing, it really doesn't matter if you think it was warranted visited or not. The fact is, everything I said were things Ethan said on the podcast. Like, he wouldn't mock me if I said my dog is shitting everywhere and my family got parasites from it, LMFAO. I mean, yeah, he probably would, but that doesn't mean you should do it back. Or I don't care about the mocking. Again, I don't care about the mocking. It's the like jokes around CPS or whatever are stupid to do. The guy literally accused me of pedophilia the first time he ever interacted with me. Fuck off with the victim shit. I feel like we're getting insight now into like this kind of if Ethan Klein did this to Bannett Banata, then this seems like it's not really motivated by anti-Zionism so much that it's motivated by getting back at Ethan Klein for defaming him. But maybe he started making videos and then Ethan did that. So I don't know. I don't know the timeline of when Bannett Banata started criticizing him. Does anybody watch him? Can they tell me, like, did he start criticizing Ethan Klein? And then when Ethan Klein finally noticed and he called him out by name, he said he was a pedo. And then Bannett Banata continued. Because if that's the order, then like maybe there's a case. But I mean, anyone making YouTube videos about anything for the most part, usually first and foremost cares about money and views. What is going on tonight? Ay. Anyone reached out to the organization? Oh, yeah, we saw this. Sure, I don't think mocking him is an issue. Okay, I agree. Bannett Banata, his entire career could not function without attacking others. He's lucky I only refer to things he's factually done on camera, given that he makes shit up about me constantly. Ryan Beard, I know that Vosh's community created the fake crime Discord message, and someone else created that fake pedophilia accusation. So weird, man. Where are we? Sorry, I keep losing my place. I'm distracted by Discord. If CPS saw Bannett Banata, if CPS saw what he said on that podcast and they thought it warranted a check, that's up to them. The call was warranted for that reason alone. Ethan did not make any police report on the matter because no law was broken. It wasn't a false call. The whole narrative is a joke. You guys acted like his house was raided by SEAL Team 6. Ethan is in a Discord with like 10 people who are obsessive stalkers of me. They have like no dirt though, so they're not really achieving anything. Okay. Does he post proof of this? At any point in this conversation, he keeps alluding to this Discord or whatever where they're like threatening him, but I don't know. There is, of course, many examples of you doxing and harassing people, telling them to kill themselves. I, of course, know why you will justify all these instances because you consider that it was towards people who you think were deserving. LOL, like when? Show me one. Are Nazis deserving of being told to die? Oh my god, dude. If that's the way that you're going about it, you could literally justify everything. You could justify any and all harassment if all you have to do is say they're a Nazi. Ryan Beard, like Stockton Left, that trans veterans, Slazak, and many others. I think, Bannett Banata, I think that you're an anti-Zionist. Surely you think that for Zionists too. Stockton Left, I apologize to. The others, nope. So he's saying that he's defaming you and lying with respect to accusations related to the doxing and the harassment, but now he's confirming it. But he apologized. I guess that's supposed to be the critical difference. So the others, nope. The trans veteran I just made a vid about never told her that though. That's better than she deserves. Selzek literally posted a tweet with 5K likes saying, I'm a registered pedophile. He is also a politician who runs for elected office. He can't be doxxed. I don't know about any of this. I just know about the sock down left stuff. Hold on, I have like a thing of that. So this is, I don't know when this was, but Unreal at Madame Benata just threatened to dox me if I don't reply to one of their tweets. And then this is an account from him that says, if you don't respond to the tweet about your opinion magically changing, I'm going to use you as a prime example of a faux concern liberal in my video on Xinjiang. This is like related to like Uyghur Muslims. I have the tweets you deleted archived, calling them concentration camps explicitly. The clips of you calling it a genocide. Doing flip-flops based on which team is in power is not a good look. I'll also file it under your real name and put it in the metadata to make sure it's easy to find. I think everyone should know about your genocide denial. This is an incredibly extensive video that will likely get hundreds of thousands of views due to the interest in the subject matter, so choose wisely, just informing you in advance. Okay, so he did do that, and he's just saying, okay, but I apologize, so give me a break. The others, nope, trans veteran, da-da-da. Ryan Beard, the trans veteran, has repeatedly said she regrets her time in the military and that she thinks the U.S. empire is harmful. If you believe in rehabilitative justice, I just don't think doubling down on telling her to kill herself is justified. Banada, I don't think you think the U.S. military is bad at all. Ryan Beard, I do. I think they're a terrorist story. What they did in Iraq was unjustifiable. This is such a pointless interaction between them. I know. But Ryan probably like thought, well, I need to talk to him so I can confirm some of this stuff, right? Like separate what's not true from what is. But I mean, good luck. It's like talking to a brick wall. What happened to chat? Where can I rant now? No, it's fixed. I just cleared it. Just gotta love when gotta love when you regret it so much you use your murders to win online arguments to act tough. I have no, and I guess this is Alana McLaughlin replying to somebody, putting, lol, LMAO, I've killed better men than you, and I bet you've hit more women than I have, Nazi. Oh, but earlier, above, Bada Panada said that Zionists equal Nazis, so anything that you say or do towards them is justified because you've labeled them a Nazi, so even though it looks bad to use murders to win an online argument to act tough, did he take into consideration that it was against somebody who she was calling a Nazi, so therefore it's justified. You see how quickly this logic breaks down because it just basically enables you to harass and say and do whatever you want in the name of like I'm defeating a greater evil by doing this. Because I've killed better men than you. You shouldn't threaten someone like me. My guy, I've killed better men than you was not a joke. This was in December 22 from some person I've never heard of. Ryan Beard and Hiroshima and Nagasaki, etc. Banana. Personally, when I regret my crimes, I keep a replica of the weapons I used to commit them. So now we're just like running down his like beefs with these random people who I've never heard of. This is just my little pretty PDW. I have a more utilitarian weapon for real use. It's set up in the same rifle I carry on a special forces team in Afghanistan. Banana, want to see the Slazak one too? Not much research, eh? Like I said, Ryan Beard, like I said, I know you have reasons you believe all of your actions are justified. Panada, how is this not justified, LMAO? Hell yeah, I told her to go to Afghanistan and face trial before her victims. And? Okay, but didn't Ryan accuse him of like doxing her or something? Or was it just making fun of her? Doxing and harassing people. Well, it's unclear if this person, this like trans veteran or whatever, was like harassed by him or doxed. Bender had Banana Panada on his show once. It was unhinged. The call-in portion was just people talking about how weird he was. Do you have a link to that? Okay. How do we get back to where it was? There we go. And then this is the second time I have beef with someone and they turn out to be a registered pedophile. Okay, so they're probably spreading around something that's not true. It seems because Ryan Beard was saying that was like some fake screenshot that was made up in the Vosh subreddit or something. Banana, I've never seen such a poor victim. He got quote unquote doxxed and then I Googled his handle and this fucking listing of him running for political office showed up. This is him on the poster, Ryan. Vote for me if you live in the 18th constituency of Paris on Sunday 30th. I guess he ran for office. Hate to be doxxed. Next, I will dox Donald Trump. It's amazing you can justify Ela Klein raiding and kidnapping random Palestinians, but not this, LMAO. He never did that. Ryan Beard, I don't justify anyone making false allegations against you, obviously, but I've seen that on your Discord. You try to bait people into responding to these types of false allegations so you can retaliate. Bennett Banata, show me where. Ryan Beard, 1 second, let me get the screenshot. Bennett Banata, are you going to include Ethan soliciting donations for Palestine, then directing people to donate to the Atlantic Council? Him bringing on a token Zionist Palestinian paid by the U.S. government to affirm everything he already believed? Ryan Beard, I know he raised money for a food organization as well. But yeah, raising money for the Atlantic Council was ridiculous. I know Empanada fled to Argentina for some reason. I don't think he ever made that clear by allegations seem too, but pedo allegations seem too far-fetched or don't. It seems like it's not true to me. And if people are like in my chat saying, oh, it's true or whatever, I'm probably going to ban you. Unless you have proof. Yeah, raising money for the Atlantic Council was ridiculous. Bennett Banata, is it okay for me to title a part of my video where I raise money for myself, donate to hurricane victims, as long as afterwards I also mention a charity? Ryan Beard, no, I agree with you. It's very slimy. If he cares about Palestine, he should be raising money for the PCRF, not the Atlantic Council. Why did you once criticize Vosh's charity fundraiser? Because you said Palestinians need guns, not aid. The charity they said to donate to is also the World Food Program, which has enough food to last 4 months, because Vosh is against Palestinian resistance, as are you. Well, he was, not sure about now, and perpetuates the situation. Weapons change it. But yeah, condemn the resistance forever. I think the resistance should be strategic, and I don't think terrorist attacks generally lead to good outcomes. I definitely do think that violent resistance is justified, however. Bennett Banata, there's no terrorist attack on Gaza border settlements. Ethan Klein's own logic dictates that, but he's stupid to realize the implications on what he says. West Bank settlers are military targets. Okay, then the Gaza envelope ones who are even worse? LMFAO. Ryan Beard, that's fair. Bennett Banata, those settlements were founded in strategic locations chosen by the IDF to be the first line of defense against the people they ethnically cleansed to Gaza, literally 2 kilometers away in some cases. Ryan Beard, how did they somehow reach a somewhat, I guess, normal part of this conversation where they're actually going back and forth? Oh, you linked it, but like, let me see. Okay, so you linked the Matt Bender thing, but I don't think YouTube, I don't think you can drop links in YouTube chat, so would you mind terribly going to like Twitch chat or something, or DM me on Discord with it? And tell me when you do, and then I'll look into it or whatever. Those settlements, we saw that. Ryan Beard, I also don't like how he will say America and the IDF are terrorist organizations, but then not actually act like it. Bennett Banata, quite frankly, if you want to be the first line of defense, then don't complain when it actually happens. Okay. Ryan Beard, one of my biggest criticisms of him is he claims that the Yemeni teen is irredeemable because he might be a Houthi. He should hold the same standard for his wife, but that causes too much cognitive dissonance. Bennett Banana, not even the Houthis can't be said to be a terrorist organization at all. They're only on the list for geopolitics. Ryan Beard, what makes you draw the distinction between who is and isn't a terrorist? Because I know you said you think ISIS genuinely are terrorists. Bennett Banata, what makes ISIS the same as the Houthis then? Oh my God, dude. Like, why can't he answer a single question that he's asking him? He has an entire caricature of Ryan in his head that he's arguing with. I know he's not engaging with anything. He's just like jumping back and forth, assuming that he's like saying that he's defending stuff. He's not putting words in his mouth. Like, there's no point to this. Ryan probably should have hopped on a private VC with him and just recorded the call, or like asked him to record the call. I'm not saying they are. I'm asking where you draw the distinction. I am genuinely asking. Bennett Banata, terrorism is a useless label, but the Houthis are not and never have done random attacks on civilians or anything like that. They are an actual military / police force / government, etc. Doesn't matter if they're shit or not. They're not terrorizing anyone. Okay. Ryan Beard, and like, I'm not going to get sidetracked into like fact checking all of their shit. Okay. I'm far more interested in this for the drama aspect than any of the like, let's rigorously fact check their silly Discord debate that went nowhere, Instagram debate that went nowhere. There's evidence of them using child soldiers, which is obviously not good. Bennett Banata, when they start sending squads over to raid random towns in Saudi Arabia, let's see. Okay, so I guess that's the standard for harm against civilians or terrorism or whatever. Like, I agree with him that terrorism is not is a political term, and it's not really an academic term that's consistently or equally applied. The extent to which it's going to be applied, or a group is going to be labeled a terrorist organization, is going to have almost everything to do with geopolitics and almost nothing or like strategic reasons and geopolitical reasons, and almost nothing to do with, objectivity. But that doesn't mean it's entirely useless. But I know what I get what he's saying. Ryan Beard, but yeah, I know they were removed from the terrorist list at some point. But empanada, the blockade is no different to any other blockade. It was in fact, it was better. The British in World War II just torpedoed any ship that didn't stop. If Rashid had actually helped raid the ships, he would be a hero, if anything. Ryan Beard, yeah, I would say I think the blockade is justified. I just don't think it's good to keep hostages, though. But empanada, they successfully captured multiple Israel/allied country ships without killing a single person and released the crews within a year. That is exceptionally efficient. Ryan Beard, yeah, I would say the nuance is that you can criticize things like curse upon the J-Boys, I'm on Twitch, in the slogan, and using child soldiers while acknowledging that blockading Israel is just. I guess, Bad Empanada, they weren't hostages, though. They weren't asking anything in exchange for them. I don't think that means they weren't hostages. I don't think that just because you don't use a hostage as a bargaining chip that you haven't taken them hostage. I guess prisoners would be a more accurate term, Ryan Beard. Bad Empanada, it seems to have been a huge logistical problem to release them because Yemen is still in a civil war and is not integrated well in global transport and communications, etc. And they all needed to go to multiple places because they're all from different countries/places. Ryan Beard, I agree that terrorism is a useless term unless we acknowledge the terrorism of the US, IDF, etc. Bad Empanada, I don't give a shit if the Houthis suck in every other way. They're the only ones who tried to do something that mattered, aside from just send food. And there's still an improvement from the Saudi/US backed government. Dude, look at where this is. Look at how much is left. Look how long this is. Why did they get into this long ass conversation? Now they're like arguing over geopolitics in Instagram DMs. Why did this happen? Yeah, so he doesn't give a shit if the Houthis suck in every other way. They're the only ones who tried to do something that mattered aside from just send food, and there's still an improvement from the Saudi/US backed government. Ryan Beard, sure, I think labeling the Houthis as the bad guys is incredibly reductive, even if they are harmful in certain ways. But Banana, all of the bad things about the Houthis are just problems in Yemen in general, and you fix them by not bombing and destroying their country. Agreed. Ryan Beard, agreed. Okay, but he was like, did he actually think that they disagreed on that? But Empanada, obviously people have shit views on lots of things when they're all poor. Idea for heroes for giving Greta a sandwich, indeed. By this logic, I guess so, right? Ryan Beard, I also agree with you that Jewish exceptionalism is a real thing. People do act like anti-Semitism is a uniquely evil type of bigotry, especially compared to Islamophobia. However, my criticism of you is you go too far in the other direction, and you have Jewish exceptionalism in the opposite direction by acting like Jewish oppression doesn't exist at all. Bad Empanada, where does it exist? If you had to list ethnic or racial groups in the West from most oppressed to least, aside from whites, which would you say are better off than Jews? Ryan, I mean, wait, did he say in the US? Or in the West? Okay, in the West. And then Ryan says, I mean, Yemen, example. It's like, yeah, but he said in the West, not the Middle East. I mean, Yemen is an example. Iran, Iraq. There are many Middle Eastern countries where Jews are actively oppressed even today. I don't even need to read this. Yeah, he's about to say there's not any Jews in this region or whatever. Ryan Beard, and I don't believe that oppression is solely economic, which is true. Bada Banada, Jews are not oppressed in Iran. There are like 2 in Yemen, none in Iraq. When you talk about this, you mean the West, not like 5 people in Yemen. Ryan Beard, I do mean Middle Eastern countries when I talk about economic oppression. Bada Banada, so you think Jews are oppressed because there are like 5 remaining guys in Yemen who haven't heard of Israel yet? That is a ridiculous extrapolation. Ryan Beard, and while I agree that Jews are not economically oppressed in the West, I think that model minority myths that Asians and Jews face do oppress them in a different way. Bada Banana, that's not oppression though. I mean, it's negative stereotyping. It is oppression. Or like, I guess not oppression, it's bigotry for sure though. It's like stereotyping. Being looked upon positive for one isn't a bad thing. It gives you advantages, but just the way you're conceived of socially is not the same thing as oppression. I mean, I guess there is a line, like a subtle distinction to be made between like stereotypes and then from there negative and positive stereotypes, and which one is more obviously negative stereotypes are going to be far more harmful than positive stereotypes. It's not the worst, but then you create unrealistic and unfair expectations for people within that demographic if you have positive stereotypes of them. And then when they don't live up to your mythical standard of what constitutes a good expert, like a good Asian person or a good Japanese person or a good Jewish person, because the bar was set too high and they fail, then they end up being ostracized for that, even though they're being graded on an unfair standard. But just the way you're conceived of socially is not the same thing as oppression. Ryan Beard, it's a bad thing. Jewish people are used as a scapegoat. Bada Banata, that's model minority. Ryan Beard, by Nazis. Yes, they're seen as the model minority of being rich, influential, which Nazis then use as a scapegoat for fascism. Bada Banata, yeah, by 4chan losers on the internet. And the one time Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, tried to be anti-Semitic, he got scolded by the ADL and fell into line. And he was not scolded by the ADL. The ADL totally did not call him out for the bullshit. Dude was like a goose stepping practically, and they were like, we don't love it, but it was an accident, or he's autistic or whatever. And fell in line into 3 seconds. Nazis are not a threat. Zionists, however, are. I would disagree with him on that. I mean, MAGA is incredibly dangerous, and they control all 3 branches of the government. And he's constantly going on about how dangerous the United States is and how they're like the greatest exporter of terrorism. And yet he's saying that like this government's not far right. This government's not anti-Semitic in ways that could be significant and matter. It's a really strange interpretation of that ADL statement on Musk. LOL. I know they didn't really criticize him. I would have thought that he would say they didn't actually criticize him, but it was enough. But I mean, and when he says Elon fell in line, I have no, like, just because Elon didn't do it again, he didn't apologize for it, right? Just because he didn't do it again does not mean that it was because of the ADL. Nazis are not a threat. This guy is deranged. Yeah, I guess he's like saying, I don't know. I don't know what he is saying. On the line in 3 seconds. Okay. Do you think it's impossible that someone like Nick Fuentes could ever gain power if fascism keeps getting worse in America? Bada Banana. Zionists hold actual power positions of real power. Nick Fuentes is a closeted gay kick streamer who has an audience of like 300 people. Okay, but he has literally had he's had dinner with Trump, and he has literally met Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hold on. Taylor Greene, Nick. Like, yeah, she disavowed him after this, but the idea that, one, I know for a fact, if you are online and you engage with any MAGA post and you yourself are a conservative, there is absolutely no way you're not seeing America First posts, you're not seeing stuff from Groypers, and you're not seeing clips from Nick Fuentes. What you might not do is share it around because you know that you'll get shit and you'll get called a neo-Nazi, but that doesn't mean that conservatives in America aren't consuming his content, aren't influenced by what he says, don't agree with what he says. They just don't share it around or tell other people that they do because they don't want to get the stink of his neo-Nazism on themselves because they have enough sense of self-preservation to not do that because they know it's socially caustic, but that doesn't mean he's not influencing people. He obviously is. And he has these connections. Your streams are bigger than Nick Fuentes. Give me a break. Bada Banana. Does he mean... I don't think Ryan Beard streams. I think he means his videos. Give me a break. You can't claim oppression based on a hypothetical future scenario where twink Nick Fuentes somehow becomes a dictator. I mean, that's not what he's saying. I'm sure he's talking about Trump. In that case, what about a future white genocide? What if Black Hammer takes power? It's one way of looking at it. But, you know, I think the threat of anti-Semitism or whatever is a lot more serious than the threat of, like, Pan-Africanism taking hold in the United States. Like, there's actual historical precedent for Nazism and fascism. These ideas appealed to people in the West not that long ago. It's not inconceivable that during a time where there's a far-right resurgence in the United States that you could see people, you know, flirting with these ideas, which they have been openly for decades. Ryan Beard, you know that anti-Semitic fascism is a way bigger threat than Black Hammer. Trump was literally meeting with Nick Fuentes before he got a ton of backlash. Yep. Banana. The U.S. government and all Western nations are dominated by Zionists, not Nazis. And when there are Nazi-adjacent people with actual power, they have replaced Jews with Arabs in their usual conspiracy theories. Trump is supporting Arabs, not Jews. Trump is talking about a vast Arab conspiracy to infiltrate the U.S., not a Jewish one. I mean, he's not wrong about this. But that doesn't mean that Trump is not also anti-Semitic. Trump clearly thinks that, Trump has literally said shit like Jews need to have their head examined if they don't vote for MAGA. You can call both of these things out at once. Ryan Beard, yes, I agree with you. MAGA conservatives are much more Islamophobic, while alt-right fascists are both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic. So, but like he's not like all of this stuff is happening. These observations are all true, but he absolutely knows for a fact that every single Trump and all of them are Israel supporters, so they're fascists by his definition. No, like I don't watch his videos. Has he ever talked about like Nazi connections between like Zionists and Nazism, or at least the similarities in their ideology? So yes, the current administration is more of a threat to Arabs than Jews, obviously. Banana, there are like 50 other types of racial discrimination and oppression that are more pressing issues in the West than anti-Semitism. The other thing is that if you're going to draw comparisons to how Nazism unfolded in Germany and during World War II and whatnot, obviously Jewish individuals were targeted first and foremost, but 12 million people died during the Holocaust, and it wasn't just Jews. They also targeted like undesirables. They also targeted like Christians and Catholics in some ways. They also targeted gay people. They also targeted disabled people. It didn't only stop at Jews. And if he recognizes that, then why would he think that it would only stop with Arab, or like it would start and stop with Arabs? There are like 50 other types of racial discrimination and oppression that are more pressing issues in the West than anti-Semitism. That we're even talking about it is purely because of Zionists playing it up this much. Ryan Beard, I disagree with you. If you spend any amount of time on Twitter, oh no. Tweets are not the Knesset, but he's about to dunk on him for this. Anti-Semitism has skyrocketed. That does not mean that anti-Semitism is more important than other types of discrimination, but it is an issue right now. Benata, tweets are not a Knesset. Tweets are not armed soldiers. Tweets aren't raiding anyone's houses. Ryan Beard, I also agree that the ADL cares more about pro-Palestine people than actual Nazis because they see them as less of a threat. Benata, bad words on the internet do not indicate actual real-life oppression, regardless of the fact that every 5 years, some 4chan loser takes them seriously IRL. To talk about anti-Semitism, especially, he's like talking about stochastic terrorism. To talk about anti-Semitism, especially in the context of Jewish supremacist genocide, is totally absurd. I mean, it's not mutually exclusive. Ryan Beard. The fact that Hassan is labeled anti-Semite of the year clearly does not show that Zionists fear pro-Palestine people more than Nazis. I agree with you on that. I think there are two forces moving simultaneously. You have the Zionist force, which weaponizes false anti-Semitism to their benefit, and you have the alt-right that weaponizes the actions of Israel just to make people hate Jews, which is true. That does not mean I'm saying the alt-right and Zionists hold equal power. They obviously don't. Banata. There are what, like 15, 20 easy to name groups of people in the US who face actual real institutional oppression on top of all the same everyday interpersonal hatred, much worse, in fact, in most cases. I mean, if Banata would say that he probably agrees anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism and that the conflation is actually incredibly dangerous for Jews, and he knows that there's an ongoing genocide right now being perpetuated by Israel, then why would he not be willing to recognize that that is obviously going to increase genuine anti-Semitism because of the actions of the Israeli state? I don't understand this. Why are you talking about anti-Semitism in this movement? Yet none of that. We know why. It's Israel. I also think that's dumb. That like the only reason why you would talk about anti-Semitism is because of that. Anti-Semitism preceded Israel, and Israel could go away tomorrow and anti-Semitism would still be around. I do talk about all of that. I call it transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, anti-Asian hate, etc. I call out all of this shit, and I call out the genocide in Gaza. Banata, it's not about calling it out. You have been incessantly talking about anti-Semitism for weeks. There's obviously nothing like that going on about everything else. It makes zero sense just because you see narratives spread by pro-Israel orgs like unprecedented anti-Semitism crisis and accept it through osmosis without questioning it. He didn't accept it without questioning it. He had examples of what he believes is the threat of far-right fascism in America that is obviously going to enable and unleash more anti-Semitism in the United States. Look at how they make those statistics sometimes. They aren't exactly subtle about it. Okay, yes, I know what he was talking about. This is the thing that Avi Bitterman shared so it looked like a lot of the majority of anti-Semitism comes from like the left in America or something like that. But that doesn't mean, just because there are Zionist organizations that conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, and try to disingenuously weaponize it does not mean it's not real. Just means these types of studies, quote unquote, are illegitimate. Because it literally says here, what is it? Anti-Zionist propaganda. The left-wing anti-Semitic movement has evolved into a global force, leveraging anti-colonial narratives, certain critical theories, and anti-Zionist propaganda to fuel hostility towards the Jewish state and Jewish communities worldwide. 96.4% of left-wing incidents recorded in 2024 manifested as Israel-related and/or anti-Zionist anti-Semitism, underscoring a significant overlap. It's like, yeah, if you define anti-Semitism as including anti-Zionism, then Free Palestine, someone saying Free Palestine on a campus or something like that is now going to be an incident of anti-Semitism. Sure, you can do that. Have fun with that. Explicit indicators. Demonstrations featuring communist flags, banners from organizations such as the Party for Socialism and Liberation in the like the PSL, literally, and Liberation in the United States, and communist parties elsewhere in the world, and calls for the destruction of Israel under the guise of Palestinian liberation. Ryan Beard, I have barely talked about anti-Semitism recently outside of making fun of Kanye, which you also did. And yes, I agree that a lot of the anti-Semitism crisis is false accusations against anti-Zionists. Did Bad Empanada call out Bad Empanada? If I put like Kanye West? See, he like talks about this. There's no way that he doesn't talk about anti-Semitism in this. What? Is he only doing that because of Israel? Is that really how he would say that? Like, oh, you only care about this because Israel? And yes, I agree that a lot of the anti-Semitism crisis is false accusations against anti-Zionists. Bad Empanada. Those are the sort of things you're perpetuating when you say Bad Empanada is denying the anti-Semitism crisis. Fuck yeah, I am. I looked at the evidence, and when you take out the anti-Israel stuff, there's nothing left. Ryan Beard, I'm talking about the rise of He's not saying that you're denying the crisis because you're not taking these like silly studies or whatever that are manufactured to get the outcome that they want. Seriously, he's saying just because these are stupid does not mean anti-Semitism is not real. I'm talking about the rise of anti-Semitism in alt-right spaces like Twitter. It's so weird to hear alt-right in... Now I think like neocon and like all the like groypers and stuff. I don't really think about the alt-right anymore in 2025. Like Twitter and songs like Heil Hitler by Kanye West going viral, etc. Not pro-Palestine protesters. Candace Owens has gotten more and more popular by spreading anti-Semitism. Dan Bilzerian has been spreading anti-Semitism. Then you have people like Jackson Hinkle who claim to be pro-Palestine while being genuinely anti-Semitic. Bad Empanada. These are all YouTubers. Well, no. I mean, Candace Owens is a major media figure that was until very recently affiliated with the Daily Wire, which I would be surprised if he's never... Ben Shapiro? You ever responded to Ben Shapiro? 4 years ago, Ben Shapiro destroys woke leftist corporations on PragerU. Ben Shapiro's son is Argentinian. I don't know if that actually has to do with Ben Shapiro's son, but I mean, you thought it was important to talk about Ben Shapiro just 4 years ago, so... Clearly, you think that there is room in the discourse for criticisms of these people. They command a good amount of attention online and traffic, but maybe he would just say, oh, it's just because I wanted views. Or it was easy dunks or something, but I don't know. Seems like you thought it was important. Dan Bilzerian, and isn't Dan Bilzerian like an MMA fighter or something, or like a boxer? Jackson Hinkle is like a grifter. Ryan Beard, and of course, part of this rise is caused by Israel claiming to be the state of the Jews. I don't deny that. Bad Empanada, the reality is that Jews are actually overrepresented in government. The government is all Zionist, and the state is using anti-Semitism as a justification to oppress political opponents. It's the opposite of oppression. And okay. Ryan Beard, online influencers do have an influence on the real world. Part of why Trump won is the online right-wing media environment. If you don't view hate speech and hate crimes and a bunch of online sentiment increasingly turning anti-Semitic as oppression, then that's fine. I disagree. However, I don't know if it's like oppression, but it's obviously anti-Semitism and it's obviously bigotry and it's negative stereotypes and it's harmful. However, I obviously agree that the majority of the United States is Zionist, but I don't think Zionism even really benefits Jews as a whole. It's a hell of an understatement, but yeah. Yeah, it might materially benefit Jews in Israel right now, but over the course, I would even disagree with that. But over the course of Zionism, it has just caused more hostility towards Jews. Benabanata, of course it benefits you to get a free house and land from someone else. LMAO, that's why Ethan Klein migrated to Israel. Good thing you sent him money. I don't even know what he's talking about. Ryan Beard, yes, I said it benefits Jews in Israel. Also not sure where this lie that I sent him a super chat came from. Oh, okay. Ryan Beard was chatting in somebody's stream, and I think Benabanata thought that chat was a super chat. Also not sure where this license super chat came from. Benabanata, and then like 60% of the supposedly oppressed non-Israeli Jews also love Israel. Ryan Beard, I am a member of the channel, but primarily for the purposes of research. Yeah, they've fallen for propaganda. That doesn't mean that Zionism is actually good for them in the long run, which I agree with. Benabanata, the victim Ethan Klein just posted another story accusing me of child sex crimes. Ryan Beard, I will be honest with you that I've been a fan of Ethan ever since high school, and that probably does give me a personal bias. I'm trying to be objective with all of this as I can. I will definitely criticize him for that in the video. If he wants to complain about being sued for defamation, he shouldn't be defaming you, obviously. Benabanata, play the video of him touching himself to a minor. The guy is disgusting and exclusively operates off attacking others. What is he talking about? This video of Ethan Klein touching himself to somebody that's underage. What is he talking about? Does anyone know what he's talking about? I thought I was online. I don't know about all of this. Like it's this conversation is technically in English, but some of it feels like it's in Chinese because I don't get it. This guy is disgusting and exclusively operates. I think that was a bit they did in an old vlog. Got it. The guy is disgusting and exclusively operates off attacking others. Ryan Beard, I'm planning on it. That video was insane. Definitely crosses past just edgy humor. Benabanata, every single time Benabanata brings up a criticism of Ethan, Ryan's like, I agree with you. I want to talk about that. Yes, I know. I think that's true. I'm going to bring that up in my video. And I guess either Benabanata doesn't believe him, or it's not good enough or something. Or that somehow makes him a secret Zionist, even though he's practically agreeing with most of what he's saying here. Benabanata, there's more evidence that he's a pedo than there was for Vosh. Ryan Beard, I don't think that's true. Benabanata, he made ironic, quote unquote, pedo jokes like 200,000 times. Ryan Beard, yeah, that was the filthy Frank style shock humor of the time. Definitely unacceptable, but different than having a folder full of lolly jerk off material. Benabanata, people sussed out Vosh because of exactly the same sorts of jokes. Ryan Beard, I would argue that Vosh was not joking, haha. His defending CP debates were not jokes, even if he claims that they were. Wasn't the whole thing with this that he wasn't defending CP or whatever, but he was trying to draw like a moral... He was saying that like, how come people care? Like they will obviously be outraged over CSAM material, but they're not going to be mad about like a child slave that farmed the cobalt for their computer or laptop. He was trying to say both of them are bad, but I don't know that he ever... He was not... I don't think he was defending CSAM or anything like that. But it's been years since I've seen these clips or debates or whatever. Yeah, that's what his point was. I swear it's like, that's what I remember, but going off the top of my head here. Anyway, Ethan's entire online presence has always been based around laughing at others. He has harassed multiple people to the point of suicide. Patrice Wilson was branded a pedophile and almost killed himself because of Ethan. He was a music producer who made cringe videos for rich kids. I don't know about any of this. So it's like, Benabanata was like, online stuff is not oppression. You can't say that. But now we're saying that, look, somebody can be harassed with a big platform to the point that they kill themselves. Okay, so does the internet contribute to online harassment and hate or not? Or maybe he would argue that it can, but that wouldn't make it oppression? Which I would agree with, but he was almost making it sound like, oh, these are just YouTubers, they're just people on Twitter, they can't do anything. But you wouldn't be going after Ethan this much if you really thought that online the things that they say online don't mean anything. Obviously they do. This is why it's so reductive to be like, they're just YouTubers, they're just people on Twitter, they're just this, they're just that. If you also dedicate a bunch of time to criticizing these people, because you'll have to get to the point where you're saying literally words don't matter. Advertising doesn't matter, propaganda doesn't exist, none of this matters. Then literally it's just like this nihilistic black hole about nothing matters ever. And at that point it's like, then why are you mad about any of this stuff? Because none of it matters, right? According to what you were saying, none of it matters. That guy's life was ruined and no one even knows where he is now. This fucking guy does nothing but attack others and make content out of it. All of his content is at the expense of others. He has no right to play the victim. Not now, not ever. I do agree with this part of this. I pointed this out to somebody else who was who came, like an H3 defender who like came into my chat, and they were like, they're not being nice to Ethan. He did that. They're laughing about him at this, at that. And I'm like, dude, look at your boy's channel. Go through the H3 production YouTube channel and go through their podcast. It's them dunking on other people and laughing at lolcows, which is completely fine. That's what the internet is for. So how is he going to turn around and be like, oh my God, this is online harassment is terrible? It's like, yeah, it is. And it's not fun when it's you on the receiving end of it, right? But you never noticed because you were always the one pointing and laughing at other people for the most part. Now you're on the receiving end of it and you understand that it's not fun. So I think that part of that criticism is valid. Ryan Beard, I do think Patrice had some shit in his music videos that did come across like sexualizing kids. Bada Banada, not any more than Ethan has. Ryan Beard, yeah, that's fair. Bada Banada, it's just comical. He gets angry if you say stuff he's factually said. He said multiple times he fed his dog cheese. It died because of the cheese. If you say Ethan fed his dog cheese till it died, he acts like you just denied the Holocaust. Oh my God, dude. Okay. Ryan Beard, did he confirm that was the cause of his death? Bada Banada, he acted like I said something incredibly out of line when I said his house is covered in shit, and he said his kids ate it and got a parasite from it. I got that from watching his podcast. He said it. Not to mention, I said in response to him claiming that I was a wanted criminal and dedicating a 20-minute segment to me, LMAO. Yeah, there's a clip where he acknowledges this and blames the vet for not warning him. I mean, yeah, like, and then this is where I like will partially agree with him that this is why you don't talk about your kids online. This is why you don't overshare. You don't talk about any of this personal shit, because Ethan Klein knows that Ethan was claiming that he was being harassed. He knows there are crazy people on the internet. He's been on the internet for a fucking decade. So why are you sharing all of these personal details about your kids and your family and saying gross stuff about shit and poop and like involves your kids? Why would you ever in a million years think it was a good idea to say that? Because then later when they were addressing that clip, they were like, oh, we were just speculating. I just overshare. I'm just joking around. It's like, yeah, but that's why you don't do that. And you should know that by now. Does it mean that he deserves to have CPS called on him? No. But I hope he takes it as a lesson as to why you don't ever talk about your kids online, because it endangers them. Ryan Beard, a child contracting a parasite from coming in contact with one piece of shit the maid missed is obviously not the same as his house being covered in shit and his children rolling around in it. You know you're sensationalizing that. Bada Banada. We're linking Reddit posts. Okay. Can I actually look at this? Okay, so this is a post that he wants people to see.
Dude, the high sodium thing, I wish somebody would have fucking told me that these small dogs are prone to kidneys, because I would have been so much kidney failures, because apparently like sodium is really fucking bad for their kidney. And I never heard that. And I was giving Shredder like cheese. He loves cheese. And I was always sprinkling cheese on his fucking food. And I just wish to fuck. And I'm so pissed at the stupid fucking vet too, because I took him to the fucking vet 3 times in the past year. They says, trust me on this one.
Ethan says he used to sprinkle cheese on Shredder's food, which led to kidney failure. Blames it on the vet. Okay. That was, I guess, I don't know why that was linked. That's not what he said. He said the dog has Giardia. My kid is crawling around and putting everything in his mouth. Now my kid has Giardia. How do you get Giardia from eating shit? Put 2 and 2 together. No, I mean, he literally said that. It's actually, how can you be so obsessed with Ethan and he actually is getting this clip wrong? I have seen this clip more times than I care to have seen. I'm not going to show it now. I'm sure everybody has seen that clip. But he says, Dan asks him, how do I not get Giardia? And Ethan says, well, you'd have to ingest my poop. And there's like an awkward silence for a second. And he was saying, my kids have it. They're crawling around. They're putting stuff in his mouth. There's like shit or whatever. He was saying stuff like that. So he said, you get Giardia from eating shit. BTW, not me. It's in the clip. Explicit. Okay, but again, it's one thing if some like crazy person on the internet does it. It's another thing to like fan the flames and defend it as a good thing. Ryan Beard. Yes, sometimes people miss when a dog shits in the house. It's obviously gross, but it's not a sign of neglect. It could be that the kid picked up a piece of shit, then later put his fingers in his mouth. This is not some sort of crazy occurrence to people who own pets. Banapanada. How terrible of me to make fun of him for his embarrassing oversharing on stream. We just spouts the most disgusting shit for 2 minutes that even Guantanamo Bay torture should not get out of him. It doesn't matter what it could be. LMAO. Ethan said that on stream, and if CPS saw it and decided it warranted a check, they know better than you or me, and I am perfectly warranted to make fun of him for saying such insane shit like that. We don't know that whoever called CPS said. We don't know what whoever called CPS said. But empanada. Ethan said CPS told him someone close to him made the call. This is true. Ryan Beard, they may have exaggerated what actually happened. But empanada, we have no reason not to trust them over his word that it wasn't. Ryan Beard. And someone could have definitely claimed they were close to Ethan. Bad empanada. If there was anyone who did it, it was probably the ex-maid or a doctor. I so doubt it was the doctor. CPS are not dumbasses who accept random people telling them shit like that. It's not an emergency situation like swatting where they either take it as truthful and go immediately or risk something bad happening. You can't just call CPS and tell them whatever and insist you know the people. I'm pretty sure I looked this up once, but in California, if you're not a mandated reporter, you actually can just call them or file a report anonymously, and you can give whatever details or evidence that you have, and then from there it's passed off to CPS and they vet it and see if it warrants a wellness check. You can't just call CPS and tell them whatever and insist you know the people. Ryan Beard, I guess it just confuses me how you constantly criticize how evil the United States government is, but then you also think that CPS is this perfect organization. But I think that's a silly point from Ryan. Because like how the United States can be evil, but the bureaucratic functions of these other agencies could run completely fine, and that's not in contradiction with one another. Bada banana. CPS are social workers, lol. It's not like the individual people are evil. True. What happened is a guy with a clipboard and specialized experience working with children, maybe, we don't even really know if it happened, went to their house and talked to their kids for a few minutes. Hello, baby. And talked to their kids for a few minutes. Ryan Beard, I don't think that the individual people are evil, but the state can obviously be weaponized in harmful ways from time to time. Banapanada, you can't weaponize CPS against a guy who claims to be worth $100 million. When CPS gets weaponized, is shit like someone who verifiably knows you make a call, like an ex or something, and provides their own details that prove their link to you. Ryan Beard, I disagree. I think if someone called CPS on you because you told the internet that your child had a mild illness, you wouldn't be happy about it. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I would also blame myself for oversharing about it in the first place, because then I would definitely have seen it as preventable. Banapanada, Giardia is severe enough that all cases must be reported by law. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Is Giardia in California? Do doctors have to report cases of Giardia? Because I thought it was pretty common. To what? Child Protective Services? To Child Protective Services. I'm not seeing anything like this. Maybe something from CDC? Okay. Giardia infection data and publications. This is in April 2024. At a glance, CDC collects and publishes data about illnesses and outbreaks caused by Giardia. This information helps public health officials better understand how Giardia spreads and prevents future illnesses. Reporting cases of illness. Giardiasis, illness caused by Giardia, is a nationally notifiable disease. This means that healthcare providers and laboratories that diagnose laboratory-confirmed Giardia are required to report those cases to the health department. Health departments then voluntarily report these cases of illness to CDC's National Notifiable Disease Surveillance System. Reporting outbreaks. State health departments voluntarily report outbreaks of Giardiasis, affecting multiple people to CDC. Health departments can report outbreaks spread through water, food, or from person to person in CDC's National Outbreak Reporting System. Okay, so I guess there's a kernel of truth to it. So if a healthcare provider or laboratory has a laboratory confirmed diagnosis of this, then they're required to report those cases to the health department. And then, but from there, the second part of that is that the health departments voluntarily do it. It doesn't seem like it doesn't say mandatory. Empanada CPS expert, I guess so. That does not logically report that from the health department to CPS. Oh, wait, that's true. He did claim it goes to CPS, right? He didn't just say it gets reported. He said Giardia is severe enough that all cases get reported by law. Okay, like, again, there's a kernel of truth to that. It gets reported, but it doesn't get reported to CPS. It gets reported to the CDC, and the CDC, if they see an outbreak in an area, would take action from there. But it's not about CPS. Don't they do that with the flu too? Probably. Like we just don't have the infrastructure for this to work the way that he does. He didn't say that, but he's heavily implying it. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And if CPS thinks that that's what he said in the podcast warrants a CPS video, then that's how it is. I mean, I do think, like, if CPS saw that clip, I like them taking action on it doesn't surprise me. But them being sent the clip in the first place or whatever is stupid. And then later, I think Ethan and Hila said that they actually, the kid didn't actually end up actually having Giardia. They just thought that they did. I think for the CDC, it would be more for tracing multiple cases together, like a tainted supply. Well, not tainted supply, but like tracking an outbreak in an area so that they can advise people in that area to be cautious that there's an outbreak. Ryan Beard, can you show me a source on that? From what I've seen, it's 6 times less deadly than the flu. Bad Banana, there was no false call. At most, there was a legitimate call that you were splitting hairs to disagree with. Why are we in the weeds on this? And then, what is this? What is he linking? So he links this. Title 17, California Code of Regulations, CCR. The criminal code numbers, reportable diseases and conditions. And there's like a thing that tells you what they have to do. Okay, so this is the urgency reporting requirements. If it says week, it means all other diseases / conditions should be reported by electronic transmission, including fax, telephone, or mail within 7 calendar days of identification. And then this is reportable communicable diseases. And then where is it? I cannot believe we're this in the weeds on this. Holy shit, it's so stupid. Week. Shinga toxin detected in feces. Okay. Thank you, Bada Banana. Very cool. Again, if this happened, which I'm not convinced it did, they still haven't provided any evidence nor done any of the stuff they claimed they would, like report it to the cops and sue the caller. The most likely candidate is either the ex-housemaid who is suing them for breaking labor laws or a doctor. We have no reason to disbelieve the CPS social worker who, according to Ethan, said it was someone close to him. They would not just say that about an anonymous caller. Ryan Beard, I'm pretty sure that document you sent is about reporting infections to avoid outbreaks in medical facilities. COVID is listed on there. You obviously don't call CPS on someone if their kid has COVID. You don't get COVID from ingesting shit. And it just totally moves off the point. He just totally pivots when Ryan calls him out on that. You don't get COVID from ingesting shit. And Benapanada, if a doctor saw a kid with Giardia and Ethan blabbed to the doctor and he blabbed on stream, then that doctor would 100% call CPS. Ryan Beard, I doubt that. CPS states that you should call because of patterns of neglect, not one-off instances. If Ethan told a doctor that his kid had caught Giardia 3 times in half a year, then yeah, they probably would. Benapanada, that's just more evidence that they wouldn't escalate straight to an investigation based off random anonymous call, though. Ethan and his fans are framing it as if anyone can call CPS, say any random shit to them, and they'll visit. It's a lie designed to exploit people who can't differentiate this from swatting. Ryan Beard, I wouldn't be so sure. Anonymous calls absolutely can cause the state to overreact sometimes. This narrative just comes come straight from Ethan from the ground up. Okay. Can you contact CPS in California anonymously? So the AI overview says that's true. While California law generally protects the confidentiality of reporters, mandatory reporters are typically required to identify themselves. If you're not a mandated reporter, you can report suspected child abuse or neglect anonymously. And then one of the sources is more states seek to curb anonymous CPS reports against parents. California's new law will require that county child welfare agency staff answering hotline calls request identifying information from non-mandated reporters. If the caller refuses, then they must be asked to give a reason and be reminded that their personal information will remain confidential. AB 391, therefore, allows DCFS to investigate reports of suspected child abuse or neglect when a non-mandated reporter chooses to remain anonymous, the spokesperson clarified. So I don't know that this law has passed, but this was obviously something that they felt needed addressing. But these 24-hour hotlines staffed by trained social workers. This is from California Department of Social Services.gov. If you suspect that a child's health or safety is jeopardized due to abuse or neglect by parents or other caretaker who has custody of the child, contact the CPS agency in your county. These 24-hour hotlines are staffed by trained social workers. If you are reporting suspected child abuse or neglecting regarding children in another county, please contact that county's Child Protective Services agency. Okay. There's no reason to buy it. Also, he's a Zionist, so he's a danger to children. Oh my God. Give me a break. Give me a break. You're like, he knows what he's doing by saying that. Like, I can't call CPS on MAGA because they have anti-vax parents. You can argue that I ought to be able to, but if I tried to use that as the excuse to do it, I would get laughed out of a fucking room. Or like if I called CPS and I said that was the reason, they would laugh at me. What's the reason for talking about this? Because it's fun. It's funny. CPS should confiscate all kids from Zionists. Okay, you can quote that in the video. Brian Beard. I haven't seen evidence of Ethan being someone who maliciously lies to get what he wants. I think his main problem is promoting misinformation, harmful opinions. Oh, Ethan stuff in CPS. Why do I know about this internet lore so much? SMH. That's how I feel. I didn't think that this would be what their DMs would contain, that they actually were like hashing this out. I thought it was going to be Ryan Beard asking him about the doxing allegations and stuff. I haven't seen evidence of Ethan being someone who maliciously lies to get what he wants. I think his, I disagree with that. I think his main problem is promoting misinformation, harmful opinions, and overreacting to attacks. Now, if you prove the human skulls were purchased by him, I would definitely change my perspective on that. Haha, okay, we'll make sure to quote that. He absolutely maliciously lies, just constantly, endlessly. Yeah, I agree. I think he lies. I think he like, and I believe Bada Banana with this. I've seen other people accuse him of this. I 100% would not be surprised if Ethan went on stream and said that Bada Banana is a pedophile. The human skulls. I need to go to bed. LMAO. He lies constantly. The stuff he spreads about me is just a little bit. He accused Hassan of rape randomly, then never mentioned it again. Did he repeat the like laugh stuff? Oh yeah. All of his Israel stuff is just pure lies. I think he believes the allegations he spreads around. I think he believes the allegations he spread about you are true, but he didn't do his due diligence in researching then. Yeah, I guess, like, again, Bada Banana's not going to be receptive to hearing this, but I guess the argument that Ryan Beard is making is that there's a difference between being negligent versus intentionally lying, but to the person that's being slandered, it doesn't really matter to them. Ryan is an H3 fan, so he's looking at this through rose-colored glasses. I think he's trying to remain neutral and objective in every single instance and allegation until proven otherwise, and I think he's also defensive about accepting Bada Panada at his word for any of the stuff that he's not linking him direct posts or sources to. Bada Panada, you are way too in love with this guy. He was a talentless hack when you were younger, and he still is now. Ryan Beard. Haha, yeah, maybe. Okay, base, he owns up to it. Bad empanada. It's just more obvious now because he finally dipped his feet into something serious. Ryan Beard, look, I'm trying my best to be as honest as I can with all this shit. Bad empanada. Seriously, go back and watch his original videos. The funny part isn't him. The video he's mocking is funny by itself. Ryan Beard, even though you might disagree with some of my takes, I do care about honesty. Bad empanada, his joke, they're just like having two separate conversations. His jokes are just, I said the bad word you're not meant to say. I repeated the funny thing the guy in the video said, or coughing. The guy has lied endlessly about me, but everything I've said about him is true, lol. So, Ryan Beard, yeah, some of it is probably outdated for sure. Bad empanada, I'm sure you'll present it differently though. Ryan Beard, I agree that he shouldn't have spread those allegations about you. Bad empanada, he's the same now. He's the same now, and it's so bad that his own crew react to like it. Oh. Okay, he's the same now, and it's so bad that his own crew react to it like you would if someone with Alzheimer's told a joke that made no sense. Okay. Ryan Beard, I agree he's not really funny anymore recently because he seems very sad and he's trying to hide it. Bad empanada, he is transparently incredibly insecure and his identity is totally attached to his wife who led him into being an insane Zionist. GG for him. Ryan Beard. This is a screenshot of Bad empanada responding to somebody that says, wonder if U.S. defamation law is strict enough to get me a something, a what? A big payout for this one. Probably not. If Lonerbox posts that fake tweet, he's fucked though. Been trying to bait him into doing it. Oh. Here's what I said about you before trying to bait people. Yeah, I made fun of Lonerbox to see if he'd retaliate with it, not literally sending it to him and telling him to post it. Oh my god, he's being so reductive about what it means to bait somebody into it. You don't have to literally send it to somebody and be like, post it. You're begging, so now like Ryan Beard has the receipts and he's like got him dead to rights and he's like, yeah, so what? Yeah, so what, Giga Chad? Ryan Beard, yeah, I'm just saying you do try to bait people. Just showing that I can back up what I'm saying. Bad empanada, baiting somebody like making a couple of videos refuting them. It's not the same as sending them fake info intentionally, lol. Okay, they just define it differently, but I feel like Bad empanada is intentionally defining it poorly to obfuscate the point, and we use a lot of this. Ryan Beard, I don't think I said you send fake info intentionally. Bad empanada, like I baited Ethan into responding to me by posting comically stupid Instagram stories where I said Ela cucks him. Okay, but what he's saying is when you get into beefs with these people, you are crossing your fingers and hoping that they post the most outrageous allegations that against you that are fake, so you can delegitimize and discredit any retort that they make on the basis that, oh look, if they're repeating this lie about me related to me being a pedophile or me abusing somebody, then they're not trustworthy, and then you don't have to engage with the criticism. Ryan Beard, I was also going to ask about this. Bad empanada, it's pathetic the thing that got him to respond to me directly for the first time was that, and not the 5 videos I made previously where I actually refuted him on the issues. Ryan Beard, Bad empanada on January 16, 2025. His plan is to fake Bad empanada October 7 tweets. My plan is to say the fake tweets are real because I support October 7th. Bad empanada, that's a joke. Crowd, who is unironically about to be arrested. Crowd, it's like a liberal video essayist, was making fake tweets and stuff about me and saying he was going to send them to a drama YouTuber to make a video about me. Ryan Beard, do you know who made the jerking off to blanks, you can read, tweet? Bad empanada, Shirion Collective / Drew Pavlu. How are we talking about Drew Pavlu now? What is going on? Ryan Beard, are there any other clearly fake things that people float around other than the Israeli babies tweets and the Discord screenshot? Covered at 16:55 here. Is he linking himself or what? Fascists tried to murder me. Now a YouTuber is trying to help them. This was 4 months ago on January 15, 2025. This video is a wild ride which outlines how I was targeted for attempted murder by the Argentine far-right and pro-Israel doxing groups, and how the YouTuber crowd is now attempting to frame the people who did this to me as actually being my victims to get back at me for what he believes to be my directing of an elaborate 6-year-long gang stalking operation against him. He has formed a Discord server dedicated to stalking me, doxing me, and, quote, gathering evidence of my crimes, and is threatening me with handing it all over to drama YouTubers who, according to him, are going to make videos on me, which he thinks is something that I should be very afraid of. And so he wants him to read or to listen from 1655. Oh my God, how long is this video? This is over a 2-hour-long video. Holy shit. To have a conversation about it, but not even to like know all of his lore, I guess. Part 3, attacked by Zionist defamation groups.
So the Shirion Collective doesn't really exist anymore, though its users are still around. It sort of collapsed because in June of last year, the leader of the group, who was paying its participants to dox and harass people in an attempt to incite others to kill them, was out.
So this is a Guardian article that says, revealed the tech entrepreneur behind a pro-Israel hate network. The Guardian used public records and open source material to identify Daniel Linden of the Shirion Collective.
Then as Daniel Linden, who's basically one of those guys who manages accounts on OnlyFans. I mean, come on, dude. And after that, the group sort of fell apart. It was basically a Telegram group through which they coordinated harassment campaigns against people.
It says this is a screenshot of the Telegram group of them showing them gloating over photos of dead Palestinian children in burial shawls, which I've obviously censored. Like laughing emojis.
People on social media and like mass reporting campaigns and stuff like that. So initially Shirion started responding to me, spamming like fake screenshots they made of me, accusing me of the same sort of stuff that the Argentine far right was. But it kind of failed to get much attention despite their best efforts, because at the end of the day, no one really followed their account except a bunch of bots and members of the organization itself, so they didn't really have much reach. On January 12th, 2024, they made this fake screenshot and started posting it everywhere, but they didn't really get much dissemination outside of their own circle. So at that point, they decided to try and enlist someone with a bigger following to spread their defamation against me. And the guy who ended up doing this for them was a total loser known as Drew Pavlou.
And then this is a Time article that says, the curious case of the Australian activist arrested for threatening to blow up China's embassy in London.
Drew Pavlou is basically a guy who, ever since he was like 18 years old, has been doing nothing but framing himself as like a really brave anti-Chinese government activist while failing completely to ever actually hold down a job or anything at all. And a couple of years into that grift, he got noticed by Australian far-right financiers, chief among them a guy named Simon Fenwick. Simon Fenwick is a far-right millionaire who is deeply involved in the funding of many.
It says it's pretty clear that he considers himself to be an ideological warrior of the right, says Josh Roos, an associate professor of political sociology at Deakin University. He rails very powerfully against what he considers to be cultural Marxism that's underpinning Australian politics. He talks about brainwashing, identity politics. He rails against climate change. Mr. Fenwick has contributed $365,000 to the Liberal Party, $75,000 to the Liberal Democrats, and $25,000 to the anti-Chinese Communist Party activist Drew Pavlou. At the last federal election, he also donated $24,500 to Michelle Wild, a conspiracy theorist One Nation candidate. And this says, major no donor looking to defeat The Voice is an investor in Indigenous land ventures.
Many causes on the far right in Australia, and also, coincidentally, pro-Israel groups. So Drew Pavlou ended up...
Okay, wait, what did that say?
Causes on the far right in Australia, and also...
Founded as a conservative answer to the left's activist outfit Get Up in 2018 by a group which included former ABC chair Maurice Newman, storage business owner Sam Kennard, and Dr. David Adler from the Australian Jewish Association, Advance has had several leaders. Current Pharmacy Guild head Gerard Benedette was its initial national director, followed by the former Liberal staffer and now Sky News host Liz Storer. She was replaced by the group's current spokesman Matthew Shahan, who spoke with the Nightly alongside director Simon Fenwick, a multimillionaire Sydney-based fund manager.
Also,
and this is from the article Advance Australia, Truth Trucks and Dark Money Claims. Where will this controversial group turn up next?
Israel groups. So Drew Pavlou ended up getting hired by Simon Fenwick to shift from his previous grift, which was like, I am critiquing China from the left, I'm a progressive, to a new grift, which is much more openly right-wing and very much overtly pro-Israel. And this is very much a matter of public record. There was a case where Drew Pavlou was forced to disclose who pays him.
It's pretty clear he considers himself to... Oh, wait. Yeah, well, this is the same thing.
Turned out that he received $25,000 from a company owned by Simon Fenwick. He's also openly thanked and praised Simon Fenwick numerous times for his...
Acknowledgements. Drew Pavlou addressed to the Oxford Union, Xi Jinping and the CCP threaten humanity. Drew Pavlou Substack. I want to thank my mates Tim Page and Dilby for their years of friendship. To Simon Fenwick and for his immense support.
You know, it's open, it's clear, it's obvious that he's getting paid by this guy and possibly by others to basically just be a far-right troll online who defames people in mostly abortive attempts to get them to stop critiquing the causes that Simon Fenwick and others like him support. And Pavlov's horrible behavior under the influence of this far-right money became so extreme.
Amnesty International Australia Extraordinary General Meeting, hell of a mouthful, just voted 80% to 20% to remove me as a member because I criticized their lack of support for Ukraine. Disgusting and rigged. I don't want any member to be a member of any group that would have me as a member anyway.
He actually ended up getting expelled from Amnesty International for it. So Shirion evidently got in contact with Drew Pavlou, and he was very, very happy to start spreading the same stuff that they were spreading about me. And this new defamation campaign was centered around the screenshot that Shirion had fabricated and started trying to spread 3 days earlier. And
it says censored because he doxed my real name. Blank hides behind the moniker Bad and Benata while joking about Hamas or wording Israeli kids. There is a warrant out for my arrest for some shit I didn't even do. He is going to, quote, begin wiping my hard drive just in case I still have shit left over.
And wouldn't you know it, the fake Discord screenshot from that Vosh subreddit post that we went over at the beginning of the story. Interestingly, this also followed me getting a number of messages from Drew Pavlou, which included things like my passport number and my address. And this happened on December 2nd, 2023, which was more than a month before he...
It's a DM from an account or like, yeah. I also have your address and I have your passport number is what it said.
Doxing and defamation campaign against me began, which happened on January 12th to 15th, 2024. So I think it's pretty clear that they had this plan in the pipeline for quite a while. Also very interesting is that right exactly around the time this was happening, I found this out a lot later, but the YouTuber Keffels bizarrely was doxing me at the same time. Like she openly said in a DM with someone, well I guess that's not open, but she said to someone, I believe was her editor in DMs that were later leaked, that she hired an Argentine private investigator to find my address and my docs and all that sort of stuff. So I have to, you know, wonder if there was some sort of link between this and this Shirion Drew Pavlou doxing / defamation campaign. That would be fucking wild. It's just really suspicious that all this was happening at the same time. Like Keffels doxing me, Drew Pavlou and Shirion doxing me and defaming me, and the Argentine far right doxing me and defaming me. Literally all happened in December 2023 and January 2024. So let's take a look at the new...
I thought the far right didn't have power. No, they do, but they just can't do anything with their anti-Semitism, apparently.
Reported screenshot of something that I purportedly allegedly posted, according to these people, which they were using to accuse me of basically, you know, the sort of thing that...
Oh God, Keffels is here. Keffels, Drew, the whole Motley crew is here.
Gets people to hunt and kill you, obviously, for precisely that reason. That's what they wanted to happen to me. So you have the original Vosh subreddit screenshot, which I went over, and then you have this purported screenshot, which, spoiler, isn't real. If you're a regular viewer of this channel, you might remember this tweet from Ethan Klein.
Oh God, okay, so Ethan is here showing that he actually did post this on his Instagram story, and it seems like it's lies.
Noted genius, holding it up to the camera in one of his anti-Assad rant videos and saying, this is a real tweet. Keep it in mind too, because it's going to come up later when we get to the Krell part. So before I provide like really smoking gun evidence that this is just plainly fake, I want you to look at it and think with your brain so we can have at least some sort of like teaching moment here. Does anything seem off about this to you? I would say that like someone tweeting something like this, it probably wouldn't get like 4 replies, 122 retweets, and 223 likes. You know, I don't think that's very likely. You also have to think like, who types like this? I certainly don't. I don't think I've ever said anyways in my life. Thirdly is that who even claimed that Hamas raped a bunch of babies and kids? Did anyone make that claim? As far as I know, they claim that Hamas massacred 40 babies, which never happened, and actually only 1 baby in total was found to have died on October 7th. So it's like a perfect storm of things that should clue you in immediately that this is fake. Social media screenshots are pathetically easy to fake. It's really like Facebook grandma stuff at this point to see something like this and just immediately believe it uncritically. But anyway, so my account was suspended on the date that this screenshot reports.
Your Twitter account has been suspended for violating Twitter rules.
You have been posted. So obviously I could not have tweeted anyway. I do really, really wish that I had been on Twitter on October 7th, 2023 though. God, that's actually one of my biggest regrets ever. I'll never get to have that chance again. It was only unsuspended on November 6th after I did the thing, which if you don't know is commonly works on Twitter, where you say like, I am a far...
Your account has been restored. Our support team has reviewed your account and it appears we made an error and they...
right, like Trump supporter. And I was mass reported by the cancel culture police. Please unban me, and then they just unbanned you. I did that and they unbanned me. And that was in November 6th, as you can see here. So I literally could not have posted this. Aside
That's
from
pretty
the fact
funny.
That fake anyway. You know, what a coincidence that the first time this screenshot ever actually appeared was in January, 3 months after it was purportedly posted. Wow, it's almost like that's when someone made it. Nonetheless, of course, these people aren't interested in the truth. They're interested in defamation.
Yeah, like his other way of like poking holes in it was pretty weak, but that pointing out that like, yeah, it wasn't actually like it barely started circulating in January, even though he said it on October. He would have said it on October 8th. Makes the most sense.
And they're interested in shutting down anyone who's against, you know, Milei or against Israel. And for them, that is what spamming this fake shit and these obviously defamatory false allegations is all about. And ultimately, that's really what it is for like a lot of the people aside from them who also see this sort of thing and then start spreading it. They're just interested in like shitting on a YouTuber they don't like with any means necessary. And it's honestly kind of pathetic and weird to be that obsessed.
We're all trying to figure out who did this. Who does that sound like?
So anyway, fast forward a few months.
Okay. All right. Then we're done with that part. This video is a wild ride, which outlines how it was targeted for attempted murder by the Argentine far right and pro-Israel doxing groups and how YouTube, blah, blah, blah. Okay, wait, that was the... Yeah, it's the thing. I thought he attached that with it. Ryan Beard, I know people also posted an arrest record of you that literally wasn't that at all. Banana, there's a bunch of stuff. I don't care much except about literal criminal accusations. Ryan Beard, and I'm assuming most of the time you accuse people being pedophiles. It's in response to them sharing those fake accusations. Banana, every time except Vosh. Ryan Beard. Except Vosh, yeah, haha. I also did find it shitty that you accuse all the trans people in his audience of being pedophiles. It's one thing to criticize him, but I don't think spreading that type of rhetoric is good. With the way that trans people are smeared by the right, bad empanada, where did I do that? Vosh is the one who told trans people in his audience to kill themselves. In Minecraft. Ryan Beard. You said that as a collective, the trans people in Vosh's audience are pedophiles. Bad empanada, where? Ryan Beard, I can find the clip if you want. Bad empanada, pretty sure that's just a soundbite Keffels made when she was trying to manufacture drama with me. Ryan Beard, so Keffels claimed you were saying that all trans people are pedophiles, which is a lie. But I looked up the actual stream and you were talking about the trans people in Vosh's audience. Bad empanada. Everyone in Vosh's audience is a pedophile. It is all inclusive. I'm all inclusive. Ryan Beard, haha, okay, at least you own it. Vosh's audience used to, probably still do, love to claim that you responded to one of them who was trans. It was transphobia by default. I was probably responding to that by saying, look, I don't care if you're trans, you're a Vosh fan, so you're a pedo. Ryan Beard, I just think that's a shitty thing to say about a group of people who a lot of them have been manipulated by Vosh's lies, specifically in a culture where accusations of pedophilia is like the primary thing used to target trans people. The doublespeak and obfuscation is so annoying and frustrating. Yep. Obviously, I don't think it's like one of those, like, I didn't do it, but even if I did, it was funny. Or I didn't do it, but even if I did, it was funny, but it was a long time ago, so don't worry. And then you point out, oh, it was like last week, and then he's like, haha, then it's base because I hate these people. It's like it's not serious. None of this is serious, and yet I'm covering it. Obviously, I don't think trans people should believe Vosh's lies about his short stack goblin folder. Bad empanada, they're being called pedos for being Vosh fans, not for being trans. I don't think anyone buys the lies anymore. Vosh is just gone. Dude, Vosh still gets like 10,000 concurrents. He's not gone. Ryan Beard, like Destiny one time said that trans people attacking him are inbred and justified it by saying he wasn't saying that about all trans people, but it was still a shitty thing to say in my opinion. Vosh has a decent audience still, but yeah, he's definitely not as relevant. Where are these two living? Vosh is... If I go to Vosh... Vosh has almost 600,000 subscribers, and his last live... Let's see. His last live got 110,000 views 11 hours ago. I think he has some relevance still. But that's just me. Bad empanada. I don't know what was said, but those people spent years saying incredibly dumb shit. Vosh spent years laundering American imperialism as leftist. So there's always something. There's always something that justifies it. Vosh doesn't go away when you stop looking at him. Maybe Ryan Beard and Bad empanada don't have object permanence. Most insightful thing I've gotten from this. Can you at least agree that accusations of pedophilia specifically against trans people is a dangerous thing to do? And sure, I'm not defending Vosh. Bad empanada. And every time I responded to one of them who was trans, they always made it about that somehow. They honestly use it like Zionists. Yeah, Ryan Beard. Yeah, some trans people in Vosh's audience definitely do weaponize their trans identity. I won't disagree with you there. You mean like Zionists claiming you're only attacking them because they're Jewish? Bad empanada, yes. Ryan Beard, I had Keffels call me a transphobe multiple times for calling out her lies. Bad empanada, well, Keffels was an idiot. Ethan is so much worse than those other, I mean... Keffels calls him a transphobe because he called her out for his lies, and Bad empanada calls him a Zionist because, what, lies, disagreements? He does the same thing, but he just does it with different shit. Well, Keffels was an idiot. Ethan is so much worse than these other people, though. He's not just a malicious moron. He's also far more harmful. Ryan Beard. It felt like he was moving in a positive direction for a while. But because he got his feelings hurt, he ran into the arms of Dan Saltman propaganda. Bad empanada. Nah, it was because of Hila. Ryan Beard. I think it was a combination. Bad empanada. Obviously, it's his fault still, but she is where it originates from. She was able to hide the Zionism until it became a big thing, and Ethan was always going to go insane defending her. Ryan Beard. Yeah, and it's a very human thing to defend your wife, obviously, not meaning that justifies it. I know there was a moment where Ethan said something like he agrees the IDF are terrorists, and she said that she disagrees. Bad empanada. She said a lot of dumb stuff that he then agrees with, but probably wouldn't have brought up himself, like saying the IDF wouldn't just kill a journalist, or the Yoav Gallant thing. How often did the IDF, Ryan Beard, how often do the IDF kill journalists in Israel? I know they're obviously doing it constantly in Gaza. Okay, like him not knowing this stuff or whatever, when he's like, oh, I've been outspoken about this, is like only going to be weaponized against him. Bana Panada. Well, 40 journalists died in all of World War II. 200 dead in Gaza. Ryan Beard. Yeah, that's insane. I know the Zionist response is that they're just terrorists pretending to be journalists. Bana Panada. They also target influencers and random people who post on social media, who aren't counted in the number. Okay, so you're admitting that it's possible for a political entity to target random small YouTubers, content creators, and influencers, even though they don't really have that much control, huh? Ryan Beard. They bragged about bombing a hospital with a journalist in it. Bana Panada. They know where everyone in Gaza lives because they control the population registry. So when they bomb a family, it's deliberate and calculated. Ryan Beard. Didn't Netanyahu straight up admit they're bombing people's houses so they can't return to them? That doesn't sound much like eliminating Hamas to me. Bana Panada. Yes, I said they're doing that in 2023 because it was obvious. They destroyed 60% of housing stock already by December 2023. It's like whiplash, how they go from like having this serious discussion of ongoing like current events related to the genocide in Israel-Palestine, and then back to like the internet schizo shit. And they keep talking a lot, so I'm waiting to see when it goes back to it. At the end of World War II, Berlin was 53%. Ryan Beard. Yeah, I think that puts a nail in the coffin of any possible claim that this is to stop Hamas. Ryan, how are you barely learning this on May 29, 2025? But unless he's just, I don't know. But that is like crazy that he doesn't realize this. But maybe he didn't think it was a genocide. I don't know. Bana Panada. Hamas offered to release the hostages in exchange for no ground invasion. It was never about anything but taking the opportunity to genocide way more explicitly. Ryan Beard. I'm curious why people specifically use the word genocide instead of ethnic cleansing, because they're one and the same. Doesn't genocide imply an attempt to kill as much of the population as possible? To me, it feels like the goal has always been to kill a bunch of them, then push the rest out. Yes, but that's genocide. He's correct. That is a form of genocide. And no, genocide isn't just when a bunch of people die or when a bunch of people are killed or a collection of war crimes. It's when there's a systemic effort to deliberately exterminate in whole or in part a cultural identity, an ethnic group, a race, etc. Bana Panada. It's legally genocide easily, and it crossed that threshold already in 2023. Ryan Beard. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not genocide. I just want to understand the exact definition of the word. Bana Panada. If you kill 20% and expel the other 80%, it's still genocide because you killed those 20% as part of a campaign intended to eliminate the group within that region. Ryan Beard. Okay, that makes sense. Bana Panada. They ruled on this with the Srebrenica trial. The transfers that were considered part of the genocide, even if they're not legally genocidal acts because they were combined with killing. Ryan Beard. Okay, so a genocide can constitute a combination of killings and transfers. Bana Panada. It's just legal crap. Ethnic cleansing is basically a euphemism anyway. The goal of both is basically the same. Get rid of them until they're not a problem anymore. Ryan Beard. I was also wondering, why did you say that Zionism is the belief that Israel can exist? Isn't Zionism specifically the belief that Israel should exist for Jewish people? It's ethno-nationalism that ties the Jewish identity to the state of Israel. Bana Panada. If Israel didn't exist for Jewish people, it wouldn't be Israel. That's what it is. Without the ethno-nationalist part, that's just Palestine. Ryan Beard. I don't necessarily think that's true. Like, America could still be America, even if you don't believe in Christian nationalism or white nationalism. Bana Panada. I mean, states can transform their identities over time. But if he's saying, like, it would be Israel name only if it wasn't, if it no longer had, like, a Jewish character to its state or whatever. But now that they're like getting into debates over like the founding versus like it changing its character over time, it gets tricky. Bana Panada. The entity called Israel was explicitly founded to be an ethno-state from the very start. The USA kind of bumbled into that due to historical circumstances rather than being such an explicit, long-planned project. I think a lot of Native Americans in this country would have beg to differ, or Native Americans in Canada would also beg to differ. So that was like not. The U.S. did not kind of bumble into doing settler colonialism and like the Trail of Tears and whatnot. Ryan Beard. I mean, I think America was definitely founded to be a Christian nation at the very least. This is not true either. It was explicitly irreligious, even though the founders themselves were Christians and like Protestants. Banapanada. The U.S. ended up being white supremacist because British colonialism created an environment where settlers were promised and expected land. So now British colonialism is to blame for U.S. settlers being white supremacists. Okay, I feel like both of these people are clearly wandering out of their areas of expertise here. Ryan Beard, and the fact that they saw black people as subhuman, I would argue, made it an ethno-state. Okay. Banapanada. So they needed to kill the people who were there and needed justifications for it. Israel was way more deliberate, planned out almost a century in advance. I don't think it was a century in advance. By people who weren't even there yet. Like, it was planned in advance, and obviously Zionism preceded the Holocaust and whatnot. And the Holocaust just ended up accelerating the Zionist project coming to fruition. But I don't believe it was almost a century in advance, no. Ryan Beard, I guess, but America had manifest destiny and all that bullshit. I don't necessarily think that America was better than Israel. I mean, it wasn't, but the fact that, like, Israel was trying to establish a settler colony on top of Palestine in 48, at that point, it was like, it had already become, like, unacceptable for nations to be established this way, and nonetheless, it was forming in that way. But what can you do? Yeah, but that stuff come later. It doesn't mean it's better. It's just that the circumstances are a lot different. Israel was created with the USA and every other settler colony in mind. I guess he's saying that, like, the USA and other settler colonies, like, what, like China and Tibet, like, inspired and were like the blueprint for Zionism. So it was the most deliberate of them all. If Israel wasn't Jewish supremacist, it wouldn't meaningfully be Israel anymore. I mean, call it Israel still if you want. It's still not recognizable. Ryan Beard. So, like, if there hypothetically was a two-state solution, you abolish Zionism, you're saying there's no way it could continue to be Israel if Jews became a minority because the population would vote to call it Palestine? Banapanada. If there's a two-state solution, there's still Zionism. I don't think that the name matters, but it wouldn't be Israel in anything but name. I agree with him. As far as what people have come to understand Israel as, which is like an ethno-supremacist and Jewish supremacist project, then yes, that's true. Ryan Beard, I think you could have a two-state solution without Zionism. Banapanada, definitely not. I mean, if you have a two-state solution, you are reifying the Zionist framework. But let's see what they say. Ryan Beard, you would need to stop restricting immigration and all of that. Banapanada, two states still means ethnic division, which is still the entire problem. Ryan Beard, I don't think that's necessarily the case. You would just need to create two states where the current borders are. That doesn't mean that in the future, Israel needs to continue discriminating and enforcing an ethno-state. Banapanada, the very nature of Israel is a state explicitly designed to ensure a Jewish ethnic majority. So in that circumstance, there's no reason to even have two states. The only reason to have them is to maintain it, in fact. Yes, this is true. So what I mean by when I say, like, it makes permanent the Zionist framework. Yeah, I definitely think the one-state solution is the most moral for sure. But what do you say to the argument that it could be good, at the very least, to give Palestinian a state ASAP so they can have more international protections? Banapanada, totally unviable and has been for a long time. Palestine is already recognized by most countries. Yeah, but it's not recognized by the most important countries. It needs to be recognized by the United States and Israel. So they're covered by laws and stuff. Ryan Beard, why is it unviable? Because of the settlements? Banapanada, on the ground, nothing changes. Ryan Beard, I think no matter the situation, the only thing that would fix things is the international community stepping in and forcing Israel's hand, which is true. Banapanada, it would actually be detrimental to solidify it because it would be tiny and weak and not at all autonomous, and this would be an excuse to leave it that way. I mean, if he's saying that a statehood, quote unquote, the way that on Israeli terms and U.S. terms, which as defined is not really a state because it's demilitarized, Israel has the ability to, would have the ability to invade at any time for security reasons, doesn't have they wouldn't actually have control over their airspace, over the water, they would not be able to have an airport that was controlled by Palestinian authorities. Like, it doesn't have the key features of what constitutes true statehood. So if he means that, then that's true. But if he's saying that making it a state and it having the ability to have those things, just because it would be tiny and weak, if it's tiny and weak and it can't resist outside occupation or invasion, then by definition, it's not a state because it can't enforce its rights. It's better to wait for a moment with more leverage. When's that going to happen? Ryan Beard, I mean, that's a risky proposition, though. When you see that we're quickly heading towards full ethnic cleansing, the situation is just totally fucked. Do you think there's a chance that Israel's actions could get so abhorrent that the world would say enough is enough? I mean, it's at that point and nothing has happened, so... Banapanada, well, it wouldn't matter anyway. The situation would remain the same whether everyone declares there's a state or not. I mean, yeah, these people are not coming back to life. IDK, probably not. For any other country, they would have bombed it to the ground within a month of doing this. For anyone except Saudi Arabia. Ryan Beard, you would have to declare it a state, force the end of the settlements, depose the current government, and force Israel to stop enacting ethno-nationalist policies, but it's very unlikely to happen. Banapanada, the last time there was a supposedly serious state offer, it was an unconnected West Bank and Gaza, with Israel keeping half the West Bank settlements, Palestine having no army, and Israel having the right to send the military in whenever they want. This is true. And this was with Clinton. Ryan Beard, why do you think Israel got such special treatment? Just the fact that American protects them? Banapanada, it's literally just formalizing the already existing situation. It used to be for geopolitical reasons. Now it's sunk cost. I mostly agree with him. Ryan Beard, yeah, I feel like every time Israel makes an offer, it's always untenable so that the Palestinians look like the bad ones for rejecting it, which is true. Banapanada, they're too far in to realize how bad this is making them look. I mean, Trump's not an ideologically committed Zionist, but he is a far-right fascist, and so is Bibi Netanyahu. So the fact that he is not technically an ideologically committed Zionist is not going to mean it's going to have like great outcomes or anything for anyone. Israel wants to look like it's doing diplomacy when it really isn't. Banapanada, they are letting Israel destroy the credible of the whole international legal system they set up to weaponize against their enemies. So IDK, I don't think they'll ever relent. Ryan Beard, and the fact that they're destroying the system is just going to lead to more shit like Ukraine, Taiwan, etc. being taken over. Could the ICJ step in? I know there's a case for genocide right now, but I don't know what they actually do to enforce those cases. They can't really enforce them. Banapanada, it was always a joke. They'll probably rule it as a genocide and the U.S. will react by leaving the UN. I doubt that. We're a permanent member state. Ryan Beard, wouldn't be surprised with Trump in charge, especially since he's already an isolationist. So what do you think is an actual solution? Going to war with Israel? No one's going to do anything. Trump might get pissed if they drag it on too long. Israel is incredibly weak, but protected by the U.S. and the EU. Okay, that's not true. Israel has advanced weaponry. Israel has nukes. Israel, and you just said it's protected by the U.S. and the EU. It's not weak. There's a reason why Iran doesn't invade and Saudi Arabia doesn't do shit, and they all fund proxies, because even if I granted that, they're protected, them being backed and protected by the U.S. and the EU means that they are far stronger, even if internally they were weaker or they didn't have access to this military equipment because they're backed by the United States. Ryan Beard. So I guess my question then becomes, if you feel like the situation is hopeless, what do you do to achieve your politics? Spreading awareness so that this type of thing doesn't happen again in the future? Banapanada. So no one in the region can do much. Not sure what the implication is. Should I just lie about the situation for the sake of it? No, that's not what he's saying. No. There's no more awareness left to raise. Okay, that's definitely not true. Ryan Beard, I'm not implying anything. I guess I just think we should try to find some sort of optimism, even if the optimistic perspective isn't realistic. I mean, neither, like, pointless optimism doesn't help, like, baseless optimism doesn't help anyone, but neither does nihilism. Banapanada, first worlders have proven themselves largely okay with what's happening and are unwilling to put on the necessary pressure to force sanctions. Unless some US-backed Arab dictator goes rogue and randomly invades Israel, there's not much on the table. Israel will collapse eventually because this has done to its image, but that doesn't help it right now. Okay, why does he think that Israel is going to collapse eventually? Why does he think that because a state does something horrible or bad, that they're held accountable to it? Like, Russia is currently invading right now. He knows this because how much terror and despotism has the U.S. exported historically, and that wasn't enough to destroy the United States or end the United States. That's not how it works. A state's existence doesn't correspond to how moral or immoral its actions are. It corresponds to whether or not they have the ability to enforce their sovereignty. And a country that's doing genocide or engaged in this sort of stuff is obviously okay with enough violence to maintain itself, to use the amount of violence necessary to maintain itself. That's just silly. That, like, oh, it's self-defeating, it's internally contradictory. It's like, I feel like he's almost like assuming it's going to end up like how Nazi Germany ended up. Sorry, my dogs are being so loud. It's not fun. Hello. Hello. Go away. Ryan Beard, I wouldn't be so sure of that. People can be really good at forgetting past genocides. I mean, true. Or whitewashing them, or denying them, or revising them and pretending they never happened. Panada, well, Israel's a weak country, and all it takes is one or two big allies having had enough for it to be in trouble. I know, but you just said that the United States and the EU will always back them because of the sunk cost. So when is this going to happen? It also lacks manpower because ethno-nationalism. Ryan Beard, do you think they'll keep expanding once Palestine is cleansed? Panada, they will try, but they will fail. Gaza has been extremely taxing on them. They have reservists who've been in and back 10 times. It's not sustainable. I mean, the current strategy that they're doing is not sustainable, no, but there's other ways of maintaining an occupation, clearly. All they have to do is admit that it's not possible to completely eradicate Hamas and go back to a traditional military occupation, and then that would be that. They're holding the territory, and there's nothing that they can do. Yeah, I feel like they'd probably want to strengthen themselves for a while. That's why they do the birthright shit still, right? Panada, there's not enough Jews in the world for any of this to work long term, really. Eventually, they will light a fuse that alienates an ally or spurs a neighbor into intervening if they keep this up. I don't know why he thinks this. I mean, like, they could become a pariah state, but we'd probably still support them. Ryan Beard, they're definitely not well liked in the region, but a lot of countries tolerate them because of their alliances with the US. I had been listening to Lonerbox from time to time, thinking he had some good takes, but once he said that it would be anti-Semitic to be against Jews if they wanted to kill all Palestinians, I was like, what? Like, would you say the same thing if Christians wanted to kill all gay people? Panada, he is a completely insane Zionist. LOL, his mental gymnastics to justify Israel are unreal. Ryan Beard, he seemed more reasonable a few years ago. He's moved further to the right for some reason. Panada, he argued that a Jewish doctor who said he saw toddlers shot in the head must have misidentified 17-year-old Hamas militants as toddlers. I don't know what they're referring to. Or like, I do know what they're referring to, but I don't know enough about it or what to search up to like get these clips. Ay. Where were we? And then I guess he like links him another video on this shit. He just reflexively defends Israel always. What video is this?
How do you justify the unjust?
The way he just like shouts himself, he's like plugging himself left and right in this conversation. I don't think always is fair, but yeah, more often than not. My favorite quote from him trying to justify war crimes was, "Commanders aren't high up in the chain of command." Hey, that's literally what that that woman on Piers Morgan said. Doggy's mad cute. Thank you, but they're just so loud. They're so loud. They will not go to sleep because they have zoomies. Arguing that Israel doesn't do war crimes, just the commanders do. Ryan Beard. Yeah, that makes sense. Panada. It's so bad he has to concede a lot, but it's still clear what he's doing. Now we're just gossiping about Lonerbox. Okay. I think Ethan definitely is a Zionist, even though he thinks he isn't one. I was on the fence until I saw him saying that if Jews became a minority, they will be genocided. That's like the core of Zionism. Even Lonerbox says he thinks Ethan is a Zionist. Panada, LOL. Well, you don't justify hospital bombings without being one. Ryan Beard, do you have a clip of him justifying it? I think he said that Hamas built a command center under one, but I don't think that means he necessarily thinks they should be bombed. I know Hutch justified it. Hutch would disagree with this. Hutch was just saying, he was just drawing attention to international law or whatever. Panada, that is an IDF invention to justify bombing hospitals. You can't mention it without doing so. Ryan Beard, yeah, I agree with that, but I do think if you asked Ethan if he's okay with bombing hospitals, he would say no. I know, but it's like, then he'll say that he's not cool with it, but then he goes on to like play defense for it or like bring up things that aren't true, that are like lies that are used to manufacture people's consent for it. He definitely falls for IDS propaganda a lot. Panada. Ethan said Hamas forces Israel to bomb hospitals. Ryan Beard. Damn, that's worse than I thought. Is this from the debate with Sam Cedar? "40 babies murdered in Hamas hospital?" Okay. Another Panada video. He also said that Jews being expelled forced them to become Zionists. Panada. It's in here. He was a 40 babies guy too. I'm going to I'm only looking into so I can see the clip.
Anyway,
let's see. Where's this clip?
He was one of the first major content creators to spread the 40 beheaded babies hoax.
They found 40 dead fucking babies at this kibbutz where
Ethan Klein hears something like that, and because he is such a vile, disgusting, genocidal racist.
Okay, I just wanted to hear the clip. No, I do not need the editorialization. Okay, so he says that. I agree that Jews were expelled, but why would that force you to become an ethno-nationalist? Bada Panada, IDK, plenty of Holocaust survivors didn't go to Israel. They seem to have been okay. Ryan Beard, I'm not even necessarily saying that it isn't understandable that they immigrate to Israel in some circumstances, but why would that make you need to become a Zionist? Seems like he genuinely does believe that the more oppressed a Jew is, the more that they need to be a Zionist. Bada he only brings this up to downplay the Nakba. It's a narrative made by Israel in the 80s explicitly in reaction to the PLO bringing up the right of return. Ryan Beard, I've seen people make this argument, but I know he said multiple times he doesn't justify the Nakba. Bada goal was openly stated. It's like, no, he says he doesn't justify the Nakba, but then he'll bring up talking points that are almost exclusively used to justify the Nakba, whether he realizes it or not. And I've said this before, but I'm not convinced that he was the only person that wrote the script to that content nuke. I think he had other people do it for him because I don't feel like he has a good command of the facts. Goal was openly stated to create the idea of there having been a consensual population exchange between the two sides, so no Palestinian right of return is needed. Ryan Beard, but then he says more Jews were displaced than during the Nakba. There's no reason to even mention it unless to justify the Nakba. Not like being expelled means you can go elsewhere and expel others. Ryan Beard, I think he's mentioning it to try to talk about how Jews have also been oppressed in the region, which explains why they're Zionists. I don't think he's necessarily justifying the Nakba. I think he's just saying that the response to the Nakba made it so Zionism is justified, which I obviously disagree with. Then we're linking a paper that talks about how Jews from Arab countries and the Palestinian right for return, ethnic community, and realms of national memory. This was published in 2002 by a sociologist in Tel Aviv University. According to Bada Banada, this article covers how Israel invented this talking point. If Ryan Beard, if your country does some fucked up shit, why does other countries respond and give you a justification to do more fucked up shit? Bada Banada, the article, blah, blah, blah. I'm curious what his perspective on the right of return is. I mean, if he said that if Israel is not majority Jews, that it's going to be a genocide for Jewish people, then I think that you know his opinion on the right of return. Arab countries offered the right of return in the 70s to Jews. Israel did not let any accept. Ryan Beard, which countries offered this? I know Hassan claimed Iraq, but then people said he was wrong. Bada Banada, almost all of them, but Algeria. Israel tried to use Jewish property in Arab countries as its own property for the purpose of denying the Palestinian right of return. The article covers that they weren't subtle. And then I guess he talks about this. Okay, we're halfway through, and now they're just arguing over facts. So when does this shit show break down? I have fucking gone through enough of this. He wants them to understand. I think there's a difference between Destiny and Ethan. Now they don't care about any of those things. They're liberals because it benefits them to be, and anything else is a post hoc justification. Ethan is worse given he's chosen to benefit from Israel in the past, and most of his talking points come from other people anyway, and he's way worse than you remember him. Remember that him and Elon are a team. You have to understand liberal Zionism not as a lesser evil or anything like that. It's rather an adaptation to the circumstances. There were no liberal Nazis because the Nazis had a much larger and stronger country that they believed could achieve its goals regardless of what anyone else thought of them without needing anyone's help. They also operated in different times with different standards. Israel, however, is a small country that cannot achieve its goals without copious amounts of help, and they know that. So they are way more concerned with their image. Okay, this is true. If this is what he means when he keeps reiterating they're a small country or whatever, I guess I see what he means. That's why liberal Zionism is a thing to launder the same sorts of goals in softer sounding ways that also skirt around the fact that people today know more about what colonialism is and are much more averse to any open expressions of it. Halfway through, eyes. Yeah, we're not doing the rest of this. I just wanted to see what the fuck happened here. And now it's just getting into this. Brianna Wu. It's way worse than Brianna Wu. I think I disagree that. I think Brianna Wu is worse than Ethan Klein on the shit. He'll change his ways. Talking about this. He's never going to change. He put, because he said, like, I think he might change. To be honest, I think it's kind of weird to care much about the personal political development of a guy who is only relevant in the first place because he made videos coughing and belching and kissing pranks. They have fostered a bizarre parasocial cult by oversharing about their personal lives for a decade. They call their fans family, lol. It's a damning indictment of everything about the world that we're even talking about their opinions on this. Okay, so this is at 9:07 in the morning. Oh my god, like, oh, but they didn't reply super quickly. But yeah, this is over like several days that this happened. This is so crazy. That's fair, but with his reach, he does have sway in the online narrative. I think he hasn't really swayed anything. The guy's undecided on the sorts of right-wing gamer, too many black people on my game types. They were pro-Israel anyway. Aristocracy coming up. Let's see. Why did she come up though? Literally everything you've heard about me comes from Bosch / Lonerbox, etc. Closing ranks with an open Zionist streamer because I criticized her LMAO. It's the same playbook over and over and over again with liberal Zionists. He's made a video on this, and I have seen this video, but it's been a long time. Yeah, I don't really know anything about aristocracy. All I know is I've seen her saying crazy shit on Twitter. Face. And yeah, Lonerbox has definitely moved to the right. I think Bosch has stayed consistent for the most part. I've definitely seen anti-Zionists who say that they used to be liberal Zionists. I think people can improve. I made a 2-hour-long video on the whole thing, and she disappeared from the internet except for Twitter, where she is now way more open than before. But this whole, I'm a liberal Zionist and I'm pro-Palestine. The pro-Palestine are insane for saying otherwise. I'm actually the reasonable pro-Palestinian thing is much older than Ethan. That was my point with that. He links his videos a lot. He has linked at this point probably like 8 hours of content. Do you not think there's any difference between white people and Jewish people fearing becoming a minority? Not essentially, no. You can say one has, there's a sadder story for one because Jewish people have faced actual oppression and white people have not really. I agree they're both bad, but I do think there's a slight difference when white people have literally never been oppressed. Bana Panada, they made Palestinians a minority intentionally. Those same fears were expressed in every other colony ever beforehand, regardless of who was doing it. The reason they fear this is not because they're Jewish, it's because they know they've done awful things to their victims, and the fear is always the same being done to them. If it was really about fear, no one would be living in Israel in the first place. It's not safer to live somewhere where there's millions of people who all hate you nearby. It's true, this is a contradiction of Israel I've never understood. Most Zionists aren't even religious, really. True. Black separatism. So they really talked politics for a long time. But I don't think I think it's pointless to, for Ryan Beard to get any information on this from a single person, just like a YouTuber. I think if he's interested in this, he should not be asking him these questions. He should only be talking to him to get stuff for the video. He shouldn't have been talking to him about the history and stuff like that, because he's clearly made no shortage of videos where he outlines his thoughts on all of this. He didn't need to have this personal conversation with him. So, and he's like, oh, this is so weird that you're so interested in the political opinion of one person. But he spent a considerable amount of time talking to him and answering his questions on all of this. What was the point of this? Again, because he obviously thinks you can change people's minds. No, unless this was all some long con and he was always going to release these to expose him or something. Even though he exposed him after he said I'm not making the video, so I don't even know why it came out. Talking about Yeet? Why are they talking about Yeet? You're Yeet's favorite guy now. Haha, yeah, I saw that. Yeet is not my favorite guy. I try to be level-headed and nuanced, but I don't want that to mean I'm seen as one of the good ones or whatever by right-wingers. Banana, well, think about it. If you really want to play the middle so much that you're so soft on Ethan, it makes all these idiots like you. I mean, they're trying to encourage him. They if he had actually made the video, they would have seen that they don't really like they were not going to agree with Ryan because he was going to criticize Ethan a lot. They're desperate for someone supposedly neutral to take their side right now, and they think you're the guy. Yeah, I'm aware. I have no desire to be seen as neutral by Yeet. Haha. Honestly, I want to stop commenting on this whole thing altogether. I want to make my video, give my criticisms of Ethan and other creators, then move on to talking about other topics because I'm tired of this never-ending Ethan drama bullshit that's been going on for months and months now. No, literally since October 7th. Literally almost years. Like 2 years. Dan Saltman seems upset with me now. Haha. Ethan's been trying to buy articles and stuff. It's pretty sad, honestly. Don't get roped in. Making a video is basically a bad idea unless you're just shitting on Hassan. Wait, what? Making a video is basically bad unless you're just shitting on Hassan? Doesn't he mean just shitting on Ethan? Why would he say that? Ryan Beard, the fact is that all of this is, I mean, he shit on Hassan. He said like, oh, he's a Zionist or whatever. But the fact is that the fact that this is also toxic, that someone can't try to make good faith criticisms of multiple people involved without getting dogpiled, is one of my issues with the whole situation. Like just a year and a half ago, Ethan and Hassan literally shared a show together, and now this is what it's come to. Bad empanada, huge stupidity on Hassan's part. Well, that's the thing. Would you make a good faith criticisms of both sides if one side were Nazis? Because one side is Zionist during a Zionist genocide. Okay, but he's not trying to analyze that aspect of it because he's presupposing that it's going to be this like this analysis of the political situation when Ryan Beard clearly doesn't know much about that part, and he was mostly interested in coming at it from a drama, like just a drama retrospective. It was not going to be a referendum or like an analysis of the conflict itself. Again, Ryan clearly doesn't know much about it. I don't think he was going to talk about it because he doesn't know about it. Can't fence sit here. Okay, fence sitting is not when you make a drama video and you criticize, you give good faith criticisms to all parties involved because it's a bunch of drama people who made their own mistakes. That's not fence sitting in a genocide. It's completely unrelated to it. Doesn't seem like you agree with the concept of strategically aligning with people you might disagree with on certain things to advance your overall goals, which is what Hassan was criticizing you about in your convo. But Panada, if you're an anti-Zionist, then with you and Ethan, the goals are conflicting. It's a zero-sum game. They get their ethno-state or they don't. There's no middle ground here. Best realize it now than later. It's like a veiled threat. I mean, he said he's not going to make the video, and then he still like exposes him or whatever. I think it was on this channel, right? Yeah, he still did it. So what? Yeah, but people were able to bring Ethan towards more of the anti-Zionist side before October 7th. You treat people like that, they can't change their opinions on time. Bad empanada. Nah, no one got him anything close to anti-Zionist. West Bank settlements go too far. Not close to an anti-Zionist position. Ryan Beard, you don't think admitting Israel's committing a genocide is at least better than your average American? He doesn't admit it. He literally conceded that point because he knew he'd lose on it, then conducted himself as someone who does not believe it ever would. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that he ever actually conceded that point in good faith. I think he was just doing it so he could move on and talk about the pointless bullshit that he wanted to, which is the drama aspect of it, because this is about drama. This is not actually about the conflict. I mean, I felt like Hassan had that conversation with him because he was trying to use it as a vehicle to at least discuss the content, the conflict, but it didn't turn out to be that way. Same with saying Ela is a terrorist, way easier than following the line of question that he could only lose. Someone who thinks there is a genocide but doesn't act like this about it. Ryan Beard, or maybe he's experiencing cognitive dissonance, which is what everyone experiences when they realize their fundamental views are being threatened. Someone who was raised being fed constant Israeli propaganda is not going to easily flip to the other side innately. Bada Banana, he wasn't though. He's an American Jew who hated Israel before and only started having positive feelings towards it once it started doing the genocide. Okay, this is not true. This is not true. Hold on. Give me a second. Like, Ethan, Ela, Holocaust Museum. Something like that. Okay, in this video, H3H3 Productions 8 years ago, how we met at the Holocaust Museum. This is a story of how he went on Birthright, a free trip, and he literally says in this video, he didn't care about the like the Zionist aspect of it. He literally just cared about going on a free trip to Israel. And he lived there for 5 years, which I didn't even realize until I got more into this pointless bullshit. I thought he was an American Jew and that he went there and he met Ela and then they came back, but he lived there for a long time.
So me and Hila never had a very conventional relationship. The way that we make a living, the things that we've done to get by, everything that we've done together has been pretty bizarre. When I first met Hila, I was in a pretty dark place. I had an anxiety disorder and socializing was extremely difficult for me. And this story is about the one brave moment I had in the midst of all my anxiety that changed my life forever. Well, like I said, me and Hila's life has been pretty bizarre, and the way we met is no exception. Because me and Hila met at the Holocaust Museum.
Okay, so where does he talk about like going on birthright? If I searched like birthright,
And I was already planning to do this birthright trip for like half a year already, but I was so messed up in my head that I honestly didn't want to go, and I thought about canceling it because I didn't think that I could deal with the social interactions and just being around people while I was in such a bad headspace. Right before I went off to college, I started having really severe panic attacks, and I was pretty sure.
So he was gonna go, and then they meet, and then he stays there for several years. So he's an American Jew, hated Israel before, and only started having positive feelings. Like, here, what does he say? Didn't, like, if I put, like, care, maybe? Yeah, here's where he talks about, like, how, what birthright is.
So for me, birthright is this really weird thing. From people outside, it's weird. From inside, it's still weird. There's rich Jews in Europe, UK, Canada, US, who give tons of cash, tons of money to the state of Israel for the purpose of bringing young Jews on this trip to Israel to connect with their Jewish heritage. It's like the most glorified version of JewDate.net. And they handpick these beautiful Israeli soldiers. They bring over all these young American kids,
They don't
and they're
pick
like,
beautiful people.
they're like, okay, guys, you know what to do, right? It's
don't.
JewDate.net/Ela Kleiners. What up, Ela Kleiners? It's kind of a strange thing. This you need to be Jewish because it is very Zionistic. It's very like racial, right? But I didn't care about the Zionistic thing. I don't think anyone there really does. They're just like, oh, a free trip to Israel, something.
They don't care going in, and then they have these trips, and you get the benefits of like a free trip and all of that, and it's to get young American Jews or like any Jews anywhere on board with the project of Israel. That's the whole point.
That I could never afford, and something that sounds really
So even if they go in not caring, which he's probably right, a lot of them are not going to have this like deep emotional attachment or affinity to the ideology of Zionism. But the whole point is that after the trip, you're supposed to feel closer to it.
So anyway, we're on birthright. I'm in Israel. Super anxious. I'm not really getting along.
So yeah, this whole like, he hated Israel before and he only started having positive feelings. I mean, he's talked about how he didn't really like living there, but he didn't hate it. And he didn't only start having positive feeling towards it once he started during genocide. I think the fact that he met Hila there, lived there for 5 years, probably shapes his feelings about it. And like the fact that they have family there probably shapes his feelings on it. This whole like, oh, you only like it because it started doing a genocide. It's like, dude, come on. Like so many valid criticisms to make of Ethan. Like to characterize it that way is just like so off. I do think he's absolutely experiencing cognitive dissonance, which is why he's lashing out so much. It feels really bad to realize something you believed for a long time might be false. Bad up and out. There's many videos of him before talking about how much he hated Israel. Not like he hated living there, but it's different than like hating Israel. So 22-year-old Ethan was hanging out at the Holocaust Museum. I guess so, on birthright. And that's where he met Hila. Now he says it's actually also multicultural and doesn't even have apartheid. I mean, you can... These are not mutually exclusive. Like, you can hate a country, and if you asked him this, if like at the time that he was living in Israel, if you asked him is there apartheid, he would have also denied it. He would have said no, there's like multicultural shit here. Tel Aviv loves gay people. He would have said all that stuff. But yeah, he has become more defensive and he has become more Zionist since then. But it didn't only start then. Okay. They talk more about it. I cannot believe they talked this long. They talked so long. They talked from May 29th to June 1st. Again with the Discord group, Adam Banana support group. Said he's got my Discord server logs. He's going to use them to get me put into prison. I put that on my stream intro. It's hilarious. Seemed like they were like getting along for 2 seconds. It's weird. You have to realize making jokes like that is not going to look good for you. LMAO, if someone says I doxed someone by posting a fake street from a TV show, that sounds fun. Why did you accuse Ethan of doxing you? You've shown your name on stream before. You've also looked up the names of people like Slazak, Badapanada, because I never released my name on purpose, and he got it because in the Discord server they have a docs archive with scans of my passport. Ha ha ha, we've been over this. It's weird. They were like friendly for like 2 seconds. Does this end with them being best buds? No, because the only reason why we're looking at it is because he decided to release them because he put that he's been defaming him and all of this shit. So I don't think that they're besties. No. I don't know how he got it is necessarily relevant. Now, if he shared your passport or something, yeah, that would be doxing. Oh, so that's not doxing. Literally illegally stolen private information. Ha 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 ha. Jail. Immediate jail for Badapanada for using the JA. I know so many people that do this. Ethan's address is the first result. Okay. Is the first address on Google. Do you back me making a video about it? I mean, yeah, that would be doxing, so. I mean, yeah, if somebody shared the illegally stolen info, that would be doxing, whoever did that. No, Ethan hasn't shown his own address on his own stream. Doesn't matter, it's public info, as Ethan said. He's not even Latino, come on, man. Doesn't matter, it's public info, as Ethan said. I mean, yeah, all of these people have played fast and loose with what constitutes doxing, like, for whatever suits their ends. Because earlier he said, like, public info is fair game, folks. I mean, you did say, like, hey, somebody's running for office or whatever. I guess he had a better case with that guy, though, because he was, like, literally posting a photo of himself on Twitter, pointing to it. Come here. He doesn't want to come up. I'm trying to get him to jump on my lap. Come here. He's just staring at me. He hates me. That's a straw man. I'm not saying all public info is fair game. Doesn't matter. He's in a server with people who stalk me obsessively because I refuted them in a video once. How does he know this? Is there any like screenshots? He's given props to Kraut for stalking on his podcast before. Don't come at me with this doxing shit when you love Ethan Klein this much. I mean, he was going to criticize him for all of this. And you as well, it seems. I honestly feel like the reason why all of these people started freaking out about Ryan making a video is because, like, see, if a left-winger makes a video criticizing a right-winger, we don't have purchase in right-wing spaces. So a hit piece on, if I'm like as a leftist at a big YouTube channel and I make a hit piece on a right-winger, I can't cancel them because I'm not in their in-group. But if a leftist makes a content nuke on another leftist or liberal creator, then they have purchased in those spaces already because that's who their audience is. So Hassan, Bad and Banana, I feel like they're all scrambling to get him to not make this video or to have influence over how the video is going to be because they don't want any like new like liberal progressive people who could potentially come to their channels and like them to learn about them through this video first and then miss out on that. I feel like it's just about like narrative control. More snark things. Getting people to donate to a pro-Israel think tank and saying it's donating to Palestine is charity fraud. He would actually be in trouble for it too. Okay, so like initially he could have claimed plausible deniability, but I honestly think, well, I don't know. I think that he was under the impression that Ahmed Al-Khatib guy or whatever, Fatib, the guy who I watched yesterday on Jubilee, I think he was under the impression that Realign for Palestine is more than just a fucking think tank or any of that. I doubt Hassan cares what he does. He cared enough to make a Discord message saying, if you make a video, both sides saying this, I'm going to come after you. But yeah, he invited him on. I don't know like how or why they got Ethan and that Ahmed guy got in contact, but I feel like he's under the impression, maybe he isn't though, that Realign for Palestine org is some like humanitarian org, but it's just a think tank. It's like a front for the Atlantic Council. So he thought that donating to it meant that you were donating to like a humanitarian cause or like help in Gaza. But then he doubled and tripled down on it. So look at this pup. See, he doesn't want to come up though. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my God. He should be put in prison for that. It's the worst thing he's done by far. Oh, he's the slimiest thing, yeah. I'm in agreement. It was bad. So he posts this. Hila implied it goes to Gaza in the latest podcast episode. Oh, that's true. She was like, why does Hassan not want us to feed hungry people in Gaza or whatever? BTW, he also posted a tweet from Ahmed on his story. Same day when it goes to the Atlantic Council. He forgets what he himself said an hour earlier. It's insane. He puts a link to it, and it says, right as I was knee-deep in grieving the killing of a family member in the Gaza Strip by an Israeli airstrike, not to mention helping dozens of friends and allies deal with an unprecedented hunger disaster. That's one way to put it. In the coastal enclave, Hamas is, because it's not a disaster. It's not this thing that's like naturally unfolding. It's a thing that Israel is deliberately doing to target people, innocent civilians in Gaza, and use starvation as a weapon of war. But whatever. Hamas's transnational armies of terrorists, grifters, pedophiles, liars, and agents of anti-Semitism and hatred were launching a multi-front campaign. Oh my God, dude. To cause me maximum harm and distract from my ability to do work that truly matters. Okay, this guy, I do not like this guy, man. YouTuber Ethan Klein hosted me on his podcast and donated $1,000 each to the World Food Program's Gaza Appeal and to Realign for Palestine, my project at the Atlantic Council, an umbrella nonprofit think tank organization in Washington, D.C., where I work. Okay, like, see, now he's like being transparent about it, but on the show, he like presented them together, and he was like, oh, this is my org, Realign for Palestine. Maybe he mentioned the Atlantic Council, but I do not think he said it was a think tank organization when they were talking to each other. Hassan said all proceeds went to the Atlantic Council. It's not true if you also include the food bank donations. Benapanada, proceeds from Realign to Palestine did. And regardless, mentioning these things in the same breath is criminal. I do think it's funny to say that, like, again, like Benapanada and Hassan and all of these YouTubers that he doesn't like are like, they're Hamas's transnational armies of terrorists, grifters, pedophiles, liars. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Ahmed also chose the World Food Program because it's the least effective option. The World Food Program has food for 4 months. I feel like they picked that because they don't want to promote UNRWA. I agree that it's incredibly gross to include a Palestinian charity in a think tank and then place all of that under the umbrella of donate to Palestine. I'm just not enough of an expert in charity fraud to know if that would be considered fraud, since he did at least include a legitimate charity. Ethan himself also donated $1,000 to the Atlantic Council personally. LOL. I know, because that guy was like, "You're supporting my work when you do this," but I don't think Ethan realized. But he doesn't care because he's a multimillionaire anyway. So $1,000 is what, $5 to him. That he was donating to a well-funded think tank. These dogs. Hold on. Okay. The org is just blatantly pro-Israel and designed to mislead people. I agree. Framed as a movement when it's just Ahmed, which is, as far as I could tell, this is true. If you go to like the Realign for, let's see, Realign for Palestine. Like if you go through their page, it's mostly Ahmed, him talking to Cenk. Maybe this is somebody else who works.
Jerusalem Al-Quds. My name is Mohammed Husseini, and I am a Palestinian American.
All of a sudden, after October 7th, things just changed entirely for us.
These almost look like deepfakes. Ahmed. Howdy Hamza, this guy. This guy was like tortured by Hamas. He's also kind of like tokenized. Having pets is so fun. Yeah, I love it. Him talking about it. It just really does seem to mostly it's like a one-person NGO. Do you think there's at least any room to say that you ideologically disagree with Hamas's Islamist ideology and their goal to make the entire region an Arab state? Because wouldn't that just be the same problem of an ethno-state in the opposite direction? Even mentioning this shit is just wrecked stuff. You seem really keen on finding caveats to be like, of course X is bad, but you don't actually have to do that. I'd be an Islamist too if those demons killed my family. So would you. Ryan Beard, I do think that stating you disagree with Islamism has rhetorical benefits. Hamas are two statists. Their official policy is they accept whatever the Palestinian National Movement votes on. So the premise is wrong, but it shouldn't matter. Ryan Beard, I mean, sure, but I would probably also be a Zionist if I lived in Israel. Most people stick with the ideology they were raised in. Okay, so that's good to know. Bad things are bad and good things are good. No one was forced into being a Nazi. No one is forced to being a Zionist. Okay, but that's not what he's saying. He's saying that if you're saying that people are shaped in responding to their material conditions and the things that are around them, and they can't know what they don't know, then can't you extend that in the other direction, or like at least consistently apply that that's a human condition? That's not something that's specific to any one group of people, even people that are in privileged circumstances. You don't have to understand them like their plight or them as victims or anything like that. But you have to, if you want to understand how people come to believe the things that they believe or how you reinforce their beliefs, and you should probably at least concede on that part, because you seem to be understanding of it when it came to victims, but you should also come to understand how people become oppressors, no? You just ate something on the floor. Yeah, and no one is forced to be an Islamist either. Indeed you are. When you're being genocided, starved, and your family are all massacred, religion is the only solace. They unfortunately were not homeschooled. No offense, but you come off as a pompous cunt saying this. I don't think, I mean, I can't tell if he's really saying this or if he's trying to like throw his logic back in his face. Because again, then you should understand those forces, but then you also have to introduce the asymmetry back into it, and that's where you start to apportion responsibility and judgment correctly. What, baby? Come up here. Come up here. He's been doing this for the last hour. It's driving me crazy. Like, won't just get up on my lap. I think you can be a Muslim without being an Islamist. Hold on. Hi, baby. This is what having children is like. I think you can be a Muslim without being an Islamist. Bada Banada. What's the Israelis' excuse exactly? No one murdered their family. No one starved them. You see the difference? I doubt it, unfortunately. They're propagandized, though. That doesn't excuse it or whatever, but it at least explains why they're the way that they are. Like, we don't have to whitewash anybody, but I can at least recognize that. And especially right now, this is not to say that Israelis only recently started having these opinions. They've had these opinions for a long time. But these whole stats where you can find that like 87% of Israelis are on board with like ethnically cleansing Gaza entirely and shit, even secular Israelis and Jews and whatnot. The reason why is because propaganda works. Propaganda works, and instilling fear in people is how you whip them up into a frenzy. And that doesn't make them more sympathetic or anything like that. But it just helps you understand like how they end up being believing the things that they believe. I mean, there were Jews who were kicked out in pogroms. You could say that they have an excuse, but it's still not justified. Yeah, but they weren't pogromed by Palestinians. When? 1943? In both cases, it's Israel's fault. Yeah, I agree. No, I think you're trying to draw an equivalence between Islamism and Zionism. I think you think I'm trying to draw an equivalence between Islamism and Zionism. I'm not. I'm more understandable for Palestinians to be Islamists than Israelis to be Zionists. By Palestinians, in Israel, Jews do pogroms. Come to term with realities. Oh, he means like in the West Bank, I think. Yeah, Israel is very racist towards their Arab Jewish population. I'm not saying these things are equivalent. I'm saying I disagree with both Zionism and Islamism as ideologies. However, in Israel right now, the main threat is Zionism, not Islamism. Yeah, I get it. The barbaric Arabs with their crazy terrorist religion, etc. Come on, don't do that. I don't think all Islamists are barbaric, but I do disagree with using any religion to uphold a government. See, this is not really about religion, though, so I disagree with Ryan here. Whether that be Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. Watch me and tell me this evil Islamist terrorist is not in fact the only rational person in the room. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? How Hamas's leader in Gaza reacted to the ceasefire. This was 4 years ago. It's a Vice thing. Okay. Maybe. But your characterization of Hamas is based on propaganda. Islamism is not central to their governments or operations. I agree with this. So that might be true. I need to look into it. They're much more anti-colonial nationalists than anything. They work with all the non-Muslim Palestinian armed groups just fine. Which countries would you consider fully Islamist? They're like talking past each other. You are driving me crazy. You are driving me insane. I'm sure you would agree they generally oppress women in Islamic countries. Religion is a symptom of poverty. Focusing on it instead of all the factors causing it is just a red herring. It makes you vulnerable to narratives designed to divert your focus. I mean, I think that's reductive, but whatever. What do you want? Then they're talking more about this. They talk more about this. Like Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Palestine. What happened to the PLO? You ask a lot of very vague hypothetical questions because he doesn't know much about this. Ryan Beard. I mean, like Ryan's like anti-genocide. He's like anti-Zionist and all of that. But just generally in the same way that like you don't need to know the history of Israel-Palestine to be against what's happening right now. Most people don't like ethnic cleansing. Most people don't like genocide. Most people don't like seeing 2,000-pound bombs being dropped on kids. And then when they turn on their TV set, they say somebody like, bringing up like historical oppression or the fact that Arafat rejected a two-state solution to give you context to explain away that shit. So like him, like he's against all of this stuff, but it's not because he learned the history or whatever. He was like, wow, this is horrifying seeing all these kids fucking dying. Send some videos. If you really want to learn something, watch this video. The Gaza Ghetto Uprising. This has 324,000 views and was posted 9 months ago. It's 2 hours long. In this clip, Eula says the Atlantic Council money was to help Gazans. They links an account.
From the episode when that happens, because I'll pull it up in a minute.
It's really crazy how Hassan like just doesn't want us to help Gazans.
He does, yeah, right. I mean, at this point, I've donated, I think, a pretty significant amount of money between all the different causes, over 10,000 for sure. I know there's no amount that would seem significant to the detractors, but.
Oh my God, he did not just say that. I literally thought he was about to at least say, I know there's no amount of money that I could give that could undo this genocide or really make a dent or reverse the terrible effects of it. No, there's no amount of money that could make Hassan happy. My God, dude. To look at it that way.
Find a way to get upset about that.
but calling a Gazan advocate who's lost 20 family members
and actively still losing people.
He was mourning the death of one of his cousins who had just died in an IDF airstrike. And Hassan is calling him a fucking Israeli asset. It's mad.
Okay, but he's not just like a random Palestinian that you found. He's somebody who's well connected, educated, and is like a token. He's like the guy to go, as a Palestinian, I agree with the Israelis. He's that guy. That's why they pay him money. That's why he's part of that organization. If he ever stepped outside of that box, he would be fired. His organ would be taken from him and his money would go away. That is why when he was doing the Jubilee thing, there were clearly things that he avoids saying or he literally cannot say. Like when the first few minutes of this Jubilee video. Hold on. I just have to fucking play it. This was 2 days ago. Debating resistance, 20 protesters versus one Palestinian featuring Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, who is the guy that they're talking about. This is the guy that Ethan fundraised for. Let's slow it down a little bit. First guy talks about. So the opening claim was October 7th was a disaster that opened the worst chapter in Palestinian history.
How is this worse and we're exterminated? Catastrophe.
Hi, my name is Ahmed.
So, worst catastrophe. I think that you're using specific words for specific reasons. The Nakba, catastrophe, right? I want to offer my condolences. I believe that 33 members of your family were exterminated by the Zionist entity. So my question is, how is this worse than what initiated everything, which was the Nakba in 1948?
My grandparents were pushed out in 1948, where 700,000 Palestinians were unfortunately forced to leave their homes, and in some cases had no choice but to leave their homes. Since October 7th, over 2.1 million Palestinian people have had to leave their homes due to the catastrophe that Hamas's actions unleashed by attacking Israeli communities.
The new Nakba done by Hamas.
On October 7th. Quantitatively and qualitatively, Hamas's actions have triggered one of the worst catastrophes in the Palestinian people's history, whereby 50,000 Palestinians would still be alive had Hamas simply kept its soldiers at home on October 7th,
right? So,
including family members of my own.
So by that logic, if Zionists wouldn't have colonized Palestine, then none of this would have began to begin with.
He like gulps. You can see him.
Right?
As a Palestinian who grew up in the Gaza Strip,
as a Palestinian,
what I can tell you is that
who put you there?
The Gaza Strip.
Who put you there?
Also, he was born in Saudi Arabia, but he did end up like moving to Gaza later, and he like grew up there briefly, and then at 15 he came to the United States.
Had immense potential to be the pride and joy of the Palestinian people, to prove that we are absolutely capable of having.
Or like this language, the idea that like oppressed people need to prove to their oppressors or their occupiers that please, 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 we'll be on our best behavior, and then can we have like a crumb of human rights? That's not how it should work.
Functional state of our own that can rebuild our society, rebuild our heritage, reclaim our presence on the land.
The entirety of the land, or just because I believe your parents were in a refugee camp, right? They were forced into that.
There are nuances and complexities in history.
Who put them there?
Nuances and complexities.
But that's a very
like nuances and complexities did not put your family in a refugee camp. They were expelled by Zionist forces in Israel. Give me 1 second, responding to somebody. Okay, where were we? No, I picked you up and then you jumped down. Oh yeah, we only looked into this because Hila was like, why doesn't she want to help Gazans or whatever? And it's like, dude, this your guy, your boy or whatever, like he is like ideal, like he can only operate within a very, very narrow Overton window. Hold on. Your pup wants to play. I know, but it's 2:30 in the morning and I'm trying to stream. And I played with him earlier today. That's the lie. Don't be fooled by his trickery. I played fetch with him for an hour because that's what he loves. And it's like still never enough. He just always wants to play fetch. They keep digging the hole. I'll check out that video. Yeah, that's definitely not looking good. I'd be curious to see what Hassan said they're responding to. Bana Panada, I linked you into the clip before that showed it. Brian Beard, I'm going to go watch the full response on the podcast. The fact that this did include a legitimate charity alongside the Atlantic Council thing makes this all difficult to parse through. Not really. Bana Panada, it doesn't. You just love Zionists are always looking to give them an out. Oh my God. See, this is why I don't like how he keeps being like, you just love Zionists. You just love this. It's like he's doing his due diligence because he wants to get everything right. If you're making a video, you can't just, I really just don't think he wants him to make a video that's a recounting of even just the drama. He's spoiled. Yes, he is. He's very spoiled. He's just double checking shit. I don't know. You don't do that with Ethan, LOL. You've never seen any CPS evidence. You've never seen any evidence CPS was even called, but you buy it. Source Ethan and Hila insisted it happened. Okay. I mean, you also insist you aren't a wanted criminal, and I'm believing you on your word, LOL. Hey, what does he say in response to that? He never addresses that. I mean, it's true. You're just taking people at their word. It's the fucking internet. There's only so much verification that you can do. The other thing is that, fake or not, the way that he and Mike from PA and other people responded to it was stupid. Because it's like, even if it didn't happen, well, it's based and it should have, because he spent a bunch of time linking stuff from like the California.gov and like, oh, Giardi has to be reported to the CDC, like all this stupid shit. It's like, so even though it didn't happen, you're saying if it did, it would be justified. And that's what they're laser focusing in on. So now you've helped make it totally irrelevant whether or not it happened because you're feeding into it, I guess. Like, even if I granted, like, okay, it's totally fake. It's totally fake. Okay. Well, you helped give them ammo to be able to promulgate that falsehood, if that were the case. And I know you think, oh, well, I'm just joking about something that doesn't have evidence or lies, but he already knows that Ethan has a bigger platform and he can weaponize that. So you've helped them in their scheme, according to you, if you think it's fake, to legitimize it and make people think that they have an actual grievance there, if you think it's fake. Just why would you hand them that? Wouldn't you just ignore it? You really want to find reasons to be nice to Zionism and Zionists. They're Nazis. You're not the anti-Zionist you think you are, really. Bro, I want to criticize them. I just need to be hyper-accurate in my criticism so I don't open myself up to being accused of lying. Bad Panada. Punch him Nazi, but be very charitable to people today who have actually been trying to justify a radical genocide live stream to their phones for a year and a half. Makes sense. They accuse people of lying anyway. Ethan accuses people of lying for quoting things he said a day earlier. I mean, he wants to do it so it's like so accurate that his criticisms with Ethan land, and it makes it harder for him to lie. And then maybe if he does lie about him anyway, then maybe his fans would see like, hey, this guy was being completely reasonable and level-headed, and yet he was still lying about him. Can you please try to see me in good faith here? I'm not trying to sweep Ethan's actions under the rug. I always try to predict what counter-arguments people could make against me so that I can strengthen my arguments and have airtight criticisms. Not saying that I'm perfect at all, lol, but if I'm bringing up counter-arguments, it's just so I can make sure I'm accurate. Banapanada, you're not acting in good faith, though. You have, throughout this conversation, been playing essentially devil's advocate. It's like talking to Lonerbox. Oh my god. Rent-free. Like, there always has to be something to concede to the other side is your mentality. I don't think it's that, because he's assuming that it's all going to be both sides of every single aspect of this are going to be made and make it into the video. Sometimes there doesn't need to be, though. You're right. Brian Beard, you're right. Sometimes there doesn't need to be. Zionism is bad. Nothing to concede there. Some of the questions you've asked me about Zionism have the same energy as someone asking something like, well, do you at least acknowledge that many Germans found Nazism appealing? Sometimes it doesn't matter. Okay, but it's like, I know that you think this, and I know that people that are anti-Zionists are going to see it this way, but you should recognize that the majority of people, I wouldn't say that they're Zionists, but they obviously, like, the lens that's presented through them to, like, about this conflict in news stories, etc., has for the longest time largely been mostly one-sided. It's full of myths that people repeat because they hear it on the news. It's full of talking points. There are tons of historical inaccuracies that have permeated into the mainstream understanding of how this conflict even works. So if he gets that, you should understand that, like, a lot of people are not totally educated on this or up to date, or they think they are, but they're actually repeating a bunch of mythos surrounding this whole conflict. So you can help them. You can try to help them come to see how it comes off to people. But if you try to say this on, like, day one to someone that you're explaining the conflict to, or even like day 3, good luck. But he's more like uncompromising. I think Ryan is more like hearts and minds, pragmatism, not both sides as far as equating the morality or whatever, but like he's being more pragmatic as far as trying to reach people and help people understand. Whereas Banapanada is like, you're with me or against me. Like, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to bully you and make fun of you. And that can be effective in its own way too. But there's going to be that like fundamental disagreement that they're not going to be able to resolve. I'm telling you, you're going to end up trying to please both sides. And that's all that's going to happen is you're way too anti-Ethan for Ethan and his fans, even though you actually give him way too much grace. And you'll come off as way too liberal Zionist for anti-Zionists. I mean, yeah, this is why he didn't want to make the video after all, because I think he came around to this. But why are you trying to accuse him of like pleasing everyone when if he ends up doing that, it would be because, well, I guess he sees him as dishonest, but like I know Ryan or whatever, and he would be doing this knowing that that's going to be the result, and it would have been a more principled thing, but whatever. Ryan Beard, I'm not going to try to please anyone. I'm just going to say what I honestly think. I think I have insights I haven't seen people say before. That's the purpose of the video, to give perspectives I haven't seen people give. If that leads to people on both Ethan and Hassan's side hating me, so be it. I can't live my life in fear of people not liking me. Just like you said, you're not afraid to criticize Hassan, even though it might piss people off. Like, how is it that, like, again, Ryan Beard criticizing Bad Empanada and Hassan, that's him both sides saying, that's him playing defense for Zionism or whatever. But if I search, like, Bad Empanada live Hassan, like, would he actually take anyone seriously? Like, how Hassan Piker helps liberal Zionism. Hassan at the Democratic Genocide Convention. Like, if somebody tried to frame this as like, oh, you're criticizing Hassan, therefore you're helping Ethan Klein because you're criticizing Hassan, he would never accept that. He would be like, that's stupid. There's obviously criticisms to make out like of Hassan that don't end up aiding or abetting like the right or anything like that, or Zionists or whatever. But when it comes to Ryan Beard, he's saying, no, there's no way for you to criticize the left or the pro-Palestine people without it coming off that way. It's like, I think if you found a way to call Hassan a Zionist and that it helps him, or like it helps Zionism or whatever, without you yourself being accused of like being a secret Zionist or being a psyop or something like that, I think Ryan can also find a way to do that. Well, Ethan is a Zionist. Genocide made him more Zionist, and this whole thing is not drama. It's a dispute about the genocide and Zionists. He tried to turn it into drama because he's losing the original argument. So yeah, hopefully it's not going to be what I suspect. This whole thing is not drama. It's a dispute about the genocide. I don't think so. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it has nothing to do with the politics, which is why Ethan doesn't really care about the politics. And you can frame that as that indifference as dehumanizing or wrong or whatever. But I think first and foremost, it is about Ethan's feelings. I think first and foremost, it is about the drama and the discourse and tweets and videos and views and popularity and all of that. I don't think it really has anything to do with like the politics, really. Maybe at the beginning you could have argued something like that, but now especially it is literally just they're in the mud pit. That's it. But giving a ton of grace to him because you liked him when you were younger here can only really mean downplaying Zionism. I mean, he's not giving grace to him because he was younger. He was honest with the fact that, like, yeah, I used to be a fan, so I have that implicit bias against, but I'm trying to be objective. I mean, from your perspective, it probably will be what you expect because you're coming from the perspective that people on the left shouldn't care as much about anti-Semitism, which I disagree with, and I think Hassan does as well based on your convo. Yeah, that's the other thing. Hassan disagreed with him on that point. Well, anti-Semitism is so relevant right now, it's even more relevant to this Ethan shit, the Bel Air pogroms. Ryan Beard, yeah, I know that's your perspective, so me talking about it at all is a waste of time from your perspective. Bad Empanada, even bringing up anti-Semitism in the context of this genocide can only be a justification. It's not my perspective. It's a Jewish supremacist genocide. But we have to think about the feelings of persecution that the perpetrators have. Not with respect to the conflict. He's saying with respect to the drama. Ryan Beard, I don't think that's true. I think you should bring it up for the purpose of separating legitimate anti-Zionism from fake anti-Semitism. We don't, actually. Ethan Klein moved from the USA to Israel. He got automatic citizenship to live in another people's country that he had no right to be in just because he's Jewish. And the state essentially gave him a matchmaking service and assigned him a wife. Ryan Beard, if you just ignore it, that helps both the alt-right people who want to keep spreading anti-Semitism and the Zionists who accuse people like us of not caring about anti-Semitism. Ben and Panada, they're like having two separate conversations. Did you see the article from 2018 from a PR guy he hired to try to brand Gokunaru as an anti-Semite? Didn't Gokunaru make videos on him? Gokunaru? What, like Ethan? I don't think I've ever watched anything from this creator. Our response to Ethan Klein, I'm guessing. It's that. He did a 9-hour video. Wow. I like Gokunar. I've been chatting with him a lot. So he linked a Medium post by Joe Rubbins. Change of H3H3. This was November 23rd, 2018. Full disclosure, I was once contracted by Ethan and Hila's company through my employer, as you will find out in this article. So I have some skin in the game. Some names and other non-critical info might have been changed to protect anonymity, but all the key details remain intact. Really sucks to see people that you idolize make bad decisions. Like many other people, I once trusted H3H3 Productions as a voice of reason in online entertainment. To quote Ethan himself, in 2016, we could do no wrong. I've worked in reputation management and internet marketing for almost a decade, so I was elated when I got the tip from my boss that we might be working with a major YouTube channel, only to find out it was Ethan and Hila. So what did he do? We started out talking to H3H3 Productions through an intermediary over email in late 2017, early 2018, who wanted to set up Ethan and Hila and any of their staff with our guys in a call. The first meeting between H3H3 Productions and our team in January through February 2018 concerned promotion and branding, but as time went on and their podcast continued to get bad press, they pressed for our reputation management services and other stuff the company doesn't advertise on the front page. They asked if we would be able to control the amount of dislikes and likes they got on Reddit, YouTube, and other platforms, and if we could somehow remove comments or even file DMCA takedowns to remove any content that was critical of their brand, which really rubbed me the wrong way. It was a great contract, so we pressed on and continued to work as well as we could to their specifications. Okay, like based on his own standards that he laid out, he was like, we don't have any evidence of this. We just have to take their word for all of this stuff. So you shouldn't believe the CPS call exists. This is just a Medium article. Couldn't this be an elaborate hoax? But maybe Ethan and Hila said distanced himself from it or talked about it. I don't know this lore, but my day-to-day work mostly consisted of managing extensive networks of sock puppet accounts for the H3H3 subreddit, Twitter, and YouTube channel, which is something that almost every large content producer does, to the surprise of no one. Only very recently did Ethan Klein approach my manager directly about new problems he felt his brand was facing. Ethan Klein talked to my manager, Gary, about his concerns pretty candidly, and I was present in the call to take notes while Gary and Ethan worked out details. Ethan told us about a certain video by a guy on YouTube named Gokunaru that he felt was very critical of his channel and his character. Any links to this video? That is broken. This is like a busted link, I guess. And posed a serious risk to his brand, and he asked us what we could do about getting the video taken down. If we could submit a DMCA request and what other avenues he could pursue. We told him pretty plainly that the video was likely protected by fair use laws, and Ethan immediately flew off the handle and threatened to end the contract. We ended the meeting there and told him we'd pick it up with him another day. The following week, Ethan got back into a call with Gary, myself, and my coworker, Trent, and explained in an exasperated tone that he had the perfect plan and all he needed to do was act on it. After shouting at me and my boss, Ethan railroaded anything we said and encouraged us to implement a plan to make it look like all of his critics were attacking him from a purely anti-Semitic angle, and that the attack on his brand and character was an alt-right conspiracy from 4chan. When we objected to the racial angle, he insulted Gary personally and told us we were hacks and losers before apologizing, throwing a chargeback our way, and ending the contract. I was pretty devastated, not because the job reflected poorly on me as a marketer, but because I was direct witness to the catastrophic fall from grace of one of my idols. I used to listen to their old videos to go to sleep or have a laugh on a bad day, but I will never be able to look at H3H3 Productions the same way again. Knowing that Ethan Klein would take advantage of racial divisions in the US to accuse his critics of anti-Semitism by having us create sock puppet accounts, oversee a plan to reinforce his narrative, and shut down any legitimate critics with such an underhanded set of methods. I hope you change your brand and attitude. Please, you were supposed to be the voice of reason on YouTube, but now you make me sick to my stomach. I have no way to verify if this is true. I'm surprised he hadn't told me about this. But the article is anonymous, but it's very detailed and in line with everything we've seen him do in public. I guess. Ethan spent a very, very long time trying to get the Gokunaru video on him taken down and eventually succeeded, and this article gives background on that and further info. I mean, when I went to go look at the video, it's gone. Yeah, I know he claimed it was a death threat because of the skits in it. YouTube changed the rules because of him. They added simulated violence against another creator. Ryan I think Ethan and Gokunara are on decent terms now. I don't know about that. On Gokunara's like a 9-hour video going back and forth on this. Maybe. LOL. He's right, you know, Bada Panada, and then see he links the Hassan thing. If you're a YouTube content creator who hasn't said dick about Israel-Palestine and you're only now starting to let your critical position, do you think Bada Panada messaged him? I don't know if they're really in contact like that, though. To let your critical position on Israel be known after 19 months of genocide, since it's no longer going to cause you severe career penalties. Again, it's not about the genocide, it's about the drama, and the drama couldn't have been talked about 19 months ago because it hadn't even happened. And you spent any moment finger wagging at people who have been correct the entire time, I will absolutely come after you. If you come out with a critical position without trying to both sides it, then great, welcome to the fold. Only making a video on this now as a result of Ethan Klein drama to try to find the good in both sides is going to be shit. IDK Boy even came up with the idea. Ryan Beard, no, he's not right. I've talked about Israel and Palestine many times, so I'm not sure what he even means by that. Bada Panada. No video until it's Ethan Klein drama time. Dude, what does he think his channel is? I mean, he had videos on it before, but he obviously took advantage of they make videos on the same shit. Ryan Beard, I've talked about Palestine in probably 10 different videos. Bad and Panada. It's not hard to call out someone who calls for genocide. Plenty of Zionists are happy to do that with Netanyahu. It's a lot harder to be frankly anti-Zionist without caveats. Ryan Beard, so saying that Israel is ethnically cleansing Gaza in 10 videos means I haven't said dick about Israel-Palestine. Come on, LOL. Bad and Panada, you're making a whole video based about, I mean, he like won't concede that point. They keep saying you've never talked about this before, but I mean, I don't think Ryan would claim I've talked about it in 10 different videos unless he had. You're making a whole video based around finding the good in a Zionist Nazi and attacking his critics. We know why. Ryan Beard, that's obviously bad faith and it's not what I'm doing. Bad and Panada, making a video about finding the good in Richard Spencer would be less harmful. At least his guys aren't actively doing a genocide. Dude, okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, maybe less materially harmful, but it wouldn't be any less morally reprehensible. I think drama started on October 10th when he ended the leftovers. Yeah, exactly. But the extent of it until now, like, the crescendo was their silly debates over it last month or whatever. You really think my video is going to be defending Ethan the entire time? Give me a break. I also see the good in people who criticize him. I'm trying to see the good in you, even though we have disagreements. That's why I'm talking to you. Bad and Panada, if you wouldn't make concessions to a Nazi, there's no reason to make them to a Zionist. Ryan Beard, I think Zionism is much more similar to Christian nationalism than Nazism. And if Nick Muntz makes a good point, I would concede to him. Your ideology doesn't determine if you're right or wrong about stuff. Bad and Panada, no, it's not. It's absolutely just Nazism for Jews. Ryan Beard, why not? Christian nationalism was used to justify the genocide. Was used to justify genocide against the Native Americans. Bada Panada, don't know why you think you know about this stuff, lol. Ay. Ryan Beard, I think it's pretty similar. Bada Panada, no, it wasn't. There was white supremacism. That was, what the fuck is this Christian nationalism? You just invented as if it's some primary contradiction. This is going to be a train wreck, huh? You don't know what Christian nationalism is? I'm curious how you think it's the exact same as Nazism. From what I've seen, most Zionists don't believe Jews are the master race. You could hop on stream now and I'd be glad to explain. Christian nationalism is not much of a thing, no? I know a ton... Okay. I know a ton about the colonization of North America. It was just white supremacism. Oh, I mean, if he's being reductive like that, I might not disagree with him, but it's a weird way to put that. Ryan Beard. They used Christianity as a justification for colonialism. That's all I'm saying. White supremacism also was a major factor, of course. I know, but earlier he was like, but the British made them fumble into that. Like, there was no intentionality with it. It was weird. Oh, wait. Ryan Beard was saying that. Sorry, I misread it. I thought Bada Panada was saying it. Bada Panada. Now that was post hoc. Not at all the primary contradiction or tool. Again, hop on if you want this explained in a much more suitable way. I mean, it wouldn't end that way. It would end with him, like, screaming at him. Ryan Beard. Haha. No, thank you. Bada Panada. I have videos for everything. All those videos. Ryan Beard, I heard you misrepresented a bunch of my arguments on your stream. I don't appreciate that. I was trying to gain a better understanding of your worldview, not trying to justify Zionist talking points. When I brought up rebuttals to your questions, I was trying to understand your worldview, not trying to say that I agreed with all the points I was making. So I don't really appreciate how you represented me. Anyway, I don't think talking anymore is going to accomplish anything. Bada Panada, yeah, sure I did. I know gotcha attempts when I see them. And anti-Zionists wouldn't ask those sorts of questions. Dude, the way they, like, again, Ryan Beard does not present himself as some expert on this, okay? He just says he's anti-Zionist, and this whole, like, trying to constantly suss out, like, you don't seem anti-Zionist enough to me. With Ethan Klein, that makes more sense to me, because Ethan Klein has much more evidence of him saying, like, paying lip service to these positions, but then contradicting himself, spending a bunch of time prioritizing other things, and not using the same language. Like, the way he says it's a genocide, but when he starts talking about it casually, he calls it a war, and it, like, gives you insight into, like, where his head is at with all of this stuff. But with Ryan Beard, he, like, they barely started talking. He doesn't watch his content. He didn't know that he'd talked about this in other videos. He wants to make a video on the drama, not the conflict. That's why he's, like, asking a question about the conflict, because he's uneducated on it, not because he feels that those are the positions that he wants to defend. But I don't know. It's just this whole, like, only a communist would ask those sorts of questions, or only a capitalist apologist would ask those sorts of questions. Like, it's just McCarthy. Like, it reminds me of McCarthyism. They're not gotcha attempts, you moron. I'm trying to flesh out my anti-Zionist perspective. I was trying to learn from you, Bada Panada, and you're about to misrepresent just about everything ever in an attempt to be soft on a Zionist propagandist. Moron is very rich, given you did not know the very basics, because it's not really about that. Jesus, you're acting in bad faith, and I hope you learn to accurately. Oh my God, I hope you learn to actually accurately. Ryan, I hope a line like that never makes it into a video of yours, because that is terrible. Represent people in the future. Bada Panada, you've defamed me for a year or more. You tried to sabotage a fundraiser even. I gave you a chance to come speak for yourself. Shrug. Ryan Beard, I didn't defame you. I said that you would dox and harass people, which is true. What is he like? That is true. He didn't defame him. That is true. He conceded to it. He said he just apologized for it, though. Bada Panada, we're supposedly on the same side according to you, but I think you know fully well that's not actually the case. I mean, like, no one's on your side, right? Because you made your video saying how Hassan is actually serving Zionist interests and is actually playing into the hands of liberal Zionism. So only you're the purest anti-Zionist. Nobody else knows what they're doing, right? I mean, like, I'm not saying that there aren't criticisms to make of Hassan or anything like that, but if you really feel this way, why, like, that it's not important, like, that calling out the left or whatever is not something you would think that, like, exclusively all of his content would be about calling out the right or Zionists. But the fact that you spent any time criticizing Hassan by his logic should mean that you that you're not truly an anti-Zionist, because if you were an anti-Zionist, you would leave good well enough alone and you would not criticize Hassan, who says he's anti-Zionist. And for the most part, obviously, it comes off that way. Like, I can't even think of a single thing that gives me the impression that Hassan is not anti-Zionist. I don't know. I don't watch him, but because it's not true by anyone, not a dumbass's standards, Ryan. All right, well, we'll see about that. Have a good one. Bada Panada, I want nothing more than for you to confront me with the purported evidence, ha ha ha, because I know it's nothing. And you need a hug box environment to frame it badly. You know with pushback you look dumb. You claim to be a harassment victim because I actually responded to your year-long defamation campaign. Ethan Klein Jr. You see he doxed the politician running for political office who called him a child sex offender, and he harassed me by responding to my statements. Gonna take some great editorializing to make this work. I look forward to ripping it to shreds. I can't think of anything more pathetic than being such a centrist that you make a video that's just going to amount to, sure, Ethan Klein is a Nazi, but weren't the anti-Nazis a bit too mean to him? Brian Beard reacted, like, thumbs up reacted. Bada Panada, you're not even friends with the Ultimate Rape Reviewer. You're even friends with the Ultimate Rape Reviewer. I guess he says he's friends with Nick Diorio. I don't know if that's true. Did you know you've never mentioned the word Gaza on either of your channels? Just a funny thing. I mean, you said Israel-Palestine. You didn't say Gaza specifically. You probably talked about apartheid in the West Bank. Your first mention of it will be in a video sweeping for Ethan Klein, attacking people you've been talking about the genocide for the 20 months in, which you couldn't find the energy to make a single video about it. I love anti-Zionism. Okay. That started off crazy. Towards the middle, it was like kind of sane, and then it ends crazy. So expect nothing less, man. To those who just watch me go through that bullshit, I hope that you haven't lobotomized yourself. If you're watching on Twitch, oh wait. Oh, fuck. I didn't get it like right before the ad break. Fuck. So there's an ad's running on Twitch right now. I was going to do like a a little shill. But I mean, if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like my stream, subscribe to me. If you want to donate, the donation link is in my description box. Same for Twitch. If you want to subscribe, if you want to watch me ad free, you should subscribe to me. And you can get access to emotes and follow me so you can know when I go live. And if you're on YouTube, you should hit the bell so you can know when I go live because I stream practically every single day. BE probably sick of hearing the same Zionist talking points. I know, but he's like, he comes off as like paranoid to me. Like I could see where his line of thinking is, but he's his own worst enemy in a lot of ways. With the way that he goes about this. Because I honestly think he would have, I mean, he says he doesn't care about having allies and stuff like that, but I mean, he made these videos criticizing Hassan for his supposed like aiding liberal Zionism, but then as soon as they were talking, they were super cordial and friendly because I went over that conversation. So to me, it gives off the impression that like his bark is bigger than his bite, and he says that, but when it actually comes down to it, he moderates his position, he acts a lot more normal, and when people call out the insane shit that he does, he immediately goes to do damage control by reacting to it and like trying to reframe the narratives on things that he conceded to. Again, he wants to call, he wants to say that Ryan Beard is defaming him for pointing out that he has doxed people, even though he literally copped to it in their messages, which he voluntarily leaked. He just said, but he apologized, but it doesn't change that you did it. And he didn't disavow it. He just said, I'm not doing that. And even when I have, I've apologized for it. Let's see. What we're doing now. Keyboard warrior. I mean, yeah. Let's do, okay. A lib versus a leftist. I saw that Pisco was talking to Kidnotkin, and I want to go over their conversation. It wasn't very long. I'm doing all the like micro drama tonight. Let's see. Pisco's hour. He streamed for a single hour today. Live. Because I have to do it now because his videos are members only. And unless I get gifted a subscription, I have no plans of subscribing to him right now. Where is it? Where does Kidnotkin come in? All right. So we love Pisco. But Pisco is a filthy, filthy liberal, unfortunately. He's an abundance enjoyer, which we're going to debate on Live and Learn soon. But that aside, Pisco, since he is a lawyer and he's a left-wing liberal lawyer, there are not too many of those in the space, so I definitely value his input and perspective, because to the extent that there are lawyers on YouTube, they're mostly right-wing. So Pisco actually does stick out in an oversaturated field of mostly like right-wing legal advice on YouTube, unfortunately. So I think his voice is good. I like a diversity of tactics, but sometimes I think he can like miss the forest for the trees because he gets really, really fixed on being incredibly rigid and adhering to like consistency to the point that it's detrimental or it undermines the main points that he's trying to get across, in my opinion. Like he talked when, so Judge Hannah Dugan is somebody who got arrested. And then the Trump administration was like so happy about this because she helped somebody in her courtroom like move, like escape basically. Like ICE was there, they were trying to apprehend this guy, and she told him like go out this door so you can evade ICE basically. And I think she did it, but it's in response to judicial overreach and federal overreach from Donald Trump. So I do think that even while she technically may have violated a statute or a law, it's a moral thing for one. I think she's a fucking hero, not somebody to be condemned or disavowed. And then three, I also just don't think like to waste any time criticizing her actions would like be too much, because Trump is the one causing all of this antagonism. Trump is the one undermining judicial authority and impartiality in this country by sending in ICE agents to disrupt the legal system. And it effectively amounts to intimidation. So to me, even though she violated a statute or a law, overall, what her actions to me were more, not concisely, but more accurately capture the spirit of the law and uphold the law far better than Trump, which is disrupting the legal order and the rules-based order in this country. Legal eagle erasure, unfortunately. But yeah, like he does that so that he can't provide his enemies with any ammunition. But sometimes I just think it doesn't fucking matter. Like what they'll end up talking about this is like, he's like, oh, well, I called the CHOP or the Chaz an insurrection. And it's like, okay, by some technical definition, it might be like an insurrection, but let's be real. Trying to draw any equivalence between the Chaz and the CHOP, or the Chaz/CHOP and January 6th, you have been baited, and it is so bad faith if somebody wants to follow, like, to actually make you chase you down that rabbit hole.
And according to what I consider and take to be the objective facts, I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation.
Okay. Yeah, that's all.
So he's someone who's read into me a bunch. He's a streamer, I think like a more left-wing streamer. I don't think he's conservative. I think he's a lefty. And so I'm inclined to bring him on, and then I'll try to go in the order of people who like arrived. But yeah, I'm going to bring him on. Any questions before from the chat before I bring him on? It just happens to be his birthday, Lisandro Pena. Lisandro Pena, when are you going to come and join the call? Favorite juice? Probably apple or pear. Ooh, maybe pear.
Pear juice?
Nah.
Pear
Orange
juice
juice in the morning is amazing. Okay. Gonna bring on Kidnotkin. Yo, what up, kid? Yo, what up, kid?
Hello.
Yo, how you doing? What can I do for you?
Hey,
you have some thoughts on what's going on?
I had to say it twicely.
Yeah. I guess complicated ones. Where you at with these protests?
I think that the protests are based. I don't agree with like doing the crimes and shit. Do you want to be shown on camera? Hang on, I might be able to do this.
Oh yeah, let me.
Just to clarify, my understanding this problem Pisco has Judge Dugan was her argument that she has judicial immunity and her case should be dismissed based on that principle. But I take your point, he is too rigid. See, the thing is like, okay, and I hadn't heard that part of the argument because I remember watching a stream the day that it happened, and he was like, well, if she broke the law, I condemn that, or something like that. And I'm like, we're in the middle of pretty much fascist takeover of this country by Donald Trump. He had an unelected billionaire, fucking Elon Musk, create Doge without any government oversight or congressional approval, gutted the administrative state, just raping all three branches of the government, trying to erode checks and balances, trying to get rid of due process and habeas corpus. And we're going to like quibble over Judge Dugan, like her legal strategy or whatever. It just seems like, again, like fine, do it on your stream. Like your stream is like the perfect place to do it. But when you're actually in a conversation with a right winger to be like, yeah, I disavow Judge Dugan, that won't even get you anywhere. It's just a virtue signal.
Let me do it like
and it won't be reciprocated either. Which is funny because when he was reviewing Not So Erudite's appearance on Tim Pool, he was like, you have to be so much more aggressive. I don't think it's mutually exclusive that you can be aggressive and consistent, obviously. But I feel like sometimes that he has like a blind spot because he'll understand that you should be aggressive with these people and that trying to build rapport, trying to be good faith doesn't actually build the bridge with them. You need to kind of just expose them and embarrass them and not build bridges with them. But like build a rapport that's sturdy enough to get them to hang themselves with the rope that you give them. I understand that. But, you know, again, if you're at the point where you feel that you have to performatively like disavow Judge Dugan so you can get credits, even though that is only occurring because the Trump administration is treating ICE like the fucking Gestapo, nah.
One sec. I'll start my virtual cam.
I was just stream sniping you, looking for things to.
Hell yeah. No, let's do this. One sec. I'll bring it up so that people can see. You just gotta give it a second. Turn on camera. Yo, what up? Pop it out.
Hey.
Okay, one sec. Everyone just bear with me. How are you doing though, like personally? Everything cool?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm a little bit stressed about.
He's so quiet.
What's going on?
And stuff,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Other than that.
Let under this.
And I have not pre-watched this. I only saw like bits and pieces of it.
So transition. Bop. I think people can see you. Awesome. Cool. So so you asked me my thoughts. My thoughts are I support the protests. I think there should be more protests. I think Gavin Newsom has been based with his tweets, and but I don't think that we should be violent or like break the law. I don't think that's necessary.
He's so brave.
What did Gavin say that you think is based? Is it the
He's
after me? I didn't look at his tweets. I just saw his interview.
He's like saying shit like this is Trump's fault. He's saying things like, let me see. He said, "You sent your troops here without fuel, food, or water, a place to sleep on. Here they are being forced to sleep on the floor, piled on one another. If anyone's treating our troops disrespectfully, it's you, Trump." I think that's based. He tweeted at JD Vance, said, "Do your job. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. Rescind the order. Return control." Jim Jordan said, "We fly the American flag in America." Gavin Newsom said like this, and he had some Jan 6 pictures. I thought that was based. Senator Tom Tuberville tried to at Newsom and say, lock him up because California, LA looks like a third world country. And Newsom said Alabama has 3 times the homicide rate of California. Its murder rate is ranked 3rd in the entire country. Stick to football, bro. I thought that was fucking based. I thought, yeah. So, and he basically also said like, don't be violent. So I thought he's been pretty based.
I got like maybe the opposite impression by his interview.
Wait, really?
His interview. Fuck, I forget who did it. He has such a terrible way with words in this interview.
I think it was Brian Tyler Cohen. I didn't watch this interview, but I should have. Yeah, like, let me see. We're not gonna watch it and get sidetracked. But Brian, how do you spell it? Is it with a Y? Brian Tyler Cohen. I put Gavin Newsom. Yeah, 2 days ago, Stone Cold Liar. Governor Gavin Newsom shuts down Trump for inciting violence in LA. 1.1 million views 2 days ago, and this guy drives me a little bit crazy, but he's not so bad.
Where he's basically he's doing the thing which to me
extending the olive branch to right wingers in these debates never gets you anywhere. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's one of those things that it's one thing to be asked to concede the point, but it's another to kind of go out of your way to virtue signal that you did. It was on MSNBC. Is that the one that he's referring to? See, like, to me, if Pisco's having a conversation and he's asked, do you think that Chaz or Chop is an insurrection? You should be like, sure, but not on the scale of January 6th. And then you just move on. You just use it as like a point to disarm them and move on so you don't get caught in a gotcha. That I totally understand. But if you're debating January 6th and to try to display your consistency or your virtuousness, okay, and you go out of your way to be like, and I even called this that. I even called Chop a fucking insurrection. That's not going to get you anywhere. They're not going to give a shit. So it should only be used to not fall into landmines, but I don't think it should be worn on your sleeve or touted around. I think it just ends up feeding it to the right.
Full disclosure, I'm a super far lefty wokeoid fucking boycott.
Based.
Okay? But there was this, what did he say? One, he was talking about how like it's all the people that are rioting, these are opportunists that are looking for a way to take advantage of the protest. I think that's dumb. And
is virtuousness not a word? Is it virtuosity?
There was the like immediately after he said that he was on like a 20-minute phone call with Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And said he had like this cordial conversation, and then he when he heard about the news about sending in the troops, he's like, saying that he's a liar and he's acting tough, like the home and come arrest me type thing, which is fine, whatever.
I think he's trying to play a delicate game of like de-escalation, and in general, he's signaling that he's not going to stand down to what's going on with the federal government. But at the same time, he's not like needlessly being like belligerent on these private calls with Trump. I think he's trying to like actually de-escalate the situation privately, but he's also trying to have a balanced approach with the media and not looking like a little bitch, but at the same time, like,
well, yeah, that's the problem is that he absolutely did. I think the last thing that he said was that the only thing that he hopes for is being able to work together with Trump in a cordial sort of way, right after describing to the audience that, what's happening with Trump right now is a fascist who's trying to utilize the situation to demonize immigrants and use it to overturn democracy, which is what it is. And then immediately after, having messaging that's like, we need to remain peaceful and we need to make sure not to, we need to make sure that we can have civil, like, disagreements and find middle ground. And it's like,
do you not agree with that?
Okay. Let's let this play out. Let's let this play out. Hold on.
First of all, I'll ask you, like, you condemn the violence, right? You don't think that we should be violent?
Oh, this is what he means. This is what he means. To take what Kid just said and think that he is endorsing violence is silly.
I think
he's saying, how are you going to say out of one side of your mouth, this is a fascist takeover of this country. We need to oppose these people at all costs. And then in front of another audience, you're going to say, we need to work to find middle ground with the same groups of fascists and have rational, reasonable conversations with a fucking president that is trying to unilaterally mobilize the National Guard and Marines to your state. How does that work? It just seems like feckless.
I think condemnations are virtue signals. I think.
Okay.
Strader just up super late. Rips sleeves schedule. I know. Don't remind me.
Then regardless of condemnation, do you think it's a good idea to be violent?
It depends on the circumstance. Like every situation.
In this, I agree. But in this circumstance, do you think that violence is justified?
Generally speaking, no.
Okay.
No.
So I agree with that. I think that's what he signaled.
It's a thing that's trivially obvious, though, if you're acting in good faith. And the only type of person that would suss and try to demand that out of you is somebody who is, again, attempting to deploy a gotcha, or is, like, again, not your ally.
And I'm going to grant you some stuff. Like, in general, I've been critical of Gavin Newsom when he's like talking about reasonable relationships with Trump, and Gretchen Whitmer for kind of the same reason. Similar thing for the governor of Colorado, Polis. Some of these people I think are playing way too nice, and I've criticized that before. I think it's a different situation. I think he's playing an optical game, and he needs to be very careful about what he says, and he needs to like present himself as like the eminently reasonable person. And so I don't really have a problem in this context saying, hey, I'm willing to work with the Trump administration and ICE and that stuff.
I agree, but the eminently reasonable person would not say that this is a fascist government and recognize that they are completely eroding checks and balances. They do not give a fuck about states' rights or any of it, that they're just completely incoherent. They do whatever they want. They want to act with impunity. But then to turn around and say, but we have to work with them. We have to make compromises with them. Fuck that.
Make sure everything's safe. I think that's kind of
and Americans clearly do not have an appetite for this, because Trump got elected acting as insane as he did, and yet for some reason Democrats only think that they have to moderate and reform their position more in response to this. It's, to me, the exact opposite. You should feel unburdened, as Kamala Harris would say. I genuinely wasn't thinking that until as soon as I said it, but you should feel like you don't have to like play by those fucking rules and do whatever the fuck you want. Go crazy.
Him positioning himself to try to seem the most reasonable. I don't have a problem in this context with people doing that.
Like, fuck it, all bets are off.
I mean, ultimately, you got to say what you got to say. I guess it's all a PR game at the end of the day. Same with the tweets back and forth.
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, where I'm at, looking at this situation, a couple things really they fuck me up a little bit. Is that one, the conversation about what's happening with the protest.
Here's what fucks me up, is that I have 60 people watching me across both platforms, both Twitch and YouTube, and yet there's almost never any chat activity. Why are you guys so quiet?
Yes. And no offense.
Talk to me.
One of the first things you asked is if I condemn the violence or whatever. The protests that are happening right now are in a response to something that is horrifying.
Yeah.
And the implications of which are also simultaneously horrifying.
Agreed.
But if like the only way that we talk about it is in this like with like the culture war blueprints, whether or not a peaceful protest equals
I might steal that from him. I like this turn of phrase, culture war blueprints.
Good, or rioting equals bad, or who really started the riots, and all of these kind of things. It reminds me of when the Overton window got pushed with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, where the conversation ended up becoming, is he a gang member or not?
Yep.
I hear the concern there.
Are you going to deny that he's in MS-13? Let's look at his tattoos, and then you have to chase down their all of their bullshit, and you're going down all of these rabbit holes, and you're like, why are we this lost in the sauce? It doesn't fucking matter. Thank you for the 400 bits, Eddie Bombay. I'm at work, but I suppose I should show some love. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No, I hear the concern there, but I think that the left played that game very well in terms of the messaging. The Democrats played it very well.
But my point was that why are you going to how is it if you've gotten to a point if the conversation is about Kilmar Abrego Garcia and you did not spend 80 to 90% of it talking about the violation of due process and what this means not only for permanent residents legal residents of the United States, but also for American citizens, then you lost the plot and you got baited into a conversation where you were lost in the sauce and getting led around by the Republican, because now you're on the defense about Kilmar is actually a good person, when it's not about Kilmar Abrego Garcia being a good person any more than it's about George Floyd being a good person. It's about his interaction with the legal system in Kilmar's case and George Floyd's case was not okay under any circumstances. I do not care what happened before, because we obviously know enough to know that there were no aggravating circumstances that should have led to this outcome. So it's not cool. I don't want to hear any excuses for it. And to talk about, oh, what could his tattoos mean? Or what does that, like, that is the wrong thing to take away from it.
If anything, I thought they were too skittish to come out and support because of what you're describing. But in general, people were just like, we want due process, we want due process. And when he came back and was indicted.
I told Kid you shouted him out on your last Pisco talk. What did he say?
They're like, let's see what the case says, let's see what the defense says. And they were kind of, but they didn't go all out and say, Kilmar.
Bondi is in an impossible position because she now has to prove he is MS-13 because Trump stated his tattoos say MS-13, which is funny because it was just, that was literally photoshopped on it. He didn't realize that. But that is what the Trump admin wants to talk about. Yeah, because they want to bait you into, they want to turn it into a conversation about this guy's criminality to deflect from the fact that they're, just like fucking everybody in the ass when it comes to due process.
Burgers, he's a good person. And they were
Silly Serious, aka Blonde Politics. Thank you so much for the $3. I got a notification, but it didn't show up on my stream because Streamlabs hates me. But thank you so much. I'm coming for your boy, unfortunately.
We're careful, right?
And his lib tendencies, he cannot help but virtue signal.
I was having these discussions.
If he was still alive, I was actually going to go like debate him on this even more intensely than Kid did.
Careful, not saying that I'm representative of everybody, but I'm just trying to give you an example.
This is like giving me, he's not as bad, but it's reminding me of how Kamala Harris is like, came in way more ruthless when she first entered the race and she picks walls, and it's a signal to her being this kind of like outspoken like at least wanting to be more of an outspoken progressive, and I had so much hope. And then we get to the DNC and the speech is like, we're going to have the most lethal military, and she starts moderating her position more and more. And then she's saying that Trump is a fascist and we can't have him, like, we can't let the fascists be in power. But then she's saying she wants to put Republicans in her cabinet. How does that make sense? If you think they're a fascist, why would you put one in your cabinet? It's just stupid to me. So she moved towards the middle, and I see Pisco kind of oscillate between these positions of like, we got to be ruthless with these fucking people. We need to not play on their terms. But then I'll argue for stuff like this, and I feel like it totally undermines that whole vibe.
On due process, and when he came back and was indicted, they're like, let's see what the case says, let's see what the defense says. And they were kind of, but they didn't go all out and say, Kilmar Burgers,
he's a lib, he can't help it. I know, the liberal mind prison.
Good person, Kilmar Burgers, and they were careful, right? Whenever I was having these discussions, I was careful, not saying that I'm representative of everybody, but I'm just trying to give you an example where they're like, listen, this isn't about these allegations. We just think he's innocent until proven guilty. And I think that like most of the Democrats were pretty consistent in that messaging, and I thought it worked. And that's an example where I think
it's fine to protest so long as you sit where you're told and be quiet. Yeah, exactly.
In the defensible position,
I'm not necessarily
works.
Sure, yeah, I'm not even necessarily saying that. Like, I think generally speaking, and same with the Signalgate stuff.
Yeah,
you know, where when the using the left colloquially here, when the left was hyper focusing on Signalgate, which is something that they didn't want them to do, they did it really well. The problem is that when that happens, and it's not their fault or anything. The problem is that when that happens, there was like 5 executive orders that happened at the same time, where like you kind of play this game where it's even if you're calling out all the right things, it doesn't fucking matter to them. And then they move on to the next thing.
It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter to them. But like I think the messaging matters to like the
voter.
Said,
it's not a criticism of just like the left there. It's just a assessment of the way that they work.
No, I get you. I think these people are scoundrels. They don't really give a fuck about being consistent or being moral or being whatever, right? So I kind of agree. They didn't give a fuck about that.
Right. And they've attracted these huge audiences that clearly don't notice their inconsistencies, or they don't give a shit about them. So why do you think that doing all the virtue signals is going to get you head pats and good boy points? That's not how these scoundrels got their audience. They didn't do it by being hyper rationalist and hyper consistent or whatever. In fact, you actually get more praise when you are frequently inconsistent, but you make a big show about the few instances where you're being principled and you're being consistent. Why do you think McCain is a lifelong Republican, a lifelong ghoul, that never met a war that he didn't like, insanely hawkish, had a horrible domestic agenda, fucking racist piece of shit? And yet he gets all of this praise at the end of his life by mostly Democrats. Oh, because he helped save the ACA. No, he didn't. When the ACA was being introduced, he fought against it every single step of the way. but he gets a bunch of praise for saving it because he votes. He's the final vote to make sure that it doesn't get repealed, and that gets him praise. Fuck that.
That just by the way, like they didn't really care about Kilmar. They just, I think that what caused them to do that is kind of the negative association that the American people were actually hearing out the case and thought the deportation was wrong, even though they generally agree with more deportation. They disagreed with the Trump's application and what he was doing with it. And so I think that that's actually shows that picking a narrative, sticking to it, and being like based about it helps. And so I think that we should deploy the same kind of line here, which is support the protest, absolutely support the protest, and just be like, yeah, we don't agree with violence. Don't do violence. I think that's fine. Because violence it doesn't help us. It doesn't help.
Yeah, like I said,
I know, but kid, no, like he doesn't think it helps.
That just like personally, right? Fucks me up. Is that and a lot of
let's also see if Pisco knows that Kid is not this like insane Twitter lefty or like reply guy or whatever, but he will go on to nonetheless talk with him and engage with him with all of those assumptions in mind. Let's see.
This just has to do with the composition of social media and content creation, or what gets clicks, what people talk about, the discourse, yada yada yada. It's like a whole industry of attention. But the way that it functions is, at the end of the day, the situation. Just generally, this is just what fucks me up, is that the situation at hand is a situation in which there's a demonization of immigrants, tying them to being terrorists and gang members, taking people out of their homes, taking people from their graduation, throwing them in the back of a van, saying that you're going to send them to a concentration camp, and using that to leverage an overthrow of the United States government as we know it.
Yeah, agreed.
And when that is the stakes, that's the situation that we're looking at. To me, it starts to be pretty hollow. When we start having conversations about just simply, there's a lot of things that are taken for granted. When we say something like, "Oh, I disavow the violence. I think the peaceful protest is good, and the violence is bad," or whatever. There's a lot of things that are taken for granted. One, of the people who show up there, and two, why people are being violent at all. Where like it's something that I hear oftentimes is that narrative that like people that are causing havoc and chaos, those are people who are taking advantage of the protest, almost to say that like those people are
they're disassociating with those.
They're showing you that's a fake emotion. People don't actually feel that way.
But
I feel like that's the liberal way. See, like the way that you propagandize to like mostly stupid and gullible people is going to be different than the way that you propagandize to people that have a brainstem, have some formal education, and can follow like an argument. So on the right, you have people like Amy Dangerfield talking about these protests on Her Take, saying that they are simultaneously bad and fake, and that to the like it's bad that it's happening, but also it's astroturfed by George Soros, and they come up with these conspiracy theories, and it can't just be that people are organically upset or rejecting the Trump administration's actions. It has to come from these malevolent forces that exist from both within and outside of our society that are coming to mess with the order of things. They have to financially influence people to oppose Trump, because nobody could be sane enough to just do that, absent any financial coercion, of course. So that's what they sell to their audience. But then you have liberals, and you have the left that does this sometimes. And I understand why they do this, because if you're trying to reach normies, fence sitters, etc., a lot of people are hesitant, like they wouldn't, even people that don't consider themselves a centrist have an innate revulsion, especially in this country, to what they perceive to be radicalism. And of course, the mass deportation programs, with the way that the Overton window is shifting, is creeping its way into just being an acceptable part of like a reasonable national discourse. But it shouldn't, obviously. But that never happens with the left. Like crazy left-wing shit is always like pushed out of the agenda entirely and successfully quashed. But nonetheless, what the liberal does is say that, oh, these looters, these violent people, they don't say that they're paid by Soros. They don't say that it's an outside force in the same way that right-wing grifters do, like the Her Take, Amy Dangerfields of the world. What they do instead is say, oh, these are opportunistic people that snuck into the protests and they looted, and this is not what it's about. They took advantage of a situation or something like that. And I can see the rhetorical usefulness of throwing those people under the bus to like get to the central core of what you really want to spend your time talking about. But I would be lying if I said that is true. Like, the people that do that kind of shit, the people that are like throwing stones in these protests or like starting fires and actually trying to disrupt the status quo are these agent provocateurs that are meaningfully different and distinct from the majority of the protesters. I just think it comes down to the fact that the people that engage in those sorts of behaviors and are like display some of those antisocial tendencies ends up being people that have less to lose and less or the ability to act that way, which ends up being like very, very poor people or sometimes very, very rich people. That's why a lot of people at January 6th, it attracted schizos, but it also attracted like business owners and shit because they had money and they had money. If you have the time to be able to go to Washington, D.C. and throw this bitch fit over the election being finalized, then yeah, you have a pretty comfortable life in a lot of ways. And similarly, sometimes the people that engage in these sorts of actions themselves are privileged, and then other times they're incredibly poor. They've been in and out of jail. They're unemployed, or they have a job that if they get fired, it doesn't matter because it's just an hourly job, so they can afford to get another job. That's who ends up doing that kind of shit. But again, they get thrown under the bus, but I do think it is a bit dishonest to say that they're separate and apart and they're these evil Americans that are just taking advantage of a situation and they're not also like really angry, whatever, even if it just presents in a different way. Lib's strategy is to wait out Trump's term, pretty much.
No, they're disassociating with the.
Even though they'll say he's gonna have a third term and he's gonna be a fucking dictator, but then they won't go on to act with the urgency that they say needs to be here in this moment.
Actions, I think. But I agree. Sometimes they're like people who try to wrongfully, I don't know, castigate certain people, or even just the framing of the issue being, well, let's talk about the violence of the protest. But unfortunately, that's the kind of shit that happens when people, in fact, are violent. It does take away, I think, from this more pure message that I actually, on the merits, totally agree with you. Like everything you just said about them.
What do you do about it?
Yeah, I think you just like, listen, we don't agree with the violence, but the protests are based. We should continue protesting. I think the protests are fucking sick. ICE is a fucking Gestapo, and these people are fascists, and we should continue protesting. Just don't do violence. I think, like, why is that so hard? I don't think that's hard.
Well, I'm not saying that
it's not hard. It's futile.
Hard. It's a conundrum that I think can be very easily sort of taken advantage of. That is dishonest about the situation.
I talked to a kid about this last night. I used to watch Bosch a lot, and especially in 2020. And the BLM protests were happening and the riots were erupting as well. And I remember watching a late night stream of his. He was gaming and somebody came in, some chatter came in and they were like kind of frantic and they were basically like, oh my God, these crazy people like celebrating the violence and the looting. This is bad. Shouldn't it be disavowed? And then without even stuttering, without pausing his game, without just total confidence, he was like, yeah, riots are bad, but riots happen when the people in charge fuck up. Like, he didn't even miss a beat. He was not being like performatively disavowing violence or whatever. He was just like, yeah, people are doing that and that sucks, but like that's the authorities' fault. That's the failure of Democrats and Republicans, and that's that. And he moved on. The thing is, even if there was no violence at the protest, they would say there was violence or provoke violence. There's the police chief was literally saying, hold on, police chief, what do I even, was it this one? No, wrong thing. LA police chief, if I put Cinderblock, maybe it will come up. Okay, this is from the National Review. This is a far-right rag, and they were talking about this on Her Take. That's how I knew about it. They showed a clip from the press conference where he said this. Police Chief Jim McDonnell of the LAPD admitted that his officers were overwhelmed by the scale of riots, which have continued for 4 consecutive days in LA. We are overwhelmed, McDonnell said at a Sunday evening press conference. Tonight, we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. They'll take a backpack, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it, he continued. They'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars and other people. And then, so put a pin in that. Then I was saying, then Amy, without missing a beat, started saying that George Soros were funding these protests. They always say George Soros did this, of course. There's always some shadowy cabal. It's not a coincidence that he's a Jewish billionaire and they're scapegoating him or whatever. That definitely plays into it. George Soros conspiracy theory surges protests sweep the U.S. Now, you might think that this headline is from a few days ago, but you would be wrong because this was published June 21st, 2020. It's June 11, 2025. This was published almost 5 years to the day. They say he hires protesters and rents buses to transport them. Some say he has people stash piles of bricks to be hurled into glass storefronts or at police. Sound familiar? Soros, 89, has donated billions of dollars of his personal wealth to liberal and anti-authoritarian causes around the world, making him a favorite target among many on the right. The Hungarian-American, who is Jewish, has also been the subject of anti-Semitic attacks and conspiracy theories for decades. The new wave began as nationwide demonstrations. This was it. The Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a London think tank focused on extremism and polarization, also found a pronounced jump on Facebook, where there were 68,746 mentions of Soros in May. The previous record of 38,326 Soros mentions was in October 2018, when angry posts alleged he was helping migrant caravans head to the U.S. The new wave began as nationwide demonstrations emerged over George Floyd's death at the hands of Minneapolis police. Some insist Soros financed the protests, while others say he colluded with police to fake George Floyd's death last month. But all available evidence suggests the protests are what they seem. Gathering of thousands of Americans upset about police brutality and racial injustice. And the same goes for what's fucking going on now. Linky, please. To what? To this article or to the National Review one? So there's no evidence for this, but of course, buses. Again, Soros organizes stashing piles of bricks near protests. Let's just go back to this. They'll take a backpack. The backpack will have a cinder block in it, and they break up the cinder block, use it, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at the cars and the other people. So again, sound familiar? Several false claims involving stockpiles of bricks have been debunked, and no evidence has turned up showing they were purposefully placed. And you know what? There's a reason why the National Review is drawing attention to this, because I think this dipshit has never actually seen this. I would be shocked if there are any instances of this happening, except maybe one. And he's trying to suggest it's like widespread at this protest, that people can just, again, be organically angry. The same shit. It's not new. It just repeats itself. Pipe bombs. Okay, like he says they have fireworks. They say that they have pipe bombs. It's something new. It's a tired, same old shit.
Situation at hand.
And I'm gonna link this
in
in
the same
chat.
way, because I know that this is a conundrum where being angry and having an angry reaction is what they want, right? That's what Trump wants.
Yeah,
that's what he wants, that so that he can crack down, he can dissuade people with intimidation and violence and
and you recognize
yada,
that,
yada.
which is good.
Yeah, of course.
Also, important thing to keep in mind, 90% of cops are MAGA. 90% of cops are conservative. 90% of cops vote for Republicans. Their unions vote for they endorse Republicans. They all vote for Republicans. These are far-right people. There is no reason for me. It is not insane for me to suspect, think, and probably be correct that this guy believes QAnon shit, is a supporter of Trump. It doesn't matter that he works in LA. He's probably not a fucking Democrat. He's probably conservative, just statistically.
And then on the flip side, the things in which they're doing, you get into a situation where if they do raids and take thousands of people, innocent people, legally or not, and send them to CCOT, which is a concentration camp, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If they do that, and you don't have anger, there's something to me.
You should be angry. I think that you should be angry, and that we should
just don't express it.
Protest that, and it would be illegal under the current to do it without due process, or to just send him there into the custody of the El Salvadorian guy. So I totally agree with you that would be an escalation, be really bad. But Trump, they haven't done that. So, like, they've sent people to CCOT to the dungeon, but they've stopped sending, as far as we know, large amounts of people to CCOT currently, and that was done without kind of using violence. If we use procedure, we should use our peaceful methods first, right?
I'm not against that.
Yeah.
No. I'm not against that. Sorry, I preface by saying that I'm a far lefty wokeoid or whatever the fuck. But taking the assumptions of basically anything that you see of lefties on Twitter or something I'm probably not going to fit very well with that. But because ultimately with the protests, if it's not directly attached to getting people politically organized in whatever like actual capacity, then ultimately it's going outside saying no really loudly, and then they say, "What are you going to do about it?" And then you don't do anything. I think that there's a role for protest and stuff like that, but it's largely PR, other than making it expensive for them.
So I think the protests do potentially have an effect, even especially if they're peaceful.
Elon Musk is everything the right claims George Soros is, but worse. No, literally.
I think that they can show.
And again, without a shred or hint of self-awareness, they will idolize this man. It is completely lost on them. This is why it's like consistency with these jokers, pointless. Completely pointless, waste of time, waste of breath, waste of mental energy and space. No point.
Galvanize supporters. They can galvanize leaders. They can show members of the Democratic Party what people care about. The fact that you're willing to go out there and show your body and put it out there, it can oftentimes be a narrative of itself, bring attention to the fact that like some bad thing is coming or some bad thing is happening. And so I don't take for granted, even if this government doesn't respond and immediately acquiesce to the protests do have like functional benefits, and they can lead to changes.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, that's why I think a lot of riots, protests, or whatever, more often than not, are super just dangerous. Where they either give people the wrong idea of what political action is, make people feel like.
Imagine Soros opening Doge and Kamala's presidency. That would be riots. I mean, well, I always felt like if BLM had done anything even closely approximating January 6th, they would literally have been lynched out in open and on the news.
They put all of their energy into this form of political action, and now they feel like they've done something, and yet nobody at the end of the protest is going and is voting locally. None of them are going to City Hall. None of them are yada yada yada. Like ultimately, the protests ought to be connected to some other intention.
I disavow Pisco's views. I am my own person, FYI. This public service announcement was brought to you by Blonde Philosophy, aka The Silly is Serious. You heard it here. She disavows Pisco.
Right.
I think the protest hopefully at its best will translate into something more tangible. But if the protests are criticized for being not effective enough, then the violence is even worse because the violence is counterproductive.
In most circumstances, probably. Yeah.
And in this case specifically,
I hate words like I don't want to be that guy or anything. Like generally speaking, if you're at a protest and you have a bunch of people waiting for the excuse to shoot you, so that the president can become a dictator, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Probably breaking a window is not the best idea.
Yeah, no. So
when is the last time a Democrat crossed the line with policy? This is why we are here. The right does it constantly, then hides behind the police. Are your neighbors? Bullshit. 100%. Like every single all the opposition that I heard from liberals constantly about why Joe Biden couldn't do this. Here's why you can't get a $15 minimum wage, because the fucking parliamentarian or whatever. The fucking charlamentarian. Pisco's the one on the right. And then you have the Republicans that are just doing whatever the fuck they want. They create Doge. Mitch McConnell will say, oh, we can't, we're not going to have hearings for a Supreme Court justice that Obama's picking because we're not going to do it in the lame duck sessions or whatever. As soon as it happens with Trump, he rams Amy Coney Barrett and he finds her. He doesn't even have to pretend to find a reason. Nobody even remembers what that reason was because it doesn't fucking matter because he has power, he wields it, and he knows how to get things done. Democrats, on the other hand, think that they exist to put on this play of like acting out democratic norms and carrying out institutional laws and procedures and like going through all of the motions of doing that. And it's all this focus on process and not about outcomes. And Republicans are ruthlessly concerned with outcomes and they don't give a fuck about the process. And it works. The shit works. It's effective. And I wish Democrats would just do a crumb of that.
So I just want to be clear about that. There are some cases where political violence may be justified, like in the abstract or in hypotheticals, American Revolution, shit like that. But that's not what I mean to say is like in the main, where we are right now in America in 2025, I don't think it's justified. Anything you want to say about the ineffectiveness of peaceful protests, the violent stuff is even worse because it gets us back even worse. So like that's all I mean. And I think it's just a quick little disclaimer that you can do. And you can just be like, yeah, the protests are base. Violence is bad. Don't do violence. But yeah, this is.
No, why do that? Why are you're already like putting parameters on yourself? It's just you're trying to appeal to people who hate you and they don't care about you.
Oppo, this is fascism, and we support our immigrants who are here doing peaceful things.
Again, like there is a difference between deploying that strategically in a conversation so you don't fall into a rhetorical trap and you can move on and make your point, versus kneecapping yourself for an enemy that is never going to care about your capitulation. It never works.
And if you want to deport people, you should deport the criminals, and not necessarily people who are either here on like DACA or people who are productive members of society. We don't want that.
Problem is, you do not want someone to wield power like the Republicans do on the Democratic side, because, you know, his personality would be a problem, even if it would be refreshing. No, I'm not. I'm like, we joke about the Blue MAGA stuff, but I'm not literally looking to recreate Blue MAGA. I think that you get people like Andrew Cuomo that do shit like that, and they end up, you know, mirroring and coming off far more like Republicans than they do the right left-wingers, because I just don't feel like Democrats, progressives, etc. are willing to, if you're willing to violate constitutional norms and rights to that extent, at that part, you like, it's highly unlikely that you're going to be the type that's interested in outcomes about like egalitarianism and whatnot. So I do take your point, but that's why I said just a crumb of it, a crumb. I think a little bit could go a long way.
Like
violence is already being done to immigrants. That's the other thing, is that nobody realizes how much violence goes into maintaining the status quo. It's not seen as like violence is when you spray paint and graffiti a wall to say fuck ICE, but somehow forcibly removing people within the United States that have families here, have neighbors and friends that they love and care about, that work jobs here, that contribute to our economy, that don't break the law. Their forcible transfer and removal back and deportation back to another country, that's somehow not a violent process. That's benign.
Like I said, I don't even necessarily
Pack the Supreme Court, yay, nay. I think we should abolish the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court is highly undemocratic to begin with, but short of that, yeah, we should pack it.
Necessarily disagree. It's just that I'm just trying to be careful about the positions that I make, and a lot of them I'm trying to avoid. No offense, just any like virtue signaling stuff, because ultimately, at the end of the day, if the conversation doesn't become about why people are angry and why people are in this, because when people talk about violence at the protests or whatever, they're so abstract that that they basically become fictional characters in people's heads.
No,
they don't.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I understand that, and I understand that it's frustrating when the greater evil is something else or something, right? Or when there's something else that you want to talk about. But let me point you to something I saw a lot. So in the Israel-Gaza war, every time there would be a discussion. This is months into the, well, this is a year into the war. On Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan would be like, "Do you condemn October 7th?" And there are certain people who like can't bring themselves to just be like, yeah, it's bad. It's bad to kill like fucking Holocaust survivors. It's bad to kill children and all that stuff. Yeah, I condemn it. People can't do that. And now sometimes they can't do that because they're literally...
It's dumb to not do it.
Yeah.
It's dumb to not do it. But it's also not...
Yeah, but does he understand like why those people don't do it? Because I agree with Kid that it's silly to not do it. Obviously, you should be against wanton murder and slaughter of civilians. But the reason, like, he has to understand that the reason why people are hesitant to do that is because the same people that are going to police your language and tone police you and put parameters on acceptable conversation to please their sensibilities do not care about you, do not care about your cause, and are trying to drag you and lead you around. And people instinctively get that, and they don't want to be led around or fall into a trap where you're just arguing on the other person's terms. Because it should be trivially obvious that anybody who's trying to speak out against for Palestinians, that you are against violence towards civilians, you are against violence, you are against ethnic cleansing, you're against apartheid, you're against all of that. So why wouldn't it follow that, of course, you're against October 7th? And it's such a humiliating exercise to be asked to, do you condemn this? Do you condemn that? Will you say that Israel has a right to exist? Will you say that it has a right to exist as a Jewish state? Will you please recognize the suffering of all these Jewish people in the Holocaust? And it's like, what the hell are we doing here? Why are we talking about this? We are trying to, for once, we're not going to be talking about history books. We're not going to be talking about Zionism. We're not going to be talking about any of that. We are trying to talk about Palestinians and Palestinian statehood, rights, liberation, freedom, etc. And it's not going to be about any of that shit. That's why it's frustrating. And you do it for them and they don't do it for you. Because you can ask them, do you condemn Likud? Do you condemn Bibi? Do you condemn the occupation? Do you condemn apartheid? And they will deny that there's an apartheid. They will deny that there's an occupation. They will say that they don't like Bibi and that they don't like his methods, but they are fundamentally mostly on his side as far as strategy and what they want to do. They basically agree with most of it, but they just think he's an ugly face to their project and agenda. So it is just frustrating to constantly be on the back foot with and led around by someone whose agenda is that ghoulish.
And to recognize what's happening there. And in a lot of circumstances, I mean, in a lot of circumstances, you get people who don't say it because they do have some sort of
connection, or if they have sometimes like when the ambassadors don't do it. I can understand the precarious position that they're in, but what I'm talking about is just beyond like the ambassadors who have diplomatic responsibilities and therefore can't stake out a certain position versus literal commentators, right? Whose job it is to stake out positions.
Yeah, the thing where I think a lot of people ended up fucking up is basically they see it as a trap,
right?
You know? And so they're nervous about walking into a trap, and then they don't say it. And then they fell for the trap,
but the thing is that comes from a place of defensiveness, and so I agree. I think that's a great assessment. People don't like to be walked down this line, but the truth is, like, if you're confident, you can just.
And he said he regretted all the light touch he gave with right wingers. Who said that? Pisco or Piers Morgan?
Totally inoculate. People don't like to be walked down this line, but the truth is, like, if you're confident, you can just totally inoculate yourself from a bunch of bullshit and be like, yeah, I don't think the October 7th was justified. Now let's talk about the response. And
well, that's why it's very uncharitable and silly for people to assume that people that shy away from condemning October 7th are secretly like Hamas supporters or apologists, or really what they're interested in is like radical Islam or whatever the fuck, like Islamism, like that's the secret agenda they're trying to promote. No, it's like it's the fact that they're not media trained and they're not rhetorically savvy and they're falling for a stupid gotcha, because that is the only point of that question. It is not actually to have a fleshed out, meaningful, good faith conversation. It is a bad faith question to attempt to reframe the conversation on their terms. And people intuitively understand that, but they don't know how to get themselves out of it. So they fall for it. Which is why a lot of pro-Israel defenders go around doing it, because it works. It throws people off.
I've already condemned it. Well, you condemned it. Now you just give that little quick concession, which is true, right? It's actually something you believe. And then now
again, I agree with all of this. I just don't think you should go around cucking yourself out and voluntarily doing it. There's no point.
You're an offense. I condemn this. Now what about this? Wait,
and like Kid agrees with it.
Condemn this. So I just think that
but you can't also just do that and then change the conversation. Another good way to do it, you should make them feel fucking embarrassed or annoyed for even asking you that question, because it should be so trivially obvious that it's stupid, it's a distraction, it's bad faith, it's a virtue signal, it's not advancing meaningful or productive dialogue, none of that shit. It's dumb. And you should make someone feel dumb for even bringing it up to you.
Caught playing that game. Yeah, if you're caught playing that game and you have a bunch of people that are looking for little dog whistles everywhere, it's propaganda. It's just literally just to fuck with people's heads.
And the caller before that I had a conversation with, he was like unable to grant, because he had said that Chaz was a rebellion and this was a rebellion. He agreed with Trump this was a rebellion. But when I asked him about Jan 6, he wouldn't answer. And so when people have those kinds of hang-ups where they seem to be being inconsistent, you can just be crucified for it. And the guy looks like a complete hack. And so I think that Gavin Newsom, if he says anything other than don't be violent and we don't like the violence and disassociate him with the violence, he absolutely, like the entire floor can fall out from under him. And it would be.
Do you condemn Hamas? Is essentially the Mott and Bailey tactic. Yeah. Yep.
So stupid not to do that, and he loses nothing by condemning it, and it inoculates him to any kind of accusation, and so I just don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with that. The only thing that I brought up about Gavin Newsom is that he, to me, came off as weak
when he was saying that I had a good combo with Trump. Maybe you're right about that. I have to see it, but you could be right about that. There have been times when he's done that before where I thought he looked like a bitch, and so I agree it's possible that happened. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah. But with the rebellion thing, I was listening to some of the conversation before. Would you call what's happening in LA right now a rebellion?
No.
Why not?
Because
and like on that whole, how it's like the Mott and Bailey, it's like understood that Israelis and Jewish people worldwide obviously should not be made to answer for the decisions of the Israeli government. Individual Israeli citizens should not be made to answer for any of that shit. That's understood as like insensitive at best, bigoted at worst, obviously. But when it comes to Palestinians or people that support them, you are made to answer for Hamas. You are made to answer for the worst excesses of violence that has occurred at the hands of Palestinian militants in response to Israeli subjugation. It's so fucking annoying. It's irritating, it's draining. That's the whole point. And so if we can recognize that it's not right and it's not fair to make Israelis answer for the actions of others in the state, then why globally is it the responsibility of people to fucking condemn Hamas? Again, it's already understood that it's rude and insensitive to make random Israelis answer for their own government. But I, as a random American who's not Palestinian, who my only stake in this conflict is that my country unfortunately arms and aids and abets Israel, I somehow have to answer for Hamas, even though my taxpayer money doesn't even go to Hamas. But because I said I support Palestinians, or because I wanted to have this conversation, that was a prerequisite to get into the conversation.
A rebellion requires either a grander purpose, so I think a rebellion is a subtype of insurrection, and it's a more narrow insurrection. It's an insurrection that has either as its aim to unseat the sitting
We're
government,
in lawyer mode here.
or that is an insurrection that is prolonged for some significant period of time, which I'm not going to define precisely what that is, but some prolonged period of time. So either of two things: insurrection plus underlying purpose of a certain degree, which is to unseat the government, or duration.
I always thought about it the other way, that there's rebellion, which is the rejection of a particular authority.
There's some context to this. Pisco had a guy on right before who ducked and weaved like Ali to avoid condemning anything on the right. Was he a right winger? See, I mean, because that looks bad, because when you fall into that rhetorical trap, you look incredibly defensive, and that's not what you want. That can also be a pitfall in and of itself. You try so hard to avoid falling through the trap door that you end up doing it anyway, which is why you should just let the point go and move on. But you have to be careful, because it's a slippery slope very, very quickly to not be arguing on the terms that you want.
In some sort of organized capacity.
But if you're that rigid and you're that unwilling to move on anything, you end up doing that anyway.
And then the insurrection is something which is aimed at a particular end.
So I viewed like the history of the term and the dictionaries that existed at the time, like the founding of the Constitution, which viewed rebellions as greater in scale than insurrections. Insurrection could be something like attacking some tax collectors, but that wouldn't be a rebellion necessarily. Now, insurrections can both be an insurrection and a rebellion. So in the case of the Civil War was an insurrection and it was a rebellion. But the rebellion part of it is grander in scope from the, in my opinion, from the original meanings of those words. Now,
well, I think if you go by like original definitions, doesn't it also have to be armed?
No, because the original definition didn't include arms or having arms.
The guy was so non-committed. I have no idea if he was a rightoid or enlightened centrist. Those are both right wingers. Same thing. If you're a centrist in this moment, you are a right winger. If you really can't tell the difference between the right and the left, and right now, you're on the right.
There was never a point in which that was a required definition, or part of the definition.
Maybe I misread.
Yeah. But just, even if it were the case, right, arms would include things like pitchforks and or the equivalent of what they have in LA and the equivalent of what they had in Gen 6. It wouldn't necessarily include firearms. And you have to think about it like this, right? Like before they invented firearms, there were insurrections. Before they invented firearms, there were rebellions.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if we're going to be looking at the, I mean, you're the lawyer here. If you're going to be looking at the legal definition of it, you're just going to be looking at the way that it was used, in regards to law, right? Like, I can conceptualize of an insurrection without arms or whatever, theoretically, right? But like if you're talking about the legal definition, we probably just, how was it referred to it throughout history?
Right, and so a great example of this, I think, is not of the specific armed context, but like you need to be able to fit all of these classical insurrections into the legal definition. So the John Brown insurrection, this is the guy who hated slavery and like caused a slave revolt, right? He incited a slave revolt and went up against their masters. That shows you, one, that the goal doesn't necessarily have to be to unseat the government with an insurrection.
Radical echo chambers are tight. How do you mean? First time chatter. Ranger Danger 2099.
Everyone considered that insurrection. He was hanged for insurrection. It doesn't necessarily need to be unseating the government, and it doesn't need to, like, a lot of people think that the insurrection against the slave stuff was justified, right? You hear a lot of people saying John Brown was based, and that because he's just like freeing slaves, right? It doesn't matter if it's moral or immoral. And there were other similar things, slave revolts, where you might say, well, slaves have a natural right to free themselves of bondage. But of course, the definition of insurrection doesn't turn on whether it's justified or unjustified. So it's helpful to look at these cases and to see what was considered an insurrection over the course of history, because it is a legal term that I think that we're applying. Now, there can be concepts of rebellion that are broader, where like I rebel against my parents, right? I rebel against society in some way. That's like, but that's just not what the term is used in these various acts, like the invocation that Trump is using. So we just need to be clear about what the context is that we're using the terms in.
Sure. Yeah. Like I was saying, I was trying to read up a little because I was, like I said, stream sniping and looking for things to disagree on, which I'm prefacing for that. But I always thought that the usage of insurrection was specifically for a particular like if there's a, like you said earlier, right? Like a proceeding or something that they're trying to get like in the way of, in terms of like
it's to resist a federal law,
trying to overthrow something, or trying to.
It doesn't necessarily involve like a particular proceeding, right? Because there were insurrections of these tax collectors where there was no proceeding. It's just the tax collectors were coming to enforce the tax, and all these people just like threaten them or literally attack them. to prevent them from enforcing the tax. So even though there wasn't a particular proceeding, they were trying to resist the enforcement
them
of a specific federal law. It wasn't just a private purpose that they were mad about their particular tax bill or the collection of their particular tax. They were mad about the application more broadly to their group, and so that's the public purpose. And there was more than one person at some of these events, and so there's the assemblage, and they obviously use force or intimidation. So that's what you don't need to have a particular proceeding. You just need to have a resistance to a federal law. It doesn't include just any law breaking though, because obviously,
I was found a better definition to work with. In a practical sort of way, when it comes to the discourse, right? Because you're on Tim Pool. I talked to you about the Tim Pool thing before, right? I think for like a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And I think there was that conversation about January 6th. You guys kind of talked about it with the last guy. The conversation about January 6th being a insurrection, or I think this time in particular, you were talking about the word rebellion. And that on Tim Pool, you also made a preface, which seemed to me, ironically enough, like a virtue signal of saying, well, I also condemn the left when they do it.
Yeah.
See, okay, volunteering that weak shit, lame.
First to Chaz.
Yeah, right?
I do. Do you think that these are...
This is like when I was reacting to her take with him and I was criticizing Donald Trump's policy, and I was like, because Jillian Michaels called for like a war with Iran out of nowhere. She was like, that would be cool or something like that. And Pisco's the one who was like, that's insane to support war with Iran. Like, and I said, I know. And then I like somehow I mentioned, I was like, we were talking about the nuclear, like Trump tearing up the Iran nuclear deal and now trying to get the terms of that deal and more back that he's not going to be able to extract from Iran. It was insane that we got the 2017 nuclear deal anyway. And then I was like, that's not even to mention the assassination. And he laughed and he said, no comment. And I was like, what? And he goes, he was a terrorist and he like wants to move on. And I'm like, okay, so you agreed with Trump assassinating an Iranian general or like leader? That's insane. Like, why virtue signal like that?
Generally speaking, like, what's the
Tim Pool did not graduate high school. Is that true?
Comparison between the two?
Only that they fit various definitions, and only that I would condemn both, but not the degree to which I would condemn them, and not the degree to which I think there should be a federal response. So the similarities are I would condemn both, and that they're both fulfill what I consider to be an insurrection, probably.
What's complicated? I mean, if he graduated, it's pretty straightforward, no? Poole attended a Catholic school until completing the 5th grade and left school at the age of 14? No way. That's insane. But their links to this is like a thing in Spanish. He was a dropout. And then an episode on the PBD podcast. Event occurs at 6 minutes, 49 seconds. Hold on. Is this true?
Great. And then Tim, you left school at 14?
Yeah.
And then just...
Yeah, I went to high school for like 2 months.
You're just like, I'm done.
Oh, it's the stupidest waste of time.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're not advocating not graduating.
Oh my God. This explains so much. Holy shit. He literally was not educated past the age of 14. That is insane.
In high school, though.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Really?
Huge waste of time. There's this weird conflating of a high school diploma with a path to success. It makes literally no sense. Taking someone who's 14 and saying, go into an institutionalized learning facility, which will give you no real world life skills for 4 years. Talk about wasting formative years. What I did, I was programming websites, I was doing Flash animation, I was making video games, I was playing music, I was traveling, I was skateboarding, traveling around the area of the city, meeting people. And
okay, by traveling, I mean like walking on foot in other areas of my city because I wasn't in school because I had nothing to do and I was 14 and I was unable to hold a job.
And expanding my horizons while my friends were locked in a box learning for the 5th year.
So while his friends and fellow classmates were improving literacy, sharpening critical thinking skills, expanding their learning more, what was he doing? He was wandering around the streets of whatever fucking city he was in, getting into trouble. And this is something that you should aspire to?
So, I can't even tell you they learned anything because the reason why I was like, I'm done with this, I remember going to high school math class, we'll call it. Teacher walks in, She goes, turn to page 17 and do those problems, and then walks out of the room. And then we're all sitting around like, what just happened? And that was every single math class was that. And I'm like, okay. And my favorite was sitting in
like, this is not me endorsing American curriculum or the way that we structure it, but the idea that what he outlined, skateboarding, like walking around the street, is like safer or a better environment for adolescents than just being in the classroom and reading, learning, doing pointless bullshit, like busy work at different times. I admit that. Like, that's apparently what he was doing is more enriching, which is basically being like a homeless person.
A room.
Because you have to spend all day outside somewhere else, unless he told his parents or whatever, like, yeah, I dropped out. Fuck it, at 14.
In English class, and having someone go, the teacher says, all right, everyone turn to page 47, and we're going to read the story for Mark Twain. And I'm sitting there, and then, Jeremy, can you read the encyclopedia,
Oh, wow. Okay. So, yeah. So when your classmates and other people suck at reading and they need to get better, that's actually a sign. Tim would say you should just stop. You should just give up. You should actually not try to improve your literacy skills. You should not try to get better at writing. You should not try to improve any of this. You should just stop and give up at that point, apparently. Because it's boring and it sucks and it's not fun. It's not as fun as skateboarding, right?
Today, Junior. Yeah.
And you're definitely ready to go out into the world and get this awesome, high-paying job when you can't even get through the end of a paragraph without stuttering, right?
So I'm just like, bro, I could read this whole thing in 10 seconds. What am I doing here? This is wasting my time. So
so he already knew everything.
Stop. Go. I'm out.
Will you live?
Even though he just said, I would recommend, it's a waste of time. I'd recommend everybody drop out. I mean, he didn't say if that kid should drop out, but I have no reason to think that he would have recommended that they just drop out.
With your parents at the time?
Yeah, with my mom, my parents were split up. And then actually what happened was I'm 14, and they did this weird thing where they changed our schedule from, in grade school, it was 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Then they decided for freshman year at the local high school, we're going to do 10:45 a.m. to like 5:30 p.m. And a lot of parents were upset. They were like, this means that in winter, 14-year-old kids are going to be leaving high school in the dark. Like, that's crazy. And so it was like a kind of...
Why is school so short for them?
Of a cultural shock for...
In Texas, like where I went to public school started, the first bell was at 7:45 in the morning, and then class started at 8 a.m. and it didn't end until 4:15 p.m. And then when I started pursuing, because I graduated with my associate's degree, because I did dual enrollment, I went from 7:45 to 5:30 p.m.
Me at 14.
But they're talking about like school getting out at like 2 p.m. How?
Because you'd get out of school at 2:30, you'd go to the park. You'd hang out with your friends. You'd come home. It's 2:30 of the whole day ahead of you. School got out. Woo. Now it's like I wake up at 6 in the morning because that's what the schedule always had been my entire life. But now I'm sitting in my living room with my hands on my knees like, I'm daytime TV, People's Court is on. What am I supposed to do with this? Get to school at 10:45, get out at 6, and it's time for dinner, time for bed. And so it was ridiculously stressful. And then after 2 months of insane nonsense.
2:30 is elementary school hours? No, even in elementary school, it was the same thing. It was 7:40. It was like actually earlier for elementary school. It was 7:30 for me, and then we didn't get out till 3. It was it.
Sense, not learning a damn thing. I'm 14. I'm halfway to school, and I just sit down in the grass. I started crying, and then I got up and turned around, went home, called my mom, and said I'm not going to school anymore.
What'd she say?
I can't really remember. I think she said okay.
Really?
What?
I mean, she would have had to. In Texas, you could drop out. I knew people that dropped out, but they had to. If you tried to drop out below the age of, might have been just 18 or also might have been 16, your parents had to sign it. So you had to have a parent or a guardian come down to the school and actually sign the papers with you as well. You couldn't just do it yourself.
Yeah.
Your mom was just cool with you dropping out of high school and...
My high school was 6:45 to 2:15. I never started before 9. How is this possible for people? I don't get it. Like everybody that I've spoken to, they've told me this. And like it seems like I went to school like way earlier and we got out way later than everybody else. Dallas, Texas for me. Well, did your school start at 7:45 in the morning? Because mine did.
Ninth grade. I went from being a straight A student to a straight F student from grade school to high school. And so my parents were already like, something's not happening here.
What changed during that time? Like, did you have a life-changing event, a bad breakup? Were you smoking weed? Were you hanging out with some crowd? Were you reading a new book? Were you into something or no?
Nope.
Really?
No. In my life, I've smoked weed a handful of times. It just doesn't do anything for me.
Like, I lived in one of the poorest cities in the, not just Texas, the United States. So that might have factored in as to why we, might have factored in like why school started so early and like got out so late, because school also functions as like daycare for people, so they can get to work and shit. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I really can't think of any other reason why everywhere except like where I was born and raised, like their school was just way shorter.
Wasn't hanging out with a bad crowd, playing music. But I think the big issue was I'm since I was a little kid, my family's had computers. I built my first computer when I was probably 7 or 8 years old. It sounds impressive to the average person, but it's like I went to a thrift store, bought 5 pieces and stuck them together like Legos. Mm-hmm. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Installed Windows on it. So my family's got CompuServe.
It's so cringy how we have to pay attention to this person because he lucked into having a bunch of money because he's such a fucking moron that he failed upwards somehow. 1 in a billion. They're just like listening to him, and this like faux, like this fake humble shit is so annoying.
We've got AOL. I'm online. I'm reading about the president. I'm reading about economics. I'm reading about the world.
This is Clinton at this point or Bush?
This was, I think this was Bush. Yeah, this is shortly after 9/11. I think. I think so. I think I was 14. It's shortly after. So.
Cap, he's not a computer science expert. No, he is. He taught himself on his computer at age 14.
I'm reading all this stuff online about what's going on. Not a whole lot, but I was programming things in Flash. I was making websites.
That's crazy. Oh, I just saw your thing. Silly serious. We did 850 to 320 here. Why is it that everyone went to school for like 6 hours?
I was skateboarding. In my life, I'm doing all of these things that every day was improving. Learning how to use Flash to make a website. And everyone's like, wow, you made a website. Making an animation where, I mean, they're crude Flash animations like Newgrounds.com stuff. But every day I could see something more. I started programming video games. Within 5 days, I've made a rudimentary video game that's kind of like Mario Bros. A platformer where you play a little guy running through a factory and there's little monsters and stuff. These are things that were tangible that I could see were being completed. Then I go to school and they're tying my hands together and saying, sit down, shut up, and do nothing. And it's like being locked in prison. And so eventually I was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm done.
You have kids?
No.
I mean, again, he's not wrong that the way that the United States public school system pretty much just tries to cope with, or like have this kind of top-down approach to instill discipline and have classroom management or whatever is like so constraining that it ends up being more grading and exacerbating the things it's seeking to control and get order into. But the solution is not to drop out at 14. Survivorship bias, 100%. There's no other way to explain this.
No.
When you have kids, you're going to send them to high school?
Probably not. No, probably not. I mean, I'm going to homeschool.
Christ.
I plan on having kids, but they're going to be
He has a kid now.
Probably some kind of local pod learning thing. You want kids to socialize with each other, but I think kids should be learning from adults, not from kids.
Local
and I think one of the biggest things that we do today as a society is we have children learn from each other. We separate kids from
he is a baby.
Their parents like cows and calves. Then we put the kids in a box where they don't care for the teacher and the teacher doesn't care for them. And then all of their social interactions are predicated upon other kids, the behaviors of other kids. When I was growing up, my family had a coffee shop. All of my social interactions are with people in their 30s who are
okay, but that doesn't mean that they're taught by other kids.
Buying coffee and complaining
interact
about
with them.
Republicans or Democrats. So here I am. I'm 10 years old. And all I want to do is buy Pokemon when it comes out, and I'm trying to save it for the tip jar. But when I'm sitting there, the conversation isn't, did you hear what Billy said about, Power Rangers? It's, did you see what policy was passed? I can't believe they're doing this. And that's the stuff I'm absorbing. The behaviors At 10
years old, when you want to talk about Pokemon, it's not gossip. They want to talk about policy in elementary school.
Learning from are adults in semi-professional settings. They're at the coffee shop, they're writing, they're working, or they're playing music. My mom's showing me how to manage the business and the finances. Then I go back to I'm like 6th or 7th grade, and all of the kids are imitating each other. So what's going to happen when these kids grow up? Well, I'm not surprised to find that I'm running a business and most of my friends are just working regular jobs. They've not gone. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that everyone has to do it.
What were you saying?
I'm saying don't be surprised if you take a kid, you put them in an environment where they learn.
Not everyone can own a business. It's literally how capitalism works. There has to be a bottom 99% so there can be a 1%.
And how businesses work and businesses run, and when they grow up, they're doing those things. It's, you plant the seeds; those seeds will grow.
Pat, you're a similar story, right?
Well, not 14, but there's a part of what he's talking about that, you know, he's got a very big...
No, PBD. I thought PBD at least had a college education. Are you serious?
Good point. I mean, what we don't know about is the following. Tim, how old are you? 86 is what? So
37.
So you're 37. Okay, so we don't know what it is to be 14 today. Like, think about it. We don't know what it is to be 14 today and how you're fed stuff and, you know, how you view the world when you're talking about, you know, you're in high school and you're going through it. And, you know, we were at AOL chat. Like, I'm thinking 1994 was AOL chat. If a friend of you was on AOL chat, hey, meet me in this room, and you would go, and I was like, oh my God, turn on the AOL chat. You wait like a couple minutes. So things in journalism is changing in a very different way. Think about today's Tim Pool. Tim at 14.
You used to go on AOL, so when you think about it, journalism is really changing. Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck?
10 years old today. What is that kid doing today?
Wow.
What route is he taking? What's pissing him off? What journey is he going to be going through? Where 20 years from now, the next Tim Pool you're sitting and he's telling us about what it's like to be 14 in 2023, and we have to sit there and watch it. I got an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 6-year-old, and a almost 2-year-old in a month, and I talk to them and ask him, so what do you learn in school about politics? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And with Tico, he can have a full-blown conversation with you at 11.
Yeah.
He wants to have that conversation. Dylan wants to talk Patrick Mahomes. Dylan wants to talk sports. He's a sports guy. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens next 20 years with this. So even with you, like, you know, you interview a lot of people. You're in the streets. They contact you. I'm assuming a lot of the 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds today that could be the next Tim Pools probably look up to you. They see what you did. Maybe some of them are watching the next citizen journalist. What do you think is going to happen with how citizen journalism is going to evolve over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Well, so it depends on your definition of citizen journalism. The original definition was when an act of journalism was undertaken by a citizen. So when they started calling me a citizen journalist, it was an act of derision to separate me from the corporate press. Citizen journalism was a guy's walking his dog down the street. When he sees a burning building, he pulls out his phone, he films it, and then uploads it to Twitter. He never thinks twice. He carries on his day, and then CBS says, can we use this footage? What they did was they took a professional or independent journalist like me and many others who specifically bought equipment, who make money doing this, who sell footage, and they said, you're just a citizen journalist. That way, when we would go to events, namely I'm speaking at an event, they had guys actually stand up and question. They had a panel of corporate journalists saying, citizen journalism is not real journalism. These people are not trustworthy. You shouldn't listen to them. It's just citizen journalism.
Yeah.
It was intended to diminish our work.
Undermine what you're doing.
Now, I would just call it independent journalism, independent media, and the corporate
when he was speaking at events, you guys.
In absolute decay. Vice. I mean.
What happened there?
Oh, boy.
Unpack.
Okay. No more of that. Jesus Christ. That explains so much. Thank you, Zach Black, for telling me that. I don't know how I didn't know that, because I know a lot of stupid Tim Pool lore, but holy shit. It's not even something that should be made fun of. He should not be mocked for dropping out. That's not an individual failure that you can place upon the shoulders of like a kid, literally. This systemic failure, it's a failure of his parents. Like, he was failed by people around him. But holy shit, it gives me... I understand. Things are making a lot more sense now. Oh my God.
But other than that, they're very different.
It just came across like a.
It was a virtue signal in a sense. It was saying that I'm being consistent, and to show that. But but it was also a signal that, like, if you want to talk about this, I'm willing to apply my definition consistently, and it was to show that I'm ready for that stuff, and I'm ready. And the same thing when he brought.
I don't know, it's just so great. Like, I take education very seriously. For a lot of Mexicans and a lot of Hispanic people, it's not uncommon for like friends my age or whatever, for them to be literally the first generation graduate in their family. I was a third generation graduate in my family, because like a lot of people in my family are educated. So like, and that's because like a lot of my family was poor, but they knew how important education was. So I just don't relate to this, like, to not placing such a huge value on it.
Up that he never called it an insurrection. You know, I kind of am positioning myself in these conversations.
If he didn't go to high school, then how does he know what AOL chat is? He invented it, duh, while he was skateboarding.
Some effect, and to show that give the impression, which I think is an accurate.
He could always have finished school in his 20s, or even now, that's his failure. I mean, the most you could get is a GED, and he's already, like, the whole point. I mean, as far as someone like him, he doesn't see education as valuable in and of itself, or learning as important in and of itself. Or if I grant that he does, he thinks that school is somehow, like, doesn't allow you to do that or learn. But I just can't see it. Like, it would not be irrational for him to not go back and get his GED, you know?
Impression that I'm
like, to him, it's just the whole point of education is so that you can get a job and make money.
Well, inconsistent. And so, yeah, in a sense, I guess it was a virtue signal because it wasn't the topic.
Yeah. I don't know. It's I get you. I feel you. As like it's weird because just a little bit of background on me. Like I said, wokeoid, whatever the fuck. But I live in Portland.
Wokeoid.
Nice.
And
which Portland?
I live in Portland.
The real Portland, or the newer
the real
Portland?
Not Maine. No, the real one.
See, Maine is the original.
Yeah. So what?
Okay, go for it.
But so like I remember these time periods very vividly. You know, the 2016, you know, Antifa this, Antifa that type stuff.
Yep.
And I remember the Chaz like era, and you know, I've had friends that like went over to Chaz. We had, I guess, a similar kind of thing with the Occupy ICE stuff, where it's basically, for the most part, a picnic, really.
Yeah. So
for the most part, it's a picnic.
I'll give you some examples, right? So if you're like occupying, let's say, a congressional hall.
And I mean, yeah, like the Chaz, it was like a fucking picnic. It was like, it's the same way people had this caricature of Antifa in their head, and ContraPoints was not wrong when she was like, I've met Antifa, and it's like Ryan and all of his gay furry friends. Like, you do not need to be scared about fucking Antifa. And that's why the Seattle mayor was like, I went there and it was basically like a block party. And then that drew criticism because she had condemned people like rioting and looting businesses. And it's like, yeah, obviously like she recognizes that the Chop or the Chaz was a fucking unserious LARP. That was it.
Where it's illegal.
That's not me trying to downplay it or whitewash it or any of that. It's just, it was not serious.
So, right? You're occupying it. But there's no intention to put legislatures in fear of imminent violence.
Gus Texas, I have to rate a person I've never watched. Can you give me a clip so I can know who I'm endorsing?
Right? You're literally just doing a sit-in, right? These are things that were done in the past with the civil rights, sit-ins. It's not an insurrection. Even though it's illegal, even though there's an assemblage, even though you are trying to resist the enforcement of a law, for sure. Either, you know, the enforcement of the laws pertaining to how a bill becomes a law, or some other federal law, or in the case of a state insurrection, a state law, right? Even though it has all that, there's no force. You're not using force, and you're not using intimidation to put people in fear that there's going to be violence. Now, that could very much change, right? If you occupy this place and you threaten them, and you're evincing an intent to put people in fear of the use of force, it would be an insurrection. But just merely going to a place and having a sit-in isn't an insurrection. You need that force component, and you need the threat of force, or either force or threat of force. And for threat of force, it's intimidation. And so it's not enough to say that these people are in fact intimidated or that they fear the crowd. It needs to be the specific intent of the individuals who are doing the assemblage to put them in fear, not of anything, in fear of physical harm or death.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I wouldn't. So
you think that's what they were doing?
Which ones? I don't know which ones.
A Chaz.
No, I think that Chaz had as ambitions. Well, first of all, Chaz was enforcing, was using. I think they were armed. There were people. That
they were enforcing communism.
There were.
Isn't the whole thing is that they were like a cop-free zone? Maybe there were people with guns.
From what I remember,
they voted on
you're
things.
In Seattle, a very public area. There's a whole big thing happening. All kinds of people are doing crazy shit. From what I remember, I didn't go. I didn't go. I had friends that went. You know, stayed for a couple days and basically had a picnic. And then from what I read about that one, because I think there's that one guy that like how many people died? He shot at somebody.
Yeah, I don't know if the deaths were related. So for me, the death part isn't what's important there. I think what's important there is that the Chaz people were definitely trying to resist the enforcement of either federal law or state law, right? So here I'm not being specific as to whether or not it was an insurrection against the federal government, although I think there might have been a court within that jurisdiction. So I'm not specifying what the government that they were trying to resist was, but at a bare minimum.
All right, let's see what shenanigans I'd be getting into if I were to do this.
Outdated abstractions by some. And it is true that they were designed to meet ancient evils. Right. But they are the same kind of human evils that have emerged from century to century whenever excessive power is sought by the few at the expense of the many. In my judgment, Hugo Black goes on, the people of no nation can lose their liberty so long as a Bill of Rights like ours survives.
Exactly. You hear that? Nobody can lose their liberty as long as a Bill of Rights like ours exists. Amazing.
So long as a Bill of Rights like ours survives.
Amazing, yeah.
I would follow what I believe was the original purpose of the 14th Amendment, to extend to all the people of the nation the complete protection of the Bill of Rights.
What's he streaming?
100 people traitors, Lindell said. There's media in this courtroom right now. I've called them traitors.
Where's this coming
from? He referenced his accusation that...
Okay, we'll look into this.
They were trying to resist the enforcement of state law. It was for sure a public purpose. There was for sure more than one. So the only question left is, did they use force or threat of force? And my understanding is that they...
Okay, I'll rate him after this. And I'm not going to be live much longer, so...
They did, like, enforce their borders and the internet, like the... And if somebody...
That guy's pretty legit in the community. He gets nervous, though. That's cute.
Side was going to come in, they would be met with these people who were part of the zone. And the intimation was that they would force you out if they didn't want you there. So that's what
I mean, it seems like a almost a cartoonish sort of, because there's like everyday random people, the people drawing with chalk on the sidewalk, people that are setting up food stands and stuff.
Agreed.
And like
yeah, but they're not excluding.
They're not
like
imagine like armed guards necessarily seems kind of.
But they're not excluding like people who have a right to be there according to their own dictates, right? So if you have a stand somewhere, let's even say it's an illegal stand, and the people who are doing those kinds of illegal stands, typically they're doing so for like personal financial reasons or to sell something. That's not a public purpose. That's not to resist. Their purpose isn't also to resist the law. They're just violating the law.
Yeah, you also have so I wasn't involved with Chaz or anything, but I was I saw through the Occupy ICE thing.
Yeah,
and this shit is fucking wacky. There are I have a word for people. Some people, usually in the context of rights, might call people like opportunists or whatever. I call people like clipboard holders. You have people that want to be seen as like an authority. You have people that want to sort of maybe they want.
Thank you for the follow. Ignorant takes as always.
To maybe they're career politicians and they want to get some PR, or maybe they're.
If you're watching on, oh my goodness, what is going on here? Thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs, Trevical. I really appreciate it. And to Kodiak Boog, Longleg Homo Sapien, Rogue Scout, Ghostface Milla, and Mayonnaise Monster, please enjoy your new tier 1 subs. And you can also get access to emotes. And if you're watching on YouTube, I am like 10 subscribers away from 1,000 subs. And I would really love to hit that in the next 12 hours. So if you're not watching me and you're not subscribed already, please do so. But that's awesome. I don't think I've ever... I think, are you like the top gifter? Maybe like install as the record, I don't know.
There are people that want to organize for some, I don't know, some Maoist fucking LARP, whatever it is. And then you get people that that will basically either utilize their charisma, because people on the left are not very charismatic, or people that will utilize their identity, or whatever it is. And the thing is that the lefties, just the left in general, very timid people. And it's really, really easy in those kinds of spaces to basically to assert a particular kind of authority if you're just some fucking like random, right? Like it's like I remember a situation during Occupy ICE where like we had like quote unquote security, right? Like we had people that were just we were getting lots of threats from Patriot Prayer people and people that would drive by and like point guns and all sorts of wacky shit, right?
Yeah.
And so we had people that were staying up, like on shifts, walkie-talkies, letting people know if there's some fuckery happening. And there's no guns, there is no anything. Basically just people with walkie-talkies. I remember a situation where there was like someone on the radio that said something like. Was like asking if someone else on the radio was white because they didn't want to take any orders from white people. And lo and behold, that same person within the next couple of days ended up, getting a lot of like social capital just based off of that kind of thing where people don't want to be the.
You've been working the night shift lately. Every single day I tell myself it's going to get better and it just gets worse.
The bad white person or whatever.
And even after this, I still have to like eat dinner and shit. I always end up staying up another like hour or two.
When you see situations like that, it's basically a clusterfuck. Most people don't know what they're doing. Most people there are showing up for a picnic. Most people want to feel like they're a part of something. It's not much different than I guess any sort of lefty, but like I guess the riots in LA right now, right? Where like most people are kind of filling in space, wanting to feel important, and then you'll have some people that are either pissed off or they just want to fuck around, who cause some havoc.
Yeah,
And
to the
then
extent
it
that that's
becomes a
happening,
riot.
I think it's
And
easier to
there's
condemn it
five
then,
people
right?
that are doing violence or whatever, and everyone else is just, and then, yeah. And so like when I think about Chaz,
Don't make excuses.
I just kind of imagine it as one of those clusterfucks of weirdos, timid people, and LARPers that are.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of Jan?
picnicking and pretending to be
The Jan 6
revolutionaries.
that describes a lot of Jan 6 people. Now I think that there's greater
Sure, but I would never put it on
culpability.
people. I would put it on Trump and his intent for those people to be there.
But okay, maybe. But I think that a lot of the Jan 6ers, not all of them, but a lot of the Jan 6ers were LARPers. Not all of them, I want to be clear, but a lot were like people who are lonely, miscreants, all that kind of shit. So that doesn't
Maybe the
mean
majority of them.
I'm not sure, but
That's what happened to me in college. I'd just stay up later and later until eventually my sleep schedule was normal until I fucked it up again. I've like not had a good sleep schedule in like a decade.
that doesn't mean that they're not.
I guess if you're talking about the
culpable.
people that went inside, and sure.
Yeah, a lot of them fit that description that you just gave, but
The most mentally ill thing I ever did was sometimes I would intentionally stay up way too late so that when I fell asleep, the sleep would feel really good. Anyone else who's mentally overlate? Because I would do that.
it's not relevant to my analysis about whether they fit any of these terms, and it doesn't make me feel any more like sympathetic to those tactics. Maybe it makes me feel sympathetic to the people themselves, and I can have sympathy for people who do bad things.
There were also other times where I would fall asleep early, but I would also set alarms. I would set an alarm for, I would have to like get up at 6, but I would set an alarm for like 3 a.m. or 4, so that the first alarm I would wake up and see it and be like, oh, I have 2 more hours of sleep, and then keep sleeping. And then wake up at 6 a.m, even though I probably shouldn't have done that because it probably disrupts your sleep cycles, but I would literally do that so I could have this like artificial like snooze button.
But it's even more of a reason to think that if any of this is happening because of like things that aren't rational or things that have to do with like personal character flaws or personal situations, that's even more reason for me to just be like, yeah, I just don't think they should do that, and I don't think that's like a big deal.
I mean, it's not about whether or not that you say that like that guy. That,
They're like Pisco is either not engaging or he's like totally talking past him. He's like Kid is explaining the futility of this, how it really just serves like the interests of the right, that even rhetorically it's not really like a strong position to be in, and that you end up equating things like fascist takeovers of the country and deporting immigrants to concentration camps without charges to dumb LARPs in the middle of Seattle, like the fucking CHOP. And Pisco's like, yeah, I just think that makes it really easy to condemn.
that broke that window is bad for breaking that window. This is a pretty dumb thing to do. But in the comparison with January 6th, the point is like, yes, these are dumb people that are. It's basically crowd mentality. These are famously stupid people, and the idea that like they necessarily need to be in the know about some like deep plan. And yes, there were like 3%ers and etc. Right, but ultimately, Trump gathered those people knowing how stupid they are, knowing that they would do and repeat particular things.
Yeah, I agree.
And as much as a lot of these guys were just, role playing, at the end of the day, there was you could say something like, if January 6th succeeded, what would happen? And you would have a very particular answer.
Okay, but I agree with that, yeah.
If Chad succeeded, what would happen? And you would not.
Well, I don't know. Like, if Chad succeeded, if we broke off a part of Washington, that would be pretty bad. I don't recognize that.
It was never going to happen, though.
Yeah, if we abolished all the police, like with their demands or whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So,
but there's no, it's not actually, that was never actionable.
We're like pretty based, but it was never going to happen.
Right.
Okay, but there are people who make that
argument.
argument for Jan 6. Now, I don't agree with that argument for Jan 6.
There are people that made that argument, but would you make that argument?
I would not.
Okay, but that's stupid because to the extent that domestic terrorism occurs in this country, it is almost exclusively done by the far right. That's why the FBI keeps tabs on the fucking Boogaloo Boys and the 3%ers and the people that wanted to fucking kidnap Gretchen Whitmer and the Proud Boys. They don't really keep tabs on like fucking Antifa.
But it can't be a way to distinguish my priors about how likely it is to succeed. Or if I say like, what's the worst thing that happens if it does succeed? that's a distinguisher perhaps in terms of how I view the event as an ethical thing or what I'm going to focus on for sure. That's a thing that I will say, yeah, if January 6th succeeded.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the ethics here. I'm just talking about the function, because the function of January 6th was to get people together to have a very particular goal. Whether or not these people realize it, you just need them to go in and be scary to force a situation. And that was very pointed. That was
Okay.
very intentional. That was very much organized for that purpose.
And you think Chaz was
regardless
just like
of
an
how-
accident? It just kind of happened?
No, I think Chaz was I hate to be that, a virtue signal.
Okay, but
It was a virtue signal. Also, these, like somebody said, as soon as you're in the crowd, you get swept away, be it a concert or a protest. Exactly. These things have inertia to them, which is why police come in to crack down really quickly, because it doesn't take much for things to just kind of erupt and get out of control very, very quickly.
I think it's people that
it
wanna
was
be-
deliberate, right? They called themselves something. They had an idea about themselves. There was a self-conception. There was a plan. There was a
Wait, who's
strategy.
they though? Because we don't ascribe that to the people at January 6th. Like we're talking about Trump doing a particular thing.
No, I
We're
ascribe
talking about
intentionality
people that-
to the Proud Boys.
Yeah,
I ascribe.
they picked a name, but they changed the name twice, right?
Yeah, so there was a they. What I mean to say is, it's not just like, oh, we accidentally have this autonomous zone. It was more like, well, there were movers and shakers, at least one or two of them, who wanted to have an idea, and they had an idea. And whether or not you,
And they believed in that idea.
Jan 6 is 10,000 times worse than Chaz. I agree with that. But
Okay,
it's
so
not
if
relevant.
you know that, then why are you bringing it up?
And these kinds of considerations to my autistic use of these terms, if that makes sense.
I agree. This is the tism.
Yeah. Well, I'm just I'm just talking about the
It is the autism
right? So, like,
speaking.
if we talk about January 6th as an insurrection, and then we say that like, well, Chaz is also an insurrection. I mean, one, no one having these conversations has any clear grasp of the terms, anyways. But two, the thing is just the making this sort of relationship between these two things that are very, 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 very.
No, I agree. No, but I agree with that. But the thing is, like, if someone's gonna
Like insurrection, you get this one word for something that I don't know that it needs to have different degrees, but the way that we introduce this nuance into the concept of murder in this society is highly useful. You have things like you have murder, and then you have murder in the first, second, and third degree, and then you have manslaughter, and then you have involuntary manslaughter, and then you have all of these other things that factor into it. Like, was it a crime of passion? Was it premeditated? You have all these aggravating circumstances and mitigating factors. But then when it comes to a term like insurrection, these charged conversations, like he's saying, these definitions are value neutral. It's not making a judgment as to the scale or how righteous or unrighteous it was. It's just a pretty neutral term to apply that can apply technically to the CHOP and also technically to January 6th. But how useful is that as far as helping people understand the gravity of both of these situations with respect to each other? If the only thing that they have in common is that they're an insurrection, but you're not going to provide any is it contemporaneous details to explain the different scales and size and accomplishment, like, and the goals of these things, then it just ends up obscuring more than it clarifies.
going to try to call me on my use of the term, then they're trying to start me having a conversation.
I understand, yeah.
And I need to,
Yeah, I
and I agree. Insurrections can be very different. Absolutely very different. Like the Civil War is a very different kind of insurrection than like Shays Rebellion. It's a very different kind of insurrection than January 6th. The Civil War.
Or jumping your mailman.
Yeah, jumping your mailman with more than one person for the public purpose. Yeah, right. So because you can think jumping your mailman to stop. You ever see Seinfeld, like that episode where they're trying to stop the voice machine? Or like steal the voice machine because they left an embarrassing voicemail. Okay, there's a
I'm sorry.
No worries. If your purpose was to like specifically intercept a piece of letter and that's why you're jumping the mailman, then not an insurrection. But if you gather two people and your point is to stop the enforcement of any federal mail from USPS, then I think it is an insurrection, and that's very different than Jan 6 and very different than the Civil War. But we're just using that term.
I can't help but point out the funny line here where I'm sorry.
No worries.
It's the So I mean, listen, I'm consistent because I disavow January 6th as an insurrection, but I also disavow when my neighbors got together and beat the shit out of the mailman.
Yeah, and I would but
listen,
it wouldn't always, right? Like there are some insurrections that you think are justified, and I think are justified, like the American Revolution, right? You think that's justified insurrection, right?
Yeah.
So, and there are insurrections like I might consider the Ukrainian insurrection against Yanukovych to be an insurrection, but you might think that's justified to have an insurrection against that Yanukovych guy. So just because something is an insurrection doesn't mean it's good or bad or anything like that. I would say in the American context, most insurrections are bad in the American context. I would say, given that we're a nation of laws and not men, we shouldn't use violence now in this day and age when we can solve it at the ballot box. So in general, I'm going to be against almost every insurrection. But that doesn't mean I'm going to treat every insurrection the same. It doesn't mean that I'm going to treat them all, everyone who is an insurrectionist under that definition to the same kind of punishment or the same kind of investigation. It's just not entailed by the labeling of a term of a certain thing. Just like if someone steals something.
Okay, so now he's making the case that it's not really clarifying more than it's obscuring.
They might be a thief.
Because he's bringing out all of these different ways that he would not treat them remotely the same, even though they technically fall under the same umbrella.
But I might treat different thieves differently. I might treat Jean Valjean differently than Bernie Madoff.
Sure. Yeah, and there's something that I keep seeing. I don't think that you meant it this way. It's something that I keep seeing.
Yeah.
Of where the thing that you said just now, which I think is really interesting, is in 2025 in America today, where we vote and we have free discourse and all of this, that's a totally different context, right? The thing that I see right now, and this is not advocacy for anything, this is just being accurate, I guess, is the thing that I'm seeing right now is pretty unique in terms of the threat against American people in all of American history, and the distance that we are right now from a totalitarian, like legitimately fascist government.
Yeah, in terms of the threat,
like
I just want to stop right there because anything you say about the threat, I'm almost certainly going to agree with you. It's not a question of my on the nature of the threat. You and I are completely agreed. So if I thought that using violence was both like the only way to prevent dictatorship and we've exhausted all other means, maybe we can have a different conversation. But I don't even think we're close to that.
We're not.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah. I was just. That's just something that I find that I've found really, really funny as of recently. Not funny. It's kind of dark, but there's this drive for a lot of people to assert that things will go back to normal. And well, 4 years. We'll put up with it for 4 years. After the 4 years, we're fine. We'll vote someone.
It's copium, isn't it?
That kind of shit.
Yeah, because you ever hear the joke where he's like, "There's no going back. You change things forever."
That's
so
it,
it's basically, I think that just like COVID,
every man must do impressions. Every man specifically must do their Joker impression. They must do their Trump impression.
Going back after COVID. There's no going back after Trump 1, and there's no going back after Trump 2. There's going to be something fundamentally different at the end of this, and where there's no going back. And when Kamala said that, she was speaking truthfully. And this Trump, but
yes, let's quote Kamala Harris, my hero.
Thing is, she's more right than she thought, because we're not going back. We weren't going back to Trump version 1. We're going to a new Trump, a worse Trump.
Yeah, there was a study that I read recently that I think you probably find fascinating. I think it's going back the past, 40, 50 years or so, and it's analyzing like every congressional speech and the words that are used in the speeches, and basically assigning a value to particular words if they're in reference to something that is like, maybe it's like sort of emotional language, or if it's like a like evidence-based language, not whether or not it's correct or whatever, but evidence-based, right? That it's actually an argument about the details, etc., right? And basically putting a looking at these words over time to assess the I guess the nature of the congressional speeches over the past 50 years, and it's sort of terrifying because that alone, and there's so many different things that you could attach it to. You could talk about speaking times. You could talk about
I'm familiar with this stuff. Joanna actually, she did a similar thing for interruptions and the kind of differences in the genders. So I'm familiar with this kind of thing.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, tell me more about it.
Yeah, and so basically the disposition that I have is that if you look at this, if you look at how campaigns operate, how people are aware of campaigns, I think that when an election comes around, it's a entertainment event, much like sports.
Yep.
For most people,
it's spectacle.
And when you look at sort of all of these factors, it seems hard to say anything but, Trump coming to power, or somebody like Trump, was something that you could sort of see coming a mile away. It's something that the situation politically, economically, when it comes to people's social lives, all of these things have created a sort of a vector for which liars get more power than people who tell the truth. It's super generalized, fun sort of way to phrase it, I guess. But someone like Donald Trump, it seems to me, it's always hindsight's 20/20, but it seems to me that the problems that made it possible for Trump to come to power have been building for a really, really long time, and undoing that sort of thing is not something that you just do at a ballot box. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know.
Well, if you mean violence, then no, I don't know what you mean. I don't know. I don't want anything to do with that, obviously. But I mean, yeah, has he never heard people give this analysis that Trump is a symptom, not the problem?
I don't know that Trump came about from the ballot box. Now there were, I'm sure, other structural things that don't relate to the ballot box that contributed to that. And so I guess to some extent I agree that there was.
Yeah, but it's it was building slowly. He didn't kind of just come out of nowhere.
Start and end of the ballot box.
It felt that way in 2016 when he was elected and abruptly replaced President Obama. But in retrospect and with time to think about it and where the Republicans had gone and the way that Americans were dissatisfied with status quo and how Obama did not actually turn out to be kind of the progressive candidate that he portrayed himself that he would be, things fall into place.
But I don't know that entails it requires or entails violence or any kind of law breaking.
It's kind of like the natural conclusion or endpoint of American politics.
Why do you think I'm arguing that?
No, I guess I don't know because it seems like there's a
you're talking to a lefty and now everything that I say is
because I thought that you came on here to disagree on something, and so yeah, I agree. There needs to be more than just voting to change the Trump state of the world. I guess on that if that's all you meant, then I agree with that. Then
what I'm saying is
Trump was elected because other politicians failed to put America first. For decades, American power has just been sliding down while China's power has been rising the whole time. You remind me of this old woman that I knew who would be concerned with whatever Fox News was telling her to be scared of, and she was like, we need to get rid of Syrians in this country. There's just too many like coming to fucking be refugees and immigrants. And I was like, okay, lady. Okay.
It has to do more so with being critical about the way that we engage socially, being critical about things like advertising algorithms, being critically about things like the way that we structure our economy, these sorts of things. I'm not talking about LARPing and going and pretending to fucking be a revolutionary and raise your fist in the fucking street.
Appreciate that. No. Thank you for clarifying. So now, I don't have the wrong impression anymore. So
I never told you that.
No. I'm not making assumptions based on that. It's just because I've had a lot of people be like, "Why are you condemning violence?" And you had mentioned that you think it's a bit of a virtue signal. I'm not denying it is a bit of a virtue signal, but when it is,
no, it is. I mean, by
but it also,
definition,
but I don't think
is.
virtue signaling is always bad. And I think that sometimes when you're trying to win the narrative, the info war, it's important to make certain concessions, not always to make every concession. You should always
It's vacuous and hollow.
Be like strong and shit.
And you should not be doing it out of nowhere. You should only do it when absolutely necessary and forced.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I'm not going to add a fucking asterisk next to every single thing that I say.
Did you know that China has made trade unions for workers illegal? Chinese workers are paid very low wages, while all the profits from the good that those workers produce are confiscated by the Chinese state used to build up their military and spying machine. Cool story, bro. That's what I mean. Again, the Syrians.
Say, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, listen, I condemn the violence, but technically in this kind of circumstance and technically in this kind of circumstance.
It's like, okay, but there is no U.S. president that's like stopping that in its tracks. Is my point. It's not to say that like, oh, that's not real or that doesn't matter or whatever. I'm just saying like we're long past the point of an American president being able to influence that, nor should we really try to.
And what is violence anyways? Are words violence? Yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Now, so on the fundamentals question, yeah, I think we agree that more than just voting is required. That we don't mean that to be violence, but yeah.
Ultimately, the point that I'm more so trying to illuminate is that one, the conversations that we have generally about what happens politically.
Lindy Lee sent that comment. I was thinking when I was reading the Bad Empanada versus Ryan Beard thing that somebody should use one of those like AI voice generators and feed this into it and literally make a video out of it about their debate of these like of their AI voices reading off their chat exchanges back and forth. And then I was thinking I really need to get like a text to speech of like that will read my the TTS and Lindy Lee's voice.
I think for me it's been kind of dark.
Trump is trying to stop it, but many people are trying to tie Trump's hands. If they succeed in stopping Trump, then China will become the most dominant world power while their workers have no rights. You do not give a fuck about those workers. You have no control over this. And Donald Trump is not going to help you in this goal. Znapper. And if you keep with this Trump simping in my chat, you will be banned. But what you may do is go into this Discord that I'm about to link, and you can argue with me.
To take a step back and then be like, what are we talking about? Is Kilmar Abrego Garcia a gang member? What the fuck are we talking about? We just sent him to a concentration camp. Or is rioting okay? Is like, what the fuck are we talking about? People are angry because they're throwing innocent people in unmarked cars and vans and shit. And so like it's
so I'm certainly going to focus on the illegal and corrupt shit that Trump is doing for sure. If that's your point, I agree.
Yeah, good on you. And I think that's great. But there's also just there's just something about just that fundamental idea, and this is kind of what I criticize you for in the Tim Pool thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that working through?
All right, Snapper. I'm dropping the link in the chat. There you go. You can join and call in the next like 3 minutes, or you can avoid a ban, but you cannot simp for Trump in this chat. Sorry, not
through
the
like
place.
these abstract things, or even talking about the culture war stuff, very quickly, I guess, makes it hard to even imagine that what is happening is what's happening, because you look at what people are talking about, and people are talking about a totally different thing than Trump.
Kid, I need you to link me that Gremlin debate. I need it.
Overturning democracy and the Constitution, etc.
I'm going to probably already, if you link it to me, I'm going to listen to it after I get off stream and make dinner. I guess breakfast.
Yeah, so help me understand what you mean by that in the temple context, and then maybe what you mean here.
Oh, the temple context. I think the thing that I argue with you about is, I guess, what did I say? I think what I told you was that you let him get away from.
I don't like debating on voice chat. I don't even have a mic, but that's very Chinese type authoritarianism from you to ban debating. You're right. I'm gonna actually let you, and you can keep no Trump simping. But if you want to freak out about China in my chat, I don't care. If you were gonna Trump simp, not allowed. If you want to keep on screaming about Chinese communism or whatever, go for it.
Ultimately, the thing that he described was arguing in favor of the right to send foreigners to concentration camps, despite the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that he wasn't that comfortable in that spot, the conversation shifted immediately, and then you followed him. I think that's the thing. Like,
it's
if I
possible.
remember correctly.
It's possible. I don't recall. I think that I move on when I get like a useful concession sometimes. So, for example, when he was like, "Yeah, I think we should break the law. I don't care about the Constitution." At that point, I'm just like, "Okay, I have that clip. I have that. I'm comfortable with where that's at." And then I can. So there are times when I choose tactically.
I'll let you know if I find it. Neither one. Well, I will go find it. Did this happen recently or is it old? Because I will scrub through whomever's VODs I need to get me that content.
To when he gives
I
that
understand. It's a
concession,
clip farm at the end of the day.
I don't care about the Constitution. At that point, I'm just like, okay, I have that clip. I have that.
Wow, you heard it here, folks. Pisco doesn't care about the Constitution.
I'm comfortable with where that's
Nope,
at.
this was like a year ago. Fuck. That makes it even. Actually, makes it better. As far as it being context, I want to know what Hutch was saying about Israel a year ago.
And then I can. So there are times when I choose tactically not to. When he gives that concession.
It's a clip farm at the end of the day.
Yeah. When I say I'll get the clip, I don't want to pretend that like all I'm doing, like I'm not engaging in the actual conversation. But also for just his position where he's taken out, like once he says that, I just think that it's like, what more is there to say? I'm trying to appeal to a concern for the.
He was not really engaging in this conversation because there were a lot of times where a kid would say something and Pisco's answer to it was almost completely unrelated to what kid said, or took the opposite conclusion that he should have.
Constitution that you don't have, and so at that point, okay, I guess we just disagree that we should follow the law. And
I mean, obviously, he's not going to change his mind, and Temple is just a clip farm at the end of the day. Right? Yeah. When you show up, you showed up to a clip farm, so go get some clips.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. But
anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, you got people that are waiting. But,
no. But I appreciate us talking. I think I understand more where you're coming from, and yeah, so super appreciate this.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Talk soon.
Aww.
Thank you.
Wasn't that cute?
Alrighty, folkies. Should we do a couple more? I see Amrant Nut. I don't know what that means. Is there?
Okay.
So I guess I'll drag this.
Before I sign off, I have to go to the end where the best part happened.
Even that.
Right before he signed off.
Honestly, reasonable ones that I.
He shouted me out and he shouted out another creator.
Right, it's definitely aren't. That'll be an interesting one to look at. All right. Thank you all very much. Follow Kidnotkin. Follow Straight Array. Sub to my channel if you haven't already. We love the support. Great support today, by the way. You guys are like super awesome, being active, subbing, doing all your stuff. So really appreciate that. More to come tomorrow. More shit, more updates. Substack is getting restarted very soon. A lot of shit in the works. A lot of collabs in the works. We're gonna be talking to Crystal and Kyle this week, which will be fun. And so a lot of awesome, cool stuff in the horizon. I'm reaching out to a bunch of other people as well. People you might not expect as well. So yeah, stay tuned. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Join the Discord if you haven't already, and follow me on Twitter.
No, wait, where did it there? I must have gone a little bit too far. Hold on. I gotta go back just a little bit.
So yeah, and thank you for chatting, and hope to see you again.
Okay.
Later, brother.
Maybe it was here.
All right, guys.
It's just before this. Yeah.
Hey, good calls. Straight right in the. Her Take did an impromptu episode.
They did.
And Amy said that January 6th was not an insurrection, but that the June 6th LA riots definitely aren't. That'll be an interesting one to look at. All right.
Already
Thank
looked
you
at
all
it.
very much. Follow Kidnotkin. Follow Straight Array. Sub to my channel if you haven't already. We love the support. Great support today, by the way. You guys are like super awesome, being active, subbing, doing all your stuff. So really appreciate that. More to come tomorrow. More shit, more updates. Substack is getting restarted very soon. A lot of shit in the works.
Where is it? He did it here. I swear.
January 6th was a non.
Oh, it was when you raided. Okay, fuck. Okay, I have to find it though. I have to find it. Yeah. Okay, it was around here.
I'll read it all.
I appreciate that. This is where we have
His long ass raid music.
And so that I would say is insurrection.
Yeah, well, the complaint's like
This is good. I
12
promise. I
pages
promise.
long, including the cover page and the pictures. So if you wanted to skim through it, it's actually not a very long read at all.
I appreciate that. There's a big raid coming in from Kidnotkin, so this whole fucking thing is gonna sound again. But I do appreciate what you have to say. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Peace out. Hang on. Let's. The last caller is coming. Will be empty keyboard, and we'll take it right after this raid announcement ends. Thank you, Kidnotkin. Everyone sub to Kidnotkin. Twitch Kidnotkin. Give him a follow, or they a follow. Thank you very much for the raid, Kidnotkin. Good conversation we had today.
Okay, guys, give they a follow. They's in chat right now. Chat it up, Kidnotkin. They, not him, a follow.
Boo, 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 boo. The music isn't long enough. The raid should grind the stream to a halt. And Schrader, how you doing? Good talk the other day.
Oh, because I said the music isn't long enough. Never gets old. Never gets old. He was just being polite, to be fair. I'm not. We're not here for fairness. We're here for shenanigans and silliness. Kid, did you see the Bada Banana versus Ryan Beard? Like, Ryan Beard says he's not going to do this video, and I end up fucking... it was going to be like a drama retrospective on like iDubbbz, Ethan, Hassan, like all of that shit. And then he decided not to do it because of the backlash. But Bada Banana and him had been talking, and they literally spoke. The last message was from June 1st, 2025, but it started May 29th, and all of this is their DMs that Bada Banana fucking dropped in like a paste bin in a video that he put talking shit about him. Also, it's definitely proud for me to be a Twitter lefty, lol. No, I haven't seen any of that. I'm pretty unplugged from those people's universe. Good for you, because I read way too much of it. I read about genuinely about half of this, and then it just turned into like, I don't even know why Bada Banana. It was like, it started off super hostile. At some point, they're having like a good back and forth, and Ryan Beard is asking him questions about like Zionism and Israel-Palestine. And then by the end, Ryan Beard was like, why did you characterize our conversation as like me defaming you and even though you admitted that you had doxed and harassed people, which he did in this conversation, he just said he apologized for it. Yeah, Stockton Left, I apologize too. Many examples of you doxing and harassing people, telling them to kill themselves. I know that you will justify all those instances because you consider that it was towards people you think were deserving. Lol, like when? Show me one. Are Nazis deserving of being told to die? Like Stockton Left, that trans veterans, Slazik, and many others. If you think that you're an anti-Zionist, surely you think that for Zionists too. Stockton Left, I apologize too. The others, nope. And then he just like goes into it. This is like so awesome. First time chat. I'm Yisrael Chai. Thank you for that message, Greensploit. You probably will not like this stream, but I hope you stick around. But yeah, this was a thing. It was interesting. I don't even like there's like no point in engaging with Furious George here. But I'm sending you to whom? I'm sending you guys to whom's again? Fuck, who am I sending you guys to? He has a strange username. Where is it? I have to like copy and paste it so I can find him because I don't follow him. Hold on. I'll follow him after this. Gus Texas 8. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm signing off. I will be back later. I don't know when. Let's cover more shit. But enjoy. U.S. and international news, day 143 of Trump, plus culture war, plus reactions. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.